It's like finding a, I don't know what that means, Beermanier, but that reads like a slur in my brain, but yeah, I don't know. It is quite funny, like running into a ex-BC resident or like somebody who's just like, because usually when I'm in Quebec, it's either Quebec City or Montreal, which are very touristy cities. And Montreal's like a big university city, and also like a work city, like a tech city. So people travel and move there for like tax reasons to run small companies or startups. So in a lot of ways, it's a very, like, yes, it is technically a French city, but the reality is a lot of the people, especially in the downtown area, are like from everywhere else, but also speak French because they have to function. So it's also like, you know, the reason I will never move to Montreal and will never have any desire to move to Montreal or live in that part of Canada, purely because, like, you know, why would I move somewhere where I need to learn French? Like, to hell with that. Like, my little sister lived in Montreal for, what was it, 6 years and loved it. But left because her now husband graduated university because he was going to university there. And the thing that stopped them from staying there was they both spoke French. Like, you kind of learn French if you are immersed in it like that for so long. But, like, neither of them spoke French well enough to have to deal with government functions. Like, to maintain a doctor, you have to speak French. To, like, update your driver's license, you have to make your appointments over the phone and you have to speak French. And they both spoke French, but they didn't speak it well enough to confidently be able to consistently do that. And they just kind of made the decision that it's like, you know, it's less friction to just move back to BC. It's like, as nice as it is, like, it's kind of not. It's an ask, and while it's not a huge ask, it's still an ask. And I get it. Yeah, that's not going to get you a doctor's appointment today, I'm sorry. And morning, Happy Bassett. So, I guess that's... although here, I have another opinion about the French language. The French commentators at Formula 1 kind of suck. I wish they would just pipe the F1 TV guys through. The only good thing about the French commentators at Formula 1 at the track in Montreal is the French commentators that are not on TV call out every single groundhog on the track, whereas the TV commentators don't even mention that the groundhogs exist. Usually. It's very rare that there is a mention of a groundhog, unless one is caught in the middle of a camera. No one mentions groundhogs. However, the French commentators at the track, groundhog in sector 14, and then repeats in French, followed by narrowly made it off the track, yellow flag, and groundhog is safe, do not worry about the groundhog, and then repeats in French. And it's like, but there's a fight happening at the front. Why are you talking about the fucking groundhogs, man? There will be a lot of French around. All I know about 24 Hours of Le Mans is somebody that I know went to it once a number of years ago. Boom, boom. It was like, I don't know, 2023, 24, something like that. And he was sharing these videos around, and there was one, because he was camping, right, in the middle of the track. And he had a tent, and his friend's tent was next to him, and their other friend's tent was next to theirs. And he was just... He's just like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you just hear hard bass, like just a dunce, 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 like that very typical hard bass sound. And he just like pans his camera up and points it to the left, and it's just like 5 RVs next to each other with a tarp over all of them, and just pulsating lights in time with the music underneath them, and a bunch of guys shouting in German. That sounds kind of odd. That looks like a fun 24 hours. I would go do that. That seems great. Hell yeah. We're staying with someone in town. I don't know. It's only 40 euros for a campsite. Like, I'd do that. I can get away not sleeping once. That sounds like a great time. You know, like, you only need to get like an hour and a half in the middle of the night. It's fine. Just bring earplugs. You'll already have those. It's a race. It's always the Germans. It's either them or the Polish. Average rave on the field. Yeah. That or just go, like, pretend that you speak German and go make some German friends. Or how bad could it possibly be? What's up, One Spars? For Le Mans Classic. Post photos if you're in the Discord or the Fluxer. Also, by the way, Fluxer's done their migration. I haven't been shouting about it as much. But I'm going to see that band on April 24th. Our Lives. I've listened to them since before they were called that. Yeah, I don't know. I think I started listening to them in like 2015 or something. Back when they were writing edgy songs that were like probably get them canceled these days. But anyway, for those of you who don't know, I'm testing out a Discord alternative called Fluxer. They just went from one server to international servers. It still loads a little slow. Doesn't have a phone app, but you can if you're on an Android phone, you can download just the HTML page and it works just fine as an app. I've been using that on my phone. So if you're at all interested in trying out a Discord alternative, that's the join link. There's like 100 of us in there, which is actually kind of great. So if you're at all interested in trying a Discord alternative, which apparently has spam bots now, so it'll feel just like home. But that's the one that we're trying. Is in Fluxer. They literally, when I made an account, they had one person working on it, Sparse. Now they have 2. And they keep on posting, like when they were migrating, they would post an update. It's like, it's 4 a.m. local time for me. It's like, we're going to go sleep because working for 20 hours straight is not conducive to, like, consistent workflow. And then 3 hours later, it's like, we are awake again, continuing to investigate the issue. It was like, oh my God, like, you slept for, like, 2.5 hours? And then it'll be like 8 p.m. and they'll be like, sorted the issue, but found another one. Still continuing the migration. Heads down. Like, it was more or less up and down for a week, but honestly, like, I'm kind of happy for them. And if we run into issues, Mind, who's a regular in this chat, says that he's pretty sure he knows where the maintainer and creator of Fluxer lives, so we can go bang on his door if they do anything stupid. There's a lot of flux capacitor jokes in there, so I don't know if it's necessarily the cool kids, but certainly the old kids. Clean up. I'm almost out of coffee already. That's what happens when I wake up early. I make coffee early. Fluxer doubling their workforce? Careful, they might add a 3rd on soon. I don't know, I mean, they sold basically founders packs where you get lifetime service plus like direct support for self-hosting, which I bought because it was expensive, but it was one of those things where it's like, I just canceled my Nitro. This is gonna cost me 3 years of what I was paying for Nitro, but 1 year if you also include the amount of server boosts I was putting on my own server. So I'm like, actually this is kind of like, fine. So I'm unsubscribing from Nitro and I will just subscribe to this. Which was $300. And they sold 1,000 of those. Apparently they launched them back in October. And between October and January, they sold about 100. And from February 20th to March 1st, they sold out. So, and then they also have, what's it called? Like, I think it's $5 a month for basically what you get with Nitro. Or you could just go host it yourself and it doesn't matter. Then you don't have to pay for anything. You just get all the whatever limits you want, really. Sitting in the dentist waiting room, and it sounds like either a bookcase fell down or they threw a cat in the room behind you. Huh. Somebody, like, drop all the tools? What's my favorite beverage? Can I say water? Water? I mean, I'm drinking coffee. Like, if you mean favorite beverage that's not water, probably coffee. Probably coffee. Need water to hydrate. That is important. Yeah. Yours is ginger beer? I don't really have a good source of ginger beer. I mean, like, I would say beer, but, like, if it's, like, favorite beverage by volume, I drink a lot more water and coffee than I do beer. Like, on my days off, I go to there's a coffee shop where I buy a latte twice a week. There's 3 different diners that I frequent enough that they know who I am, which I don't go to any of them more than once a week, and it's like I'll drink 3 or 4 coffees there. I make at least 1 cup of coffee per day. This is 20 ounces. So I drink about 500 mils of coffee a day, I would say. And vets do teeth. I know somebody who works at a vet, and one of their veterinary assistants was a licensed dentist in Mexico, but doesn't have the ability to practice as a dentist here in Canada yet, so instead he's just doing dentistry on cats until he can, like, be a dentist for people again. But because his, like, qualifications don't qualify him as a dentist here in Canada, which I think is silly, he, like, is brush. I feel like, personally, it's probably easier to do dentistry on a human than a cat. Just the stakes are lower, you know? Like, you might lose an eye, but, like, cats adopted him. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they hate him. I'm sure that they hate him. Wait, the cats, not the dentists. So, Clino, when are you gonna get KitFox to go make a Fluxer server so that we can crash Fluxer again? The funny thing about Fluxer getting blasted offline, we're in an ad break, just waiting for it to end, was the main thing that took them offline was a very, 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 very large Linux gaming server migrating their Discord to Fluxer. So it's like, just suddenly an influx of 8,000 people just took the whole thing offline, which is kind of funny, actually. I don't know. Speaking of shit going offline, did you guys hear about a lot of social media just breaking for people in the UAE because a data center got hit by a bomb? Weird world, eh? Weird world. It's very strange. Makes more sense now why Anthropic's all like, hey, no. We don't want to be used for defense, so we don't get bombed. Almost makes more sense. It's like, No, I mean, it's the in United Arab Emirates, not in the EU. That's where I'm going. I mean, I don't know what other people's top choices are. I looked at, like, the most developed options, Meso, and the most developed options that I found very quickly were root.app, Stoat, Fluxer, or Matrix. Matrix is a no for me, dog, because Matrix is like, it's a protocol, it's not a platform, it's not a service, and it's very heavily focused on encryption and privacy, which is good. The problem is it's focused on encryption and piracy, and it's an open protocol, not a platform, meaning moderation is fucked. And I think that service is great if you use a password and it's a server for like, or a little space for like 10 to 15 people at most, and you're close friends and you all know each other. It's good for that. But like anything bigger than that, it gets dicey quick. Stoat, I tried and ran a test server for like 4 days. Very unstable, has almost no moderation features, and you can't migrate a server from being on their service to being self-hosted. And it seems to have like some professionalism issues with the people that are maintaining it. So I backed out of that one pretty quick. Root.app, I took one look at their EULA and went, oh, you're funded by you're funded by venture capital, and you can't really self-host it. Okay, cool. See ya. And also they called it root. I don't want to give anything root access to my computer. The fuck? Whereas Fluxer has a sane EULA, logical privacy restrictions. Essentially, like if they get told like you need to hold people's ID to use the service, their response is to, okay, we'll block the region, but we won't block VPNs. Which is a logical response as far as I'm concerned. So if like you get locked out, you can still use the service if you have a VPN. At which point I will just have to pay for one of my mods to be able to have a VPN, but I'll do that if I have to. You can migrate your server from their service to being self-hosted if you want. And there's a button in your account to delete all of your historic data with one click. Also, there's another button where you can download all of your historic data with one click. Everywhere, over the entire service. It was the only one that had that I could find. The rest of them, if you uploaded something, they just have it. You can't delete it remotely. They don't have any precautions in place to do that remotely, with the exception of like Matrix, which is, as again, just that's not really viable. The other one that a lot of people were suggesting is like, oh, go to TeamSpeak. Again, TeamSpeak, probably great if you have a small group of friends, but TeamSpeak is heavy and it's expensive to host. So you need a big server. You need a lot of server space. If there's like less than 100 of you and, if there's less than 100 of you and you know everybody, then it's probably not a bad option. But at this, like, there's already 100 people in my Fluxer instance, and I would be paying like upwards of $30, $40 a month already to host a TeamSpeak server of that size. So it's just not a viable option for me. Like services that are primarily voice chat and calling that aren't focused on text and images and like non-verbal communication are expensive to host. I mean, that's why I'm using Fluxer, which is that. Stashazilla. Like, chat, here's a pop quiz. On one side is Discord. The other side is Fluxer. Which one is Discord? And which one is Fluxer? It's just like the Office meme. They're the same picture! Element is Matrix. Element is Matrix. Matrix is Element. Fluffy Chat is Matrix. Matrix is a protocol, not a platform. Element is the in-house platform for Matrix made by the Matrix Foundation. Moderation is a clusterfuck on Matrix. So no, it is not. It is not an option. And is still under development and has been under development for, I don't know, a decade? It's used by drug cartels and hacker groups around the world and is very good if you are, trying to run a very small thing with a password. But the second you start joining servers with more than a couple hundred people in it, you know how in Discord you'll get a DM and it'll be like, hey, I'm a full-time artist. Could you please commission some artwork from me? And then they vomit some AI-generated shit at you. That's fine. If you spend any time on Matrix, which I did while testing it last year, instead of like those kind of cutesy scams, it'll just be like, here is gigabytes of illegal pornography. And yeah, it's probably just catfishing. But if you're willing to be like, here's gigabytes of illegal pornography in your DMs, yeah, it's a no from me, dog. I'm sorry, I'm out. It's very unfortunate because I do really like the idea of what Matrix is building. I think it's a cool system. And it's a cool system, and it's a neat, a potentially neat way to utilize and run a community with text chat. But I'm savvy and I'm tech savvy, but that is a platform that okay. Here's actually the best example I can think of. Twitter used to be a very easy to use, simple platform, right? Which is why everybody used it. Now it's a very annoying, obnoxious, easy to use, simple platform. So not as many people use it, and a lot of obnoxious, annoying people use it. Mastodon has existed for a really long time, but is a complicated, obtuse, and weird and hard to use platform that has moderation problems. That's the reason that Mastodon has never matched the activity of Twitter, even though in my opinion, it is categorically a better platform than Twitter ever was. But it's obtuse, difficult to use, and has moderation problems, and is obtuse enough that normal people bounce off of it. Same thing with Matrix, whereas like it has moderation issues because of how it's built, which comes with the territory of building an open platform like that, but it's also obtuse enough that normies will never get it. And that's how I feel about Matrix. It is an interesting platform. It has its uses. It's really powerful for specific use cases, but is difficult enough that normies will never have an easy time using it because of how it is built. I said illegal, not unfiltered, but I did not say unfiltered. I said illegal. Fred Durst. Just saying. So I'm not certain you want that. Will I go through the process of turning into a vampire or become one as soon as you spawn in adventure mode? Probably what's going to happen is I will, well, first we need to finish building the fortress and pick a dwarf. I think we have a possible dwarf that we're going to select, Miguel Pulio. But I'm going to make an adventurer. I'm going to make that adventurer into a vampire, which is going to take some shenanigans and probably some saves coming. Then I will take that adventurer to the fortress and infect our selected dwarf with vampirism, and then try and get out. Yeah, because the thing that I like about TeamSpeak, Gorosa says, I wish TeamSpeak decided to create a proper competition to Discord. Their new TeamSpeak app is just a glorified IRC update on its old client. Here's the thing. I respect the hell out of TeamSpeak for not trying to compete with Discord, because there is something to be said for serving a niche, and I think that that's good. And what Discord is doing in its massive fuck-ups right now is it is doing a very effective job at proving that you can have competition in this space. I don't think Discord's gonna die. I know that there's a lot of people who are like, Discord's dead, which, like, sure, for the core audience, I could see why you would have that take. I don't think Discord's gonna go away at all. Discord will still be here in 10 years. Discord will still be here in 20 years, probably. People will still be using Discord 5 years from now. However, what it is proving to me is that Discord isn't rock solid, and people are willing to accept competition. So try it. See what sticks. You know, like, these clients are really light. It's not hard to make an account. Especially with the open source ones, it's easy to delete your account in a lot of cases. Try it. You know? Try it. Try something else. Especially if it's a service that lets you take your server, download the data because you made the server, and then move that server to a self-hosted port. Especially if it lets you do that. Because then you own your server, and that's cool. If you, hey, Thades, if you use a Android device, I doubt this works on an Apple phone. Also, Android devices have their own problems. But if you use a Android device, you can just download it as an HTML app. It's loading. It loads pretty slowly. Just waiting until it finishes loading. There it is. Also, you know, like, if you can, you know, download a, or if you have the ability to, like, assist with coding, go help. I'm sure they'll take help building a phone app. All right, let's go play some Dwarf Fort. What phone OS do I use? It's just stock Android. Although this phone is from 2018. This is a very old phone. I'm currently shopping around a little bit. I'm between... I own a Nokia brick phone, which I sometimes pop the SIM card out of this phone and put into the Nokia brick, because it has the capability to do 4G hotspot. Take that with me and bring my laptop and use that. It's not ideal for airplanes. I don't own a tablet. There's a weird part of me that's like, what if I brought a smartphone and my dumb phone and used it as a hotspot for my smartphone for when I needed to go through an airport or something? But I don't know. I mean, actually, one more thing. Just one more thing, puffs on cigar, before we pop into Dwarf Fort. This is exciting. I'm just looking for the official announcement instead of one of these. All right, fine. I will not go to the official announcement because I literally can't find it because there's so many different posts about it. Simply put, because I actually can't find the official announcement anymore because there's so many posts about it. Graphene OS is coming to Motorola phones, which is cool. Here's an Android Authority article about it. So Motorola's partnering with the Graphene OS Foundation. But, like, I don't think that's a backport thing to their old phones. It's, like... the way these articles are reading, it reads like new phones going forward will have either the capability of being moved to or preloaded with Graphene OS. Which is weird. Your old Nokia 3310. Nokia's still making fun. I kind of don't trust Nokia that much these days, oddly enough, but... Dave Danger the Warlock, thanks for the 29th month. Welcome back, mate. Appreciate you. Second resub of the day. No, it certainly wasn't. They've confirmed that it's teaming up with the nonprofit behind Graphene OS to collaborate on future devices built with Graphene OS compatibility in mind. The two sides say that they are, to me, like, I don't know. Like, if you're a phone manufacturer in 2026, this is just, like, a really, really easy way to satisfy a small portion. Is it fair to call this a small portion of the market? Like, a portion of the market that wants this kind of thing. Like, it's not nothing. Like, this will give you it's probably a small boost in stock price, if nothing else. So, yeah, I don't know. This is coming from Lunatic in the YouTube chat. As a Motorola phone owner, I really hope that they make the off button an off button again. They changed it to an AI. Yeah, that's the Google. This phone did that too. Whenever I bump the off button on this side, Google Gemini is like, "Hey, do you want to talk to me?" And I'm like, "Go away, not now." And it's starting to weigh on my brain a little bit. They rebranded it as Hold My Dick. I don't know what HMD stands for, but that's where my brain went. You gotta disable that every update? Yeah. But to me, like, the only feature I really need in a dumb phone is...
Wait, I have a Prime sub sitting around. Let's get rid of that.
A Maps app? A podcast app? Ideally a headphone jack. And the ability to use it as a hotspot. That's literally all I need from a dumb phone. Like, if I can sync it with all my podcasts and, like... I maybe put music on it. I don't need that, but that'd be nice. And the ability to plug my headphones into it, and the ability to use it as a hotspot, then like I'm 90% of the way there. Daragorn, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Oops, wrong one. So I've got 2 infinite universes now. One that still has the whales save and one that doesn't. I'm tired, boss. Me too, man. Me too. Gemini is so terrible at doing stuff that the... Okay. I will give Gemini one bit of credit. You want to know what I use Gemini for, chat? This is going to make one person in the chat really mad. I know this. Going in. I'm already detecting it. You lost the whale? No, I didn't lose the whale. I got tired of sitting at 1 frame a second. Whenever I'm done writing my YouTube tags and my YouTube title, I ask Gemini what it thinks of my YouTube title versus the current SEO. And I ask it what it thinks of my tags versus the current SEO. And then I change about half of my tags and usually change my YouTube title. And I've gotten a noticeable stats increase in click-through rates since doing that. And I hate it. That's all. That's what I use Gemini for. I use it in an incognito tab, and then I close it. That's literally what I use it for. But you keep getting work and can't postpone. I have a question. What do you do for work, Arlives? Time to get the tar and feather. I was going to read that as time to get Tor, but... I also once used it to write a haiku to annoy my mom. I think that's a legitimate use of a large language model. It was a bad haiku, but it annoyed my mom. So, success. Well, it's YouTube. Gemini is Google, and Gemini is built into the YouTube dashboard quite literally in multiple places. There's also, okay, I'm not going to show you this exact thing, but I'm going to describe a thing. Okay? Actually, I could show you this without describing it. If you go to YouTube and you have a YouTube channel, and you go to your YouTube studio, I'm just going to make sure that I can show this. There are, sorry to this 8 billion reasons person who left a nice comment on my Caves of Cud video. If you click on this action menu, this button appears. And if you click this button, it generates video ideas. These are fucking useless. It is like the worst feature that YouTube has ever built. And it's fucking it's awful. I hate it. However, when people leave really angry comments on a video that are full of insults, this is the funniest shit ever to me, is just letting YouTube brainstorm an idea based on this person who's like telling me they want me to die. And it's so fucking funny to me. The best one I ever got was, when you've dug too deep in Dwarf Fortress and you've fallen down the rabbit hole. Or Dwarf Fortress, when your politics make no sense, was another really good one that I got. Conspiracy theories, why they are bad, was one that I got. So, useless feature. Nobody wanted it. But it's a very fun way to, like, laugh at a troll behind the scenes. That's literally all I use it for, so YouTube should, like, delete that option. That would be really great if they did that. Anyways. At least the dwarf books have character. Silver She, enjoy your lurks. Little bit of housekeeping before we start. The plan for this fortress.
Crypt lurk much better.
Appreciate you. Thanks for the Prime sub. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. AI was better when it couldn't generate Will Smith eating spaghetti. Changed my mind. Little bit of housekeeping. This is a fort that is currently a work in progress. The point and goal of this fortress is to, build a fortress which I'm going to bring a vampire to. And then the vampire is going to infect one member of this fortress, maybe two if they have a partner. And then we are going to redo the following One Dwarf for 10 Years challenge that I did with Cog and the Fortress paddle boats not too long ago, except with a vampire that is in the fort. So it'll be I can only pause on the 5s and the 10s of every month, and I have to be following that dwarf while the game isn't paused. That is the plan. I'm going to try and manipulate a serial killer, basically. Now, today was a patch. So some things have changed. It's a pretty small patch. It's mostly fixes. There's also a AMA that was officially announced. And they were kind enough to link my interview with the musicians there. So hopefully some more people will see it. But simply put, made food thought levels easier to obtain. More, as in they're more in line with newer food values. That's interesting. I never really thought about this. I always thought it was just like, if a food is a masterwork thing, they just get happier thought than if a food is less. But apparently, I guess it's based on like actual like currency values. So you'll get happier thoughts from nicer foods. Dwarves seek good meals more aggressively and value better foods over worse ones more precisely. This is something that we can check and study and look into. Stopped dwarves from forgetting friends and grudges they rarely meet after a few years. That's important. That's really important.
I get happy thoughts from nice foods too.
Yeah, give me a donut and I get real happy. Nameless, thank you very much for the 28 months. Appreciate you. I discovered that my grocery store sells ugly frozen blueberries and they're way cheaper than normal frozen blueberries. But you have to specifically search for them because they don't like show them in the automatic online filtering. So if you search for imperfect frozen, you just get strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, bananas, and they look ugly, but I got 2 kilograms of them for the price of 1 kilogram of normal blueberries. It's fucking nuts to me that they do that. They taste great in a smoothie, let me tell you. I don't know. There's like an upper echelon to that where like when I pay too much for a cheeseburger, like I just feel ripped off, Grondick, but there's a scale to it, you know. There's a scale. I'm glad that you liked it, Stone Orchids in YouTube chat. Sorry, I'm not really reading either chat at the minute. Stopped World Gen interrogations from sometimes disordering known site records. Don't know what that means. Fixed crash issue. with error logging for certain modded languages, fixed some potential multi-threading stability issues, added some crash proofing to conversations. That's an adventure mode thing, I would think. World Gen now aborts instead of quitting the whole game when a raw object is missing. So if you mod the game wrong, instead of it crashing, it just boots you back to the beginning. Fixed issue causing deletion of Nemesis records for units. Made several distance calculations Euclidean instead of rectangular. That's a very Dwarf Fortress patch note. Fixed issue with temperature checks, so that certain items such as butchery products respond to temperature properly, which I presume that'll mean stop them from catching fire as easily? Or catch fire easier? I wonder how that would actually impact gameplay. Changed file system for certain setups. Fixed problems causing tactical party AI settings to be unchangeable. Fixed display problem for desired metal cages and chains in dungeons. Fixed problem causing generated creatures to not be immune to their own poisons. This one makes me sad. I loved the Forgotten Beasts that would just show up, blast out deadly dust, and fall asleep. Forever. That was... man... Food will spoil quickly in warm environment. Oh, probably actually, yeah, spoilage. Yeah, that would make sense. I might reach out to Putnam and like ask if she can clarify what that effect is. Anyway, fixed problem causing generated creatures to be immune to their own poison. Yeah, there we go. Stopped channeling in undiggable underworld. So to those of you who are all like, yo, you can dig in the underworld, you really, 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 really can't now, we swear. Made choreographers and composers use existing use existing music and poems for their works instead of always making new ones. And made werebeast types duplicate if necessary rather than causing blobs. Only applies if curse number is set higher than 72. And fixed a typo in angel descriptions. Oh yeah, no, I guess like nethercap barrels are effectively a fridge, hey Grundig? Huh. There's also an AMA happening on Reddit. That'll be on March 9th, which I think is Monday? Yeah, on Monday. I'll post a link to that on the Discord and Fluxer channels when that happens. It's 11 a.m. Eastern time, so I'll need to set I'll set an alarm for that. Montecore, thanks for the 29th month, along with Nameless 4 minutes ago with the 28. It's good to have you, man. Thanks to those of you who've stuck around, hey? You know? Like, the people in, like, the low 30s and, like, the high 20s are, like, around Dwarf Fortress release, so shout-outs to you guys. You're the real ones. Along with the real OGs, but... because you guys are all OGs at this point. Siege screenshots. Take screenshots of your sieges. I might actually, ask if they just want me to... Actually, Clino, if you're here, if you talk with Kit Fox at all today, I can just DM Alexandra tonight, but I could just send her the raw footage for, like, sieges on... not the last fort, but the one before it. The one where I did all the Sunspire. The one where I did all the lava pools on the surface, because we had some pretty amazing sieges in that fort. Host your own Dwarf Fortress gathering. They're trying to get people to, like, have pub events. I don't know. How many people are in the Victoria area that would want to do a Dwarf Fortress thing? I know that, like, Desert Bus happens out here. I feel like there might actually be enough nerds here to do something like that, but, you know, we'll see. It's still a neat idea, though. I feel like probably would have to happen in a bigger city, but... Venture Mode vinyls, shipping, all that, and then my video. And then they're doing these mod spotlights, which is neat. So they spotlighted Hune, which is cool. The creator of this should make a coffee or something. Actually, you know what they should do? Free idea for Kit Fox right here, right now. They should, and like, you know how they did a mod game jam for Caves of Cud? They should do a tile set game jam for Dwarf Fortress. If I were to host a tile set game jam for Dwarf Fortress, what would a prize be for that? I'm just thinking out loud. I'm glorious mugs. Send people a mug. Yeah, I could do that, but I don't know. I don't know how much participation. Like, I feel like that's the sort of thing where there would be a lot of enthusiasm from the average person, but 10K? How rich do you think I am, mate? I could send you 10,000 pennies. $100K Zimbabwe dollars. Actually, I could send you 100K Dogecoin, probably. Actually, no, I need to look at the value of Dogecoin. Aren't they close to like a penny right now? Anyway. 100K dwarf bucks. Dwarf coins. Named dwarves in the fort currently are Alf G, Amelia, Micah, and Squizzly. Crude oil for prizes. A cup of oil would be worth it. Yeah. Squizzly, glass half empty, tiny Haj, tiny hippo, and 2 tiny dwarves. And Seth TV and Wilm, as well as the bard Shorthast. Now, we do have one dwarf who is a possible infestee who's Tosid. Now, Tosid is the Sacred Slaughter. The Sacred Slaughter is the leader of the Communion of Gods, our most popular religion. It is the god of death and war. I mean, look at that face. Very serious dwarf. This particular dwarf is gregarious. He has a high social awareness. He disdains hard work and has a developed sense of empathy and a high kinesthetic sense, and he's humorless. This is a possible infectee. His last name is Guiltmonk, which is like just perfect. I love it. He truly treasures the company of others. He has little interest in joking around and rarely feels discouraged. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can handle stress. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Tiny Dwarf Collective. The Tiny Dwarf Club. So we do have gold. We got zinc. We've got tetrahedrite. We've got this lower cavern layer. I had a adventurer, and I think I locked them out in the caverns. There was a monster hunter who came into the fort and then went off and went missing. So I suspect that I locked him in the caverns somewhere around here. There's a dead body. Oh well. Nothing of value was lost. Yeah, nothing of value was lost. So yeah, that's the current status of the fort. I'm thinking I will retire the fort. Either the end of 214 or the end of 215. Because if I do it in the end of 215, like winter 215, then I would have winter to adventure, then reclaim the fort, and then we'd have 216 through 226. Can you translate what that means? Like, do you want a beard or no beard? They literally all fit on one page, so you could just pick one if you like. I'm wearing sweatpants, and I'm just gonna change into shorts. I did this yesterday too, but turns out having a computer that's blasting like 40 degrees Celsius, not quite at your knees, but like in the room with you, heats the room up. Also grab my bottle of water. Burr the Engraver. Gotcha. I do have an Engravers Guild. It's one of the first things I built. I don't know. Amelia, I don't know. We'll see. Something to think about, I suppose. It's just an idea that popped into my head 3 seconds ago, so. Has like 30 sacred slaughterers, so not that special? Sure, but like how many members? Like that's just the religious leader, which is 1 in 10. So that means that there's at least 300 members of that religion, right? I mean, what's the higher rank? Because it's the sacred slaughter, which is like the normal priest, and then there's the high priest, which is the rare one, which you only get when you have 25 worshippers. Bur the Engraver. Oh, wait, you want me to call you 409? Sure, I can do that. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else and can be very single-minded. He's not inherently proud of his talents or accomplishments and is quite ambitious. He's quick to form negative views about things and can handle stress. He bites his nails when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally treasures leisure time, but he thinks it is very important in life. He treasures leisure time, and he thinks it's very important in life. He dreams of mastering a skill. I think I'm going to put this dwarf as the captain of the guard. Or at this point, the sheriff. One most exalted authority? Good to know. He likes Pericles and nickel silver, as well as cherry opal. Judgment of Strikeling's leather. Judgment of Strikeling's leather. Cool. And amber, the color aqua. Beds. I also like beds, especially when they're delivered correctly. I'm waiting. Delivery company that shall not be named. The words of the golden rod of smiles on the sight of the veneration of luxuries and when possible prefers to consume giant monarch butterfly and long yam plants. Aren't monarch butterflies poisonous? And prickleberry wine and absolutely hates purring maggots. Yeah, that's very nice of them to do that. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, and his long mustache is neatly combed. But yeah, no, it's gonna be real cool to see. Chad, I feel like this dwarf should be in the military. What do you think? Should we make a sheriff super early? You didn't know maggots purr? Purring maggots purr, normal maggots don't purr. Only purring maggots purr. Do it. All right. We'll do that. I'm gonna have to get this dwarf all set up with the dining room and such. So, kind of the first main plan I want to do is I want to get this cavern layer sealed up. That is the first thing I want to do. I want to get this water down here prepared so that I could use it for power. And I would like to, which is probably really easy, just go like up here and then that way. This upper level, I want to get bolt throwers set up, more than just these two. And I would like to get a prison set up, which is why I'm kind of like, sure, let's do an early captain of the guard. And I need to get more bedrooms made. Those are kind of like the early projects. The other thing I would really like to get done today is I'd like to find the magma sea, and I would like to get some magma forges on this level if possible, or at least have areas set up that are ready to have magma forges put onto this level. And I need a well. So this is a very, very, very steep cliff. There is nothing growing on the surface, but we do, in fact, have access to sand. There is this kind of cool little spike over here in the corner, which is pretty fun. What's that? Oh, a cockatiel. Look at that. Nifty. So this is kind of fun. Maybe we can do something with that in the future, but there's other fun spikes too. There's this one. that kind of goes out this way, which we could also do something with in the future. But because this is a very, very mountainous fort, there's a neat feature here. That was one of the main reasons we settled here. This is a road. So this is a dwarven road that starts down here and travels up this way, meaning this fortress will be very easy to find in adventure mode because you just need to walk up this cliff and then take a right. Skybridge Tower could do something like that, yeah. Could definitely do something from there to there. I mean, I'm slowly, on lower priorities, channeling this down and removing, like, the edge supports, basically. So I am slowly getting rid of the front of this. I'm just going to kind of go down until it's probably around here. Maybe give it an overhang. And then I want to increase this overhang up here. So, like, cut out this, cut out this, cut out this, cut out this. Trying to make the fortress as hard to access at the front door as possible, because this is, because this fort is going to become another, like, essentially a no pause run, is kind of how this style of fort ends up playing. And because of that, I need to be super cautious with my constructions, because if I'm not, then I will end up in situations where, you know, I could, like, the new sieges could be very scary if I can only pause every 5 days. Could you use the road as a trap if NPCs use it automatically? NPCs don't use it automatically, and no. It is purely a feature for adventure mode that'll make it easier to find the fortress. It will not change how NPCs function whatsoever. All right, and we did just get a new migrant wave. So one thing I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to... I need to find a militia commander. Like fact-oriented, kinesthetic sense, patient. Are you brave? It's always tense and jittery. Brave in the face of imminent danger. Tends to formally to farm. She doesn't seek out excitement, but she tries to keep her things orderly. She's quick, comfortable with others of a different appearance or culture. She finds obligations confining, but she's conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she occasionally overindulges. I'm going to add that dwarf, this dwarf, as a militia commander. So your name is Cog, and you are a miner. And then I'm going to just do metal armor. And I'm going to throw in 409 as the leader of that one. Goblins don't like vampires? What does that have to do with much? Are you telling me I need to go to war with vampires? I mean, the goblins aren't going to know that there's a vampire here. The goblins just don't like very much. They only ever dislike, which is why there's no goblins on Facebook, because there's no dislike button. Persistency is the attainment of perseverance of knowledge is vain and foolish. So chat, you guys excited about anything in the patch? I'm actually a little bit sad that they fixed the infinite artifacts. Like, it's a good change. It's good that they fixed it, but that one does actually make me a little sad. I'm not gonna lie. Does actually make me a little sad. Oh, come on, don't give the goblins positive traits. Or are you trying to tell me that all the goblins are on Telegram? Actually, we all know the answer. The goblins are on Tumblr. Come on. The creators of Goblin Mode? I mean, come on, seriously. The dwarves are all on Reddit. It makes them fire resistant? I'm pretty sure dwarves are pretty fire resistant already. I'm not sure what that has to do with Facebook or Twitter, but she likes to brawl and can handle stress. Okay. Get it, Bessemer. You have 2 lovers and 2 children and... Okay, I don't know who this person is. But if you to those, so where you can go look at legends if you like, by typing in !! legends in the Twitch chat, and same with the YouTube chat. This person, Besmer, their aunt has a really long name. Saxul Ultarorman Gostradalis Or. I wonder what they did to get such a long title. Or are you telling me that elves are like hippie mom bloggers? The elves are still in a web ring somewhere. Like they're still on GeoCities. We don't know how, but they're still there. Sorry, you need to make that plural. I could add an alias so that the non-plural would work too, if that would make things helpful. Here. But this person's last name is Spire Ringed. You always watch you while you're going to sleep. You like the stories from your forts? Well, cheers! 10-pound Bussy. Did you follow me on Twitch recently as well? I saw 10-pound Bussy in a follow on Twitch, and I'm convinced that you must be the same person. There's no way that you are separate people, because that is too specific of a name. But it's good to see you. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. Does that mean you usually watch the live streams, or you watch the videos to fall asleep? Because the VODs are available on YouTube as well. That's interesting to you. On at Blind Extras on YouTube, or the secret playlist on the main channel. They post screenshots from old black and white movies without context and stylized clips of poems. So there's this video that Techmoan uploaded pretty recently where he was talking about gramophones and wax cylinders. And in that video, he very briefly falls into the, I guess, active world of people who manage and maintain and restore wax cylinders for music. And it's mostly like very old school jazz fans. Edison cylinders and gramophones. It's not spelled with a D. It's not grandma. It's grandma. So back here, I think I will put the captain of the guard's bedroom. You know what? I'm actually going to prep for the other things there. This is going to be a different space. I'm going to put the captain of the guard's bedroom here. Although initially it'll be a not a bedroom, but a captain of the guard's office, dining room, and bedroom. But right now they're the sheriff, not the captain of the guard. But it's all the same thing, really. So that can be office, this can be bedroom, and their dining hall. Or maybe dining hall, office, bedroom. Could do mayor's space the same way and prep for that as well. So mayor's bedroom. Mayor's office, dining hall, etc. Dungeon, sure. Well, I was thinking like space for additional religious figures. Dungeon could go over here, maybe. That's kind of what I was thinking. You know, something like this, potentially. Could also, ooh, actually, I've got an idea. So Twitch chat, I need a round of beers. YouTube chat, can I get you to click the party button a bunch? 10-pound Bussy, which is username of all time, chucked out 10 memberships in the YouTube chat. It's the first gift to the stream, I think. Actually. I think it's just been resubbed here on Twitch today. Looks like it. So thank you. Appreciate you. As a small reminder, I have a new page on my website called blindirl.com/support. There should be a link in the YouTube stream, and there's a command in the Twitch chat, which is !support. Basically goes down the list of like all the different places you can support the channel and like the different percentages I get. And also alongside of that, there is a sale going on my website right now where if you subscribe at the recommended tier, which gives you some sound command perks on the Twitch chat, as well as the ability to skip the naming queue if you can get my attention, which isn't as hard as it sounds, then if that's something that's interesting to you, go to my website at pindirl.com. I didn't name them, they did. No mold. Although I am convinced that there is like a certain type of person on the internet who gives himself a dumb username so that people on Twitch have to say it. It's just like, was it Blink-182? It was some pop punk band named their like record label or their like the thing that they're marketing or like that their legal office was tied to something really, really dumb so that their lawyer had to say it in court. It was like poo poo pee pee butt or something. I need to go look it up. It's one of those people. Are you a Gouda farmer or are you a farmer that makes Gouda? Like, are you good at farming? Gouda at farming? I can't even. Sounds like, I think it was Blink. Definitely their sense of humor, but. Childish and dumb. But I don't know. I also kind of respect it to a degree. That looks nice. I could do something with that. Just like a tree with like Gouda cheese wheels falling off of it. I could see it. I'd eat it. Sure, it tastes good. Okay, so down here, we're making day site blocks. Should also just go to one of these and just make unrelated blocks. Just general blocks. Let's do an additional hundo. You right here. Let's go table. So on all three of them, I'm specifically making day site blocks. Here we're gonna make 20 tables, and I'm gonna make them out of a fun color. Let's say nice. Yeah. Then over here, I'm gonna make an additional 20 thrones. We're also gonna make those out of nice. So they have a nice place to sit. Hold on, let me like go fact check who called them that. Okay, so Blink-182 has a holding company called Poo Poo Butt Inc. because members of it thought it would be funny to hire managers and accountants and attorneys to say the name. So the holding company that owns their music is called Poo Poo Butt. Yeah. I don't know. You know, I wonder if that's something you regret as an adult. You know, 10-pound Bussy, your name reminds me of somebody who was a regular in the Twitch chat for a good while, but I admittedly haven't seen around in a bit. For, you know, a million reasons or whatever. But their username was Sweet Sparkle Farts. Same vibe. It's worth it for me because I like staring at colors other than gray. Pizzicato, but it's higher value ceiling, basically. Like, you just have the base value, but once you've put blocks on it, you've added an extra material to it, so you've increased its base value, and then you can engrave it, which increases its increased base value. So it's basically more valuable for you to do it by building something and then putting flooring on it. It's more valuable from the get-go, that's all. I'm gonna butcher 2 dogs. Sorry. And I'm going to butcher 2 of my pigs. Because we have puppies and we have piglets. Because I would like to have some food variety up in here. And it's time to make a kitchen. like how many color varieties I've gotten here. I'm always worried when I start a new fort that I'm not going to have many interesting color varieties. The other thing I need to do is I need to go over here and I need to do gems. Just do everything. Smoothing walls and floors does increase the value. Engraving them increases the value as well. But for me, it's specifically like, I would do this even if it didn't increase the value. There's a stray rabbit that must be butchered. I would do it even if it didn't increase the base value, purely because I just, what's most important to me is that something looks good. If it doesn't look good, then I'm already not keen on doing it. And then I need basically a wood stockpile over here. Real tempted to make this into an infinite stockpile. I might do it that way. Yeah, let's make an infinite stockpile. I'm also tempted to do some minecart tracks in this fort because I think they'd be fun to watch. We might do that soonish, actually, to go underground. So the way I'm going to do this is this is a wood stock pile. This is also going to be a wood stock pile. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to click add new route to minecarts. I'm going to click select track stop and click that, which I set to dump to the right. I will rebuild it to show you. Click that to the right, place it. It can be any material, just day-side blocks in this case. Then you click on the green button, delete all those, you don't need those. Click on the load button and click wood and just all in this case. Click on the stockpile button and click load from. They're gonna load from there. And then once this is constructed, just because it's easier, I will assign a minecart to it. So now we just wait until they construct it. I never pre-plan. I have people in chat say that they don't like things like aquifers and they don't like pre-planning because like caverns and aquifers can ruin their plans. And I think that like I generally have a general idea in my head of like what area I want something to happen in, so stuff doesn't end up being super like awkward for the dwarves to access. But if I pre-plan things, I find the game just throws a wrench into my plans most of the time, and I find that to be pretty icky. So I don't pre-plan stuff so that I have flexibility. So, the second half, Gory Pause. We're also in an ad break, so I will actually pause game. Do precious metals as 4 plates add more value? Yes, because it's based on the value of the material that you use to build the floor. Also, in regards to 10-bound Bussy's username, there's a journalist who talks about the live streaming spaces, so like Twitch, YouTube, the other places where you can live stream. And he runs a pretty successful newsletter called tos.gg, and his name's Zach Bussy. And it's really funny because every now and again, like his name will come up in another context, and I'll be like, that has to be Zach Busey. And he almost always quotes and he goes, sorry, it's Bus-E. It's like it's always been pronounced that way. It's like, oh man, Zach. Yeah, see, this is why you, like, you know, in real life, right? When they're going to go mine something, they dig scouting holes. So if you're pre-planning, like, you basically have to do some scout digging first before you do your planning. If you want to pre-plan stuff, then you have to do it the way they do it in real life, which is make sure that you actually have the space to build the thing. And the last thing I got to do is just assign a minecart, because there's a dwarf coming over here with a minecart. Or a dwarf coming over here to build the stop, and then I just need a minecart there, and then we can just have wood there that's close by and accessible. I'm just going to throw a carpenter shop here, because carpenter shops are not something you ever need a lot of. And then I can get rid of this carpenter shop over here. So, yeah, no, I mean, I also just don't pre-plan stuff because that's, I don't know, my brain just never works that way. It just doesn't. If my brain worked that way, then maybe I would do that, but it doesn't, so it's not actually more efficient for me to do it that way. So now we're just sitting here with a lot of hauling jobs, which is fine. Yeah, I've seen that font, which looks surprisingly good too. I mean, I think in all these cases, like, the slang existed after the term, you know? Like, things were busies and bussies before the slang bussy was a going concern. So, I've got a bunch of milk barrels that I bought from the last traders, so I'm actually just going to milk animal, but primarily we're just going to make some cheese. Just to clean those up, deal with the extra space. But I don't know, chat, do you try to pre-plan? I almost think that the blueprint tool, which has been in Dwarf Fortress for a very, very, very long time, is almost like, it's not like it's a lie. I think, like, a lot of people expect different functionality from a blueprint tool. Like, it's less of a blueprint tool and more of a pause tool, you know? Like, I could change selections to blueprints like this. Oops, this one. And now they're paused. But, like, it's not really a planning tool. At least that's not how I use it. I use it as, like, a pause tool, basically. Also, I think some of the coolest looking forts I've ever built are the ones where I was building one thing and then had to cut my plans in the middle because I hit something that I wasn't expecting to hit and then had to build something different. Like, it does lead to really interesting designs. So I think that part's valuable, actually. You pre-plan, but only roughly? Yeah, I think you need to always leave some flexibility for unexpected changes. But that's just me. Jornelia says, I do not pre-plan my fort designs. I always build a little starter fortress. And once a crack or two cavern layers, then I build your fort around specific geography. Yeah, I feel like if you're going to pre-plan your whole fortress, at least just, like, dig down to the first cavern layer first. Like, figure out where it's going to be. How high is this mountain? That's a good question. I don't know the exact numbers. Yes would be the default. Layer 49 to layer 106, and it goes up an additional to 21. If you want to download this world and you're in the Twitch chat, just type in !legends, and that has a link to the DFFD where you can just grab this save if you like it. Or you can grab the world install before I put any fortresses in it. This one is, like, right here, right on a road. We're a part of the dipped volcano, and we are at war with an elven faction. I didn't start it, the dwarves did, okay? So you can't blame me. I didn't do it. It's not my fault. It's not, wait, did that say Bad Hollow? Bud Hollow, okay. You're all about Bad Bud. So, yeah. I mean, the whole point of this world generation was to develop really deep oceans, and it turns out when you have very sheer cliffs and very deep oceans, you also have very tall, pointy mountains. So, you get Canada. That was a feature in the game Snatcher Hardcore. That will be a feature probably sometime this year again, when Tarn finishes rebuilding it, so that it's less clunky. Hopefully. Or just as clunky, but in completely different ways. New and exciting ways. YouTube chat's talking about being an adventurer and building a cabin, which, you know, was a feature in adventure mode. Currently, no. However, if you... so, Tank, currently, no. You say, is there a way to make peace with civs that you're at war with? Chat, would you prefer that I respond to people by their username or reading out the thing that they wrote? I actually don't know what's easier for you guys to follow. I just kind of talk and never really think about it all that much. But Tank says, is there a way to make peace with civs that you're at war with? You've never messed with it much? Currently, no. There is, but the player has no control over it. That can only happen during World Gen. However... if you look at the current roadmap, which I guess is now one post further back, of things that Tarn is actively working If I scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Yes, it's this one. They're working on this. Improve diplomacy, clean up negotiations, send messengers to other sites, and the ability to see existing petitions. This is probably going to do something with that, as well as this, which is using outside armies, send out squads to muster armies in the hillixes, so you'll be able to get extra soldiers. I don't know if you'll actually be able to see them, but you'll be able to get extra soldiers from local dwarven settlements, and you'll be able to send scouts to get a warning before you get attacked. So it's going to give you more flexibility during war, at the very least. I've been playing this game for on and off since 2009, so I think it's fair to say that I've been playing this game for like 15 years, Gory Paws. I don't know, man. My forts look terrible to me. So, like, I think beauty is in the eye of, like, the beholder, and if you're seeing something that you didn't build that's new to you, it looks good to you. Like, I look at a random stream on Twitch and I go, oh my god, this fort looks so much better than mine. But, you know, it's all a matter of perspective, right? Dealer's choice, beard or no beard? That's the one question I'm gonna ask. If you don't have any preference, then I will give you whatever I see first. If you do have preference, let me know if you'd like a beard or no beard. This is going to be Sheriff's Space. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go place, I'm going to go labor, kitchen, and I'm just going to go to seeds and see what we have. Yeah, just leave those all, don't cook. Don't cook my booze. I actually don't want them cooking my pigtails, because otherwise I will be low on stuff. I normally let them brew pigtails, and I normally let them cook plump helmets, but because there is no surface plants growing on this map, I need to be pretty selective about how I cook stuff. So let's do that, and then go here, and then just say fine meal, and just do 10 monthly. No preference dispute. That is a preference, my guy. Okay, I will scroll down. You get English. The Engueva. Did you have a dwarf previously? If so, let's do a play on your name. I need to check legends. I think you did, and I think they died. But I want them to be easy to search. Maybe don't. Unless you named them something other than Gory Paws. But that's fine then. Gory Paws. Fortress yawns. This place is so sleepy, man. You want to wander, be with family, and pray to Earth. Are you part of the... You are not part of the most popular religion. You're actually part of the High Order. So you're like, religion, dude. He eschews practical concerns for philosophical discussion, puzzles, and riddles in the world of ideas, and could be considered rude and is probably a bit uptight and insufferable. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He enjoys the company of others and likes a little excitement now and again. He is conflicted by this as he values words that he can read and not ones that he loses his place in. Where am I? Because he likes a little excitement now and then, and he is conflicted by this as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually, but prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and has an active imagination. He tends to hang on to grievances and is curious and eager to learn and needs alcohol to get through the working day. If you'd like to look yourself up, your last name, you created Bubnus Bubben, which is one of the few artifacts in the fortress, which is a hematite scepter, which is why you're legendary. And your last name is Fortress Yon, so you can go look yourself up if you like. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally values a peaceful day and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't particularly value the truth. He likes granite, lay pewter, and brutes, three-eyed brutes, Sorry, he likes granite lay pewter, brown zircon, ibex leather, gems, and three-eyed brutes for their bloated appearance. And when possible, of course, he prefers to consume desert tortoise and artichoke wine. And hates leeches. Me too. Very relatable. It's when they hate mosquitoes, hate flies, and hate leeches that I'm like, yep. High order? Dude. Maybe that's why he lives here, because we're very high up in these mountains. You're in love with Alf G, the miner. And you were one of the starting 7, it looks like, because you do have a bunch of kindred spirit friends and no family. So yeah, you wouldn't have done much then. And you're a starting woodcutter. Welcome to the fort. Reading the message aloud is nice. Usually by the time you get to the message, it's disappeared for us. Oh, on the Twitch side? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sitting there going like, oh, it'd still be in the chat, but yeah, I guess. No, that makes sense. Twitch allows blending chats now, and I'm like undecided how I feel about wanting to do stuff with that, because like there are several bots that let you blend the chats. But like, as an example, if somebody subscribes in the YouTube chat to my blog to get perks, I still wouldn't be able to give it to them. So it would just, it currently still just better for me to prioritize the Twitch chat. I don't know. I'm like conflicted how I feel about that or what I want to do with that. So I'm kind of just waiting for feedback to see what people start asking for. Someone recently got banned for this? No, it was like literally on what, Friday or something that Twitch is like, we're no longer enforcing this. We will let you do that as of Monday or something. Can you ask a question? If blinking means legendary skill, yes. If you see blinking color, it means they're legendary in at least that category. So Gory Paws is labeled as an engraver, which they are legendary at, but they could be labeled as an engraver and be a legendary engraver, but also be a legendary stonecutter. Basically, it means that they have a legendary skill. Or it could be one that's unrelated, so they could be like a legendary poet, and then they would still be labeled as an engraver and be that color, even though they're a legendary poet. You know? It's one of those, like, I do actually very much understand where Twitch was coming from when they were like, we don't allow that as part of their terms of service. It makes a lot of sense because platforms are beholden to things that happen on their platform, right? So if somebody is going around and saying, I don't know, really racist things in chats, but they're doing it on not Twitch, they're doing it on Kick or YouTube or TikTok chat, then Twitch can't enforce that. And so that's why it's always been like a dicey thing to permit. And so from that perspective, I kind of get it. Like, I kind of can't. I see that perspective. It makes a lot of sense to me, but I'm just going to jump down to the caverns, which is quite far down, so I'm using hotkeys. But I've got a few animals that need to be moved down here. You know, one of the other platforms. I mean, where else would people be saying stuff like that? I mean, it wouldn't be on YouTube. Not those lovelies. I haven't decided where I'm going to put a tavern yet, and I think I might actually just put it on the layer above. Because this is becoming kitchens, and I'm going to do food storage beneath. So I think, like, tavern might just go up here. Just make a nice big tavern up there. I mean, as long as Twitch has existed, and as long as YouTube live streaming has been a thing that's existed, Pizzicato, there has always been one or two platforms that have existed as the place that people go when they get banned for being assholes on the other platforms. That's always existed. Like, it was Azubo for a while. It was Smashcast for a while. It was, you know, what was the name of that other one? Hitbox. Does anybody here remember Hitbox, or is it just me that remembers Hitbox? There was Stream.me, not Beam.me. That was the one that got bought by Microsoft eventually. Like, I don't know. As long as I've been doing this, there's always been one or two, like, platforms that have just kind of been there that everybody knows exists, that everybody's kind of like... But, like, everybody also at the same time kind of accepts because, like, you know, that's how markets work. Like that Zillion OP guy you know, who scammed a bunch of money out of people raising money for wheelchairs that he didn't use or need. Because he wasn't actually in a wheelchair. Like that guy. Like that guy. Mountainside view from floor to ceiling windows. Yeah, we could do something. Maybe not with windows, because windows are very breakable. But I could do, like, fortifications with windows in front of them, or windows behind them. What, for live streaming? Dino Nixus? As in, like, in the chat? I honestly, like, I think it's just the habit of how people use YouTube, you know? Like, Dino says, Dio in YouTube chat says YouTube can be quite the wasteland. And I'm assuming that they mean, like, the YouTube chat. It's because, like, the chat isn't open by default when you open a YouTube live stream. Like, I think maybe 10 to 15% of the people watching the live stream don't even realize it's a live stream and think it's a video. And a lot of people use YouTube as, like, background noise on their TV or just something open in another tab, whereas Twitch is more of, like, I realize a lot of streams on Twitch are second monitor entertainment or, like, minimized entertainment, background noise stuff as well. But the platform is more built for first monitor entertainment. This is the same world as the Whale Fort, yes. Squidward is up there. Up there! They've got 300 people there and are apparently doing quite well. But they are a different faction. I could go request tribute from them. Then they'll come trade with me. Maybe not right away, but... This is live? What? That's crazy. I didn't know. I don't even feel alive. That explains why my soul feels so empty inside. I mean, I maintain, Lorner, the funniest thing I ever heard from a viewer was the person who tuned into chat who said, "You woke me up last night." And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "I was listening to one of your VODs from a couple months ago, and I heard you mention my name." Said, "Hello, how are you doing?" Genuinely one of the funniest things. Although in regards to YouTube chat being a bit of a wasteland, I did realize recently that I fucked up. So I just want to apologize to all of those of you who do enjoy chatting in the YouTube chat. I want to apologize because initially when I started streaming on YouTube, I had it set to subscribers only. I turned that off about, I don't know, a year ago now and just let anybody talk. And recently, I thought that I screwed up. But recently, I don't know when, YouTube changed it now, so whenever you create a new stream, it defaults to subscriber only, so you have to go in and manually change it to anybody can speak. That's not a good way of doing moderation, YouTube. Just give us actual moderation tools, thank you. But, like, so I unknowingly, like, nuked half of the, like, casual viewers' ability to speak in my chat, and I'm sorry. I screwed up. The reason I retired Squidward was, 1, I kind of completed the goal. 2, I kind of completed the goal in a way that made the fortress run so slowly that it wasn't pleasant to play. And 3, it was very clear that both I and chat was getting real tired of how unpleasant that fort was to play. And I just kind of lost my steam to play it. I still have the save file for it, but I'm probably not going to go back to it. Yeah, that's all it really is I kind of lost the wind to play it through because of how slow it had been running. Yeah, that's all it really is. I feel kind of bad about it, but at the same time, like, it happens sometimes. I kind of admit defeat, I guess. Because it took about 4, like, the game never crashed. But what I was doing required the game running at about 1 frame every 25 to 40 seconds for a while, followed by then the game running at about 1 frame every 8 to 10 seconds for about 3 hours. And then it would, like, just as badly to refill it towards the end of refilling it. And, like, sometimes I just need to look at the analytics and be like, chat's bored. Was very much the case, and I was also bored, so I don't blame chat. It was an ambitious goal, and I think we kind of did it, but yeah, I would like to try and do something similar again. I will make that happen at some point, but it could even be done in this world. I just, yeah, I need to not. You woke up and checked the time and dreamt that you were 18 hours late to work? That's funny. I went to bed last night at 9 p.m. I normally go to bed around midnight. And I woke up at 6:30 in the morning thinking that I was late to stream. Oh, actually, I've got some good news. I've got some other good news. Not outside of the other good news that I mentioned earlier. You want to know the other good news, chat? Because there's multiple newses that are both goods. The other good news is pretty simple and straightforward. Apparently my province is getting rid of daylight savings time. We're going to stop moving after this summer. So as I understand it, there's going to be a time change on Sunday. And then there will be a time change at the end of summer. And then no more time changes. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Ah! Fuck yeah, BC. David Eby doing his job for once. Legislation that makes sense. I mean, it's the one thing I really agree with. Is it Nevada that does that, or is it Arizona that one of those like weird desert wastelands in the U.S. doesn't do that? And neither does Hawaii, right? It's Arizona? Yeah, it's Arizona. Parts of Arizona, not even all of it. Oh, I was always like, I think Phoenix doesn't change the clocks. And I had some friends who lived in Phoenix who always complained about Phoenix and was always like, but we don't, at least we don't have to do the time changes. Camera's lagging a little bit. Maybe I have to reset the firmware again. Doesn't Indiana skip it? The only Indiana I know is Jones, and he has a whip, so. But they named the dog Indiana. I think. Except for a native province, and except... although, I should specify. It's not actually all of BC. There's a few border towns that, like, that are technically both... that are, like, in the Alberta time zone that aren't going to be doing it because they're in mountain time or whatever. But all I have to say is, since we're doing it, hey, California, you should follow. Hey, California, you want to be the cool kids on the West Coast with us up here in BC? Hey, Alaska, you guys want to be the smart kids on the West Coast up here with BC? We can do it. We can work together. Georgia skips. Sure. I mean, Hawaii makes sense because, like, it's such a small place that, like, yeah, you can just, like, not do it. I think that's all the barrels. Yep, that's all the barrels. So it's another dwarf free now. You're hauling day site boulders. That's my marble back there. I'm thinking I'm going to build some forges back here and start doing a little bit of metalworking. Just a little bit. I had a bunch of wood, but no, there really isn't. Rock pots are just kind of better in almost every way. Just due to availability. Oh wait, your premier hates humans? Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. All I can do is just kind of like nervously laugh whenever the Fords come up. And then just apologize. It's like, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I just, like, people in BC and myself included, we like to make fun of Toronto. And we like to make fun of Ontario just because, I don't know. Canada is just always like thumbing our noses at the rest of the country. Just, I don't know, because we're bored. But like at this point, like I can't even make fun of you guys anymore. That's not true. I can still make fun of the Leafs whenever they lose. But that's just because Vancouver has a lot of Leafs fans, and they're funny when they get mad. But at the same time, like, yeah, I can't. I don't know. I feel bad for Toronto. Like, Toronto is this close to being one of the nicest cities in Canada. But just like this sad wannabe Santa Claus running the province just won't let it happen. Please make fun of us. You do it all the time. Yeah, but I don't live there. And you guys are trying to do enough things that I just kind of feel bad. Like, the only difference between the city I live in now in Victoria and the downtown nice parts of Vancouver is, like, we actually have mostly sane people in charge, generally, that start doing a thing and are like, yeah, we'll continue doing this because it makes things nicer for everybody. No, we all just kind of ignore Quebec because Quebec is too busy fucking themselves, mostly. Because Quebec is like, we're going to make life difficult for everybody who lives in Quebec and everywhere else unless you give us exactly what we want. And then we never give them what they want. So then they just go, patooey, and then spit on the floor and be sad and act French. And then when you do give them what they want, they go patooey and spit on the floor and be sad and act French and complain more. It's like, there's no winning with you people. It'd be cool if the wood floors look different from the metal floors. They do. What? Metal floors look totally different than wood floors. It's a completely different pattern. I don't have any metal bars at the moment, or I'd show you, but they do. What? Also, I don't need to do this, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to get rid of this part of this stockpile and lower this down to 1 wheelbarrow. And I'm going to get rid of this part in this stockpile because I don't like it when dwarves are just constantly walking over stockpiles. And then I'm going to get rid of these 2 walls as a mode of pathing and then set this as the walk zone. Because, I don't know, I like it when they don't walk over stockpiles. Same with this. I'd need to check, but like I'm mostly certain that wood floors have never looked like metal floors. They've always had a different pattern, I'm pretty damn sure. If not, I know that there's a mod for that, but it's the glass floors when they get engraved that I don't like. Because they stop being opaque when they get engraved, and that bothers me. But yeah, I'm just gonna like double check exactly what we're like when savings time ends. That's weird global news. I went to hit X on like accept cookies, and instead of like letting me close the accept cookies button, it just deleted the accept cookies button. So I just declined it anyways. So we will spring forward by 1 hour on Sunday, and then no more seasonal time changes. So from March to November, we will align with the US neighbors, and then after that, nah, fuck it. But I'll test it once I get some forges made, and then I'll confirm. But I'm pretty sure they look different from like wooden floors. I'm pretty damn sure they look different, but maybe I'm just full of gas. I don't know. I will report. I'm sure the banks are gonna love confusions. I mean, like the Vancouver airport's like making a stink at the minute, so. But I don't know, whose fault is that? They already used 24-hour time. I'm sure they could just like stick with their own time zone for that one region. It'll be fine. They'll get used to it, yeah. I mean, airports are already like neutral zones, aren't they? Like, why can't they just like have their own company clock? Suck to work for the airports, but oh well. It's a great site called timeanddate.com. This is true. Yeah, actually, that's probably what they'll do. They'll probably just put extra clocks on the wall, you know? Like, in the airport specifically, I'll walk in, it'll be like local time, then it'll be like savings time. I mean, they already kind of do that for other time zones, right? Looks like somebody already got a little tired. So this is going to be the dwarf probably that I'm going to infect, unless a better candidate shows up. He seems to be doing all right. I mean, he wants to socialize, but for what it's worth, there is like... Although this, maybe this dwarf doesn't have the best-ish history. I mean, he's just kind of a made-up person. What am I infecting him with? So the whole point of this fortress is either at the end of the year 214 or at the end of the year 215. I haven't quite decided yet. Depends on how far along we are. I'm going to retire this fortress. I'm going to make an adventurer, and then I'm going to get that adventurer turned into a vampire, and then I'm going to bring that adventurer that also has been turned into a vampire to this fortress to bite one dwarf in this fortress and turn them into a vampire. This dwarf is not available to be named currently because they are a potential one for that. When that happens, I will then reclaim this fortress, and I will play again with the challenge of I'm only going to follow one dwarf in the fort, and the game is only unpaused when I'm following that dwarf for 10 years. And I'm going to basically replicate what I did with Cog, but with a vampire. Anouk, you would like a bearded dwarf. Just any bearded dwarf. And Quinn Earl Grey. Beardless. Okay. You are a armorer. Anouk Cedral. Your last name is Eiglids? I know that's Eigilds, but that looks like eyelids to me. Eyelids. It's like you're trying to say lids, but you got eyelids, but you got punched in the gut halfway through. He is prone to strong feelings of lust. Lovely. And tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tries to keep things orderly and has little interest in joking around. He is given to flights of fancy and becomes very focused during conversations when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Are you digging up one specifically that you think they should name, Necrontier? No, it's all good, Q and Green Tea. Are you telling me something from Thing that Toronto is a ginger? Is that what you're telling me? What do you mean so that nothing in this fortress that happens will actually matter all that much? I mean, it will. Retiring it, reclaiming it basically just puts the fortress on pause for 3 weeks. Like, it won't change all that much. The fortress will continue when I come back, and I will continue building. It's just whenever the game is unpaused, I will only be having a very narrow window of perspective. Looks like we are now building our workplace. It looks like it, yeah. He personally believes that self-mastery and the denial of impulses are of the highest ideals and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He likes granite, bismuth, and aquamarine helms and earrings and horses for their strength, acorn flies for their deafening buzz, and the words of the skirts of embracing. And when possible, he prefers to consume albatross, bumblebee meat, and absolutely hates moon snails. Yeah, no, I need to name the other one. This is just a nook. His long beard is neatly combed, his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. If you would like access to the command that Q and Green Tea used to skip the line as well, or alternatively make annoying loud noises on the stream, you can get that right now on my website, but you do have to use a Twitch chat for it, because I don't have that functionality in the YouTube chat. And you can get that on my website for $3.50 for the first month. $7 after that. It's the recommended tier. You just have to use code MARCH or go to blindirl.com/march. But yeah, you want some excitement, you want to argue, you want to cause trouble and fight, but like, you also want a good meal, so you seem like a pretty dwarfist dwarf. The dwarfiest of dwarves. And Q and Green Tea would like a beardless dwarf. How about this one? Tour pearls! Although you're angry after getting into an argument, so you might get upset. But you've got some family in the fortress. You've got Glass Half Empty, who is your hubby, and Wilm, here's your kiddo. You wanted, what, QN Earl Grey? Is that correct? Tea, Earl Grey, hot. She is very uncomfortable around others that are different from herself. She's extremely confident in her situations requiring her skills, and she is quick to anger. She has a calm demeanor and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Could be considered rude and is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is stubborn, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She often feels discouraged and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. She likes Realgar as well as aluminum and Dandric agate, as well as bucklers, bracelets, pigs for their snorts, dusk creatures for their macabre ways, hemp plants for their leaves, and the words of the skirts of embracing, and the sound of the vermilion rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume passion fruit wine and pig's milk. And hates slugs. Absolutely hates slugs. And you're a member of the Communion of Gods, the most popular religion in the world, which focuses on war and war. A dwarfy dwarf of the dwarfest dwarfs. I'm just checking my email because I am hoping that my bed gets delivered today. Hold on. Well, at least it's back to a waiting scheduled delivery still, so I guess that's good. For those of you who missed the bitching session at the beginning of the stream, I have a queen-size mattress I'm waiting to be delivered, which is like a 70-kilogram box, plus the other package that it's with. It's like an 80-kilogram series of boxes, and they failed to deliver it yesterday because nobody buzzed me. The Amazon package that arrived yesterday, which was unrelated, did arrive, no problem. So... by them buzzing me, but that one didn't. They just left a thing on my door that said that they failed, that I wasn't home. And they called me this morning and were like, hey, we tried to deliver a package and you weren't home. And I was like, actually, that's not true. I was home. And the guy just went, okay. So here's hoping that it gets delivered today. Do dwarves have arranged marriages? No, they do not. That sounds like a very human thing, though. Can you start adventuring as a vampire? No, you have to make them into a vampire. There might be a way to do it in DF Hack, but you have to make them into a vampire. Well, I mean, literally all they need to do is, like, you know, buzz me and I would go down there and sign for it and let them in the building. Like, I'm willing to take a break during work. Like, it's not difficult. It's not difficult. I literally have like hundreds of alibis. I've never done I'm a famous internet person and I will talk shit on the media socials if you don't, and because like, who cares? Like, that's just kind of... No. I'm not gonna do that. Do I use cage traps? Not generally. Not generally. So you don't want us to review bomb them then? I'm probably not even going to mention who the company is. It's like a more regional, smaller delivery company, but it's not the sort of one that like... It's a delivery company that like isn't something that you would use on the regular unless you're a company, you know? But they've been around for forever. Like I know I've had stuff delivered by them before, but it's been a very long time. Also, I don't think you could review bomb them any more than they've already been review bombed. I went and looked at the reviews for the local location, and it was 1.5 stars. So, like, I don't think you could actually make much of a dent. And if they don't deliver it today and insist that they go by their company policy, which is like, if they can't deliver it the first time, then you have to go pick it up, then they can just ship it back, and I will complain at the customer service of the company that I bought the mattress from, and then buy a mattress from somebody else. That's my plan. So, worst case scenario, I get a refund. So I'm not the one losing here. Was only acquaintance to the hobby. I mean, sometimes, like, often the way people run their dwarven fortresses, that ends up happening. But Kaz, thanks for the Prime for 13 months. Welcome back. I saw you got a YouTube membership too. Cheers, mate. So now you can beer in 2 chats. What? That was not the button I clicked on. Let's just do hematite, because I've seen that, and tetrahedrite. Cheers! Thanks for checking us a singular month of subscription at £10 Bussy. 1. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. For 30 days. Appreciate you, mate. And the emotes. What is the purpose of getting a vampire into the fortress then? To have him around eating people? So I did a fortress a while ago. There's a video of it on YouTube called I Followed One Dwarf for 10 years. And in that video, I follow a dwarf for 10 years. And it was a really interesting thing for 2 reasons. It was interesting because it was something that I had to go out of my way to keep that dwarf happy. I had to go out of my way to keep that singular dwarf sane, and they were a difficult dwarf to keep happy, and I had to micromanage all of their life, basically. And it made for a really interesting video, I think. A lot of people talk about it as being one of their favorites, and I've been thinking for a while about how I could remake that video or do that theme a second time, and nothing really has, like, grabbed me whenever I've thought about it. Like, it always just kind of comes back to, like, well... you know, I could just make a fortress where I follow a family. Maybe I could follow a child who's 10 till they become an adult. I was like, nah, well, that sounds kind of boring. And like, I just kind of on a lark the other day was like, yo, what if like I followed a vampire? And so essentially I'm going to be trying to make that vampire become friends with the chief of police. I'm going to try and make them influence things. I'm going to try and let them steal artifacts if I can pull that off. I'm going to try and, like, see if I can murder the mayor, you know? Like, try and figure out ways to basically build a fortress around a serial killer without them getting, like, obviously caught. And if they do get caught, helping them get away with it. I think that would just be a fun way to run a fort. because, you know, Dwarf Fortress is a very meta game about, like, trying to tell stories within the rule sets that the game permits, and I think that might be a really fun one. So, Dwarf Fortress Among Us. I hadn't even thought of that, but yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. So, yeah, that's the whole reason as to why I'm doing this. What is the benefit? There is none. Most of what you see me do in Dwarf Fortress isn't because there's strictly a positive or negative to it. Most of what you see me do at Dwarf Fortress is specifically because I think it might be interesting, and I want to try and see if I can do it. There is nothing sus about the vampire. Do not look directly at the vampire, Necrontyr. Vampire is friend, and dwarves are probably food. And also the nice thing about 10 years is, like, while it looks like a pretty long time, it's actually about 5 streams, maybe 6. So it's it's a longish time, but it's about as long as I normally run a fort. And like I talked about this a bit, and thankfully I'm more or less through it at this point, so I'm pretty comfortable talking about it now. I was real fucking depressed for a good couple months there, just through winter, mostly due to the fact that I had a broken foot and was like completely cooped up and couldn't get out of my apartment really all that much. I missed a bunch of things that I had planned that I really wanted to do that I was looking forward to, like camping trips and some concerts and stuff that I was looking forward to. And, you know, at the end of the day, like people watching these streams, like you only really see one side of me, right? You see me as like a content creator on the internet, but I'm a person, and there are times, days, and weeks of my life where like this job is very isolating, and I got real bad for about a month and a half there at doing any kind of thing for YouTube, like editing wise. So I need a project that I'm excited to put together, that I can not easily put together, but a project that I'm excited to put together that I think will make people interested when I release it. And I've got a bunch of projects that are kind of in the works at the minute, but they're all like weirder niche things that are smaller. And I've got a couple of videos that I have planned, but I'm a little bit stalled on them creatively. So I'm like kind of in a weird spot. And if I find something that like inspires me, or that I'm like, I could do this and make something cool with it, I'm just gonna jump on it and run with it. I'm certainly not a lame llama mammal, okay? I'm trying to think, what's another acronym for LLM? LARPing, languid, man, nope. Large, that's all I've got. It's fine. Why are we building floors like that in bedrooms? Because they're higher value by default and they aren't gray. And I don't like looking at gray. I like colorful forts. Behind turned off monitors. Don't feel bad, you're all good, 409. You're all good. I slept well last night and I'm in a good mood, so I can take a little bit of friendly ribbing. Let's just make multicolored rock doors. So right now, the period that we're in for the fort is trying to figure out who I want to select. And the dwarf that has stood out the most to me is this one. Tosid the Sacred Slaughter. So that's definitely my most tempted one. Adam Learns Live, thanks for the raid, man. What were you up to today? What were you working on? Welcome, Raiders. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Mods, can I get a shout out for the raiding party if I have a mod who's not sleeping right now? They may all be asleep. I actually haven't seen a mod speak in a while. Elfie might be here. I don't know. Clino might be here. Depends. Otherwise, I'll give you a shout out in a sec. But hi, I'm Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. We just got migrants. I guess they came with the raids. But thanks for the raid, mate. How's it going? Well, we are on, what, midway through year 2 of this fortress. For those of you who don't know how Dwarf Fortress works, there's 2 main modes of play in Dwarf Fortress. There's Adventure Mode and Fortress Mode. I'm building and preparing a fortress so that I can leave. Make a single adventurer, so like a solo party, basically. Go break some, like, religious laws, so I get cursed by a god and become a vampire. And then I'm going to infect one dwarf in this fort with vampirism, and then I'm going to play a self-restrictive challenge for 10 years in this fort where I'm only allowed to follow the vampires. So we're going to get a front row seat for a serial killer. Should be fun. But we're still in the preparation phase at the minute. But thanks for the raid, man. It means a lot. Seriously. It really does. And out of curiosity, what's your game? The floor is yours, mate. What kind of game are you making? Some migrants have arrived. Let's close that. Take a peek. Developed empathy. Vengeful. Poor memory and bad focus. Tough and recovers slowly. Ah. Okay. Doesn't seek out excitement. Well, you look cranky, dwarf. Suits you. I have to go stab myself with a needle. I will be back in a sec. And I will take my phone with me in case delivery company texts me. All right, stabbing complete. I'm pretty good at it these days. It's a very quick process. Skeleseller, did you send me an email about that? I feel like I got an email about that. That sounds familiar. But feel free to post the Steam page if you like. I have a hair that's touching my nose. Where are you coming from? Probably my head. You may have... You really need to go to bed. Your morning was beginning at 4:30. Oh, good lord. You should snooze good, man. Snooze good. Also, it seems like somebody brought their pet puppy. What a cutie. What's this? Oh, I need to make a stoneworkers guild. I should have seen that coming. Who brought a horse? I did not give you permission to bring a horse. Oh, Noel showed up, whose cousin's also coming with him. Prone to Discord. We're more on Fluxer these days. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Huh, well, me too. Helm's channel. More into the Discovery channel, but if the Helm channel is your thing, then that's your thing. Anger prone. Sounds like the last faction. Streamer has to carry hard. I've been told that I am the person who plays this game. On an average day, we have like 150. On a great day, we have like 400. There's also an additional, like, what, how many? I actually don't know. I don't have the YouTube tab open. Like 60 on YouTube. Although YouTube is strange, and it jumps up and jumps down. periodically with little pattern behind it. You need food? I understand that. Enjoy your foods. Somebody brought lunch. Yeah, that's the horse, right? Not the dog, though. The dog's named. Everybody worships this Steelborn. That is definitely like a fantasy RPG that had too much money behind it that's gonna lay everybody off 3 days after it releases because nobody bought it. And your cousin already arrived. You have 2 lovers. We're only aware of one of them. Arm Oars. That's a funny last name. It sounds like Armors, but it's Armors. Armors more like Armors. Standard gods. Do you worship the standard god? Oh, well, you do, but you're a ranger. Does not value skills related to fighting. Is a proficient ranger. Do I have... I could actually give you a crossbow and let you be a hunter. I'm gonna check that box even though I don't have the stuff for it. Overconfident, tolerant, rude, creative, developed empathy. Dreams of skills, extremely confident in herself, requiring her skills. Quick to move to negative things. She's moved by art and natural beauty. She's troubled by this. Since she dislikes the natural world, she's quite ambitious and does not often feel lustful as a calm demeanor. I'm gonna chuck you in the military. Last guy worships fish. Was it the fish? I don't think it was. Oh, worships all of the gods. I mean, maybe we could go down some weird religious routes if that one god is still the Maroon. I read that as the Moron Theater. The Maroon Theater and the Sunny Order. That's a new god. What's that? Actually, don't know. Let me check something. We have... Also, for those of you who came in from the raid, if you know anything about Dwarf Fortress, I'll get to you in a second, good theory. If you type in ! Legends, there is a link where you can browse the history of this world independently. It's not updated in real time, but I do update it at the end of every stream. We'll name Good in Theory after the ads are done, though, because we are in an ad break. So it's 22 out of 37 is part of that god. 34 out of 37 worship him, though. Then there's 2 in the high order. Only 2. Yeah, literally all the other religions are like kind of DOA. It's just that one. Fish worshippers can hang out with the fish. I mean, you heard it here first, folks. There's also a lot of peasants. Look at this. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 peasants. 8 peasants, folks. 8 peasants. So to answer a question from 10 minutes ago in the YouTube chat said, that's brilliant. How do you even micromanage a dwarf to interact or befriend or such in certain other dwarfs or steal in fortress mode? A lot of very creative door locking and hatch locking, which if you watch the video where I follow Cog for 10 years, you'll see a lot of creative door locking to like push a narrative, but... you just wanted a dwarf with a beard? Is that your only request? Good in theory? If so... How about As Logmoved, who's preparing a fine meal? Wants to pray. He performs the rites of the communion of gods at a dedicated temple, which he was enraptured by. Good in theory. Your last name is Painted Sound, and your wife's name is Aerith. You do have some history, so you can probably find yourself. in Legends. You do worship the communion of gods, the most popular religion, and prefers to be alone and is stubborn, somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, is often cheerful and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He has a greedy streak and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Burrows help, yes, but burrows and creative door locking, but mostly creative door locking. He personally disdains the law, really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and finds friendship burdensome. Wait, what? Oh, do you mean that they linked my my video in the announcement that went out today, like the patch notes, Zach? Because when you say that I'm on the Steam page, that makes me think that they're restreaming me, which I think they actually have permission to do, but that would just mean that I couldn't say the F word, which is scary, because I don't know if I can handle that. Yeah. It's neat that they linked that. All right, so this dwarf personally disdains the law, really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and finds friendship burdensome, dreams of mastering a skill, and likes pitch blend and platinum and fire agate, as well as lungfish, tooth, the color ivory, pebbles and leather armor, beds and copperhead, snakes for their attractive scale patterns. When possible, he prefers to consume rambutan wine and absolutely hates large roaches. I completely agree with that last bit. But yeah, honestly, I say good little dwarf. I love it when dwarves have curly hair, because then you get these hysterical afros. They're pretty great. But our current chief suspect of possible dwarf to turn into a vampire is this one. Which still means I will need to find him and bite him, which isn't necessarily going to be easy or straightforward. You love it when a faction is a popular hairstyle? Yeah, absolutely. Bunch of dogs were fighting with a coyote, it looks like. I may actually, no, I should go here, pets and livestock. War train. Geld. And I'm going to just put an animal training zone right here. That'll allow them to train those and get those done. So something else. There was a patch note that came out today which says that dwarves are going to be more likely to use higher quality food for meals instead of just like, you know, grabbing whatever's close. And that is a very exciting thing if that's real. If like that's true and they've actually done that, that's very, very, very exciting. So I'm hopeful that that is in fact the case. And if that is in fact the case, I need to check. I need to follow some dwarves around and see if they do in fact obey the law and actually eat the high quality meals that are provided for them. But I've seen some dwarves eating prepared meals in the temple instead of just consuming raw food so far today. See? Meals, giant kangaroo cheese stew. Giant kangaroo cheese stew, and more giant kangaroo cheese stews. Because they used to just like primarily go and eat ingredients instead of like the proper meals, which was annoying to say the least. Uh-oh, there's a coyote's dead body. Well, that's not good. I'm just gonna go right here. Let them dig that out. And I'm gonna go up to here and set that as a blueprint for the moment. So they'll go down here and they'll dig this out and I'll just put a body pile down here. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how well it functions. Like that's super exciting. Like if that actually does end up functioning the way I would hope it would. I also need to make a proper stoneworkers guild. So let's just go down here and just make a corpses stockpile. Especially when there's lots available. Yeah, it's quite annoying, and you previously would always have to be very specific. It was also like one of the more commonly asked questions I would get was like, how do you convince a dwarf to, like, you know, use the right food that's available when there's lots of food available? Which is always a bit of a annoyance point for a lot of people. All right, so you... Let's just do tetrahedrite. Why are you not letting me type? Let's do 11. So we'll do 12 tetrahedrite ore, which will take a little bit, but they'll get to it. You kind of just stored food in the tavern, raw food in the kitchen, and shrugged at the problem. Yeah, that's certainly a way to, like, treat it. And that's usually the way I did it too, is just make sure that the fresh food is in areas where they would grab food, but you still often see them, like, not grabbing food that you want to use. Let's just do silver warhammer and a silver warhammer, because they'll probably be enough for 2 by the time that's done. And then let's do... like copper shields. I think you are going to be placed on here because I think you're the best one, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You're accomplished too. I'm going to take you off of other tasks. This one doesn't matter so much. Anybody can queue it up, but this dwarf is primarily going to make us hammers. And you, I'm going to put on no orders, so they will start equipping stuff as it's available. Yeah, that was pretty recent. I would say a little bit further back now, but recently in the grand scheme of things, for sure. Yeah, it's not that they made Tavern Keepers less dangerous, it's they made Tavern Brawls less lethal. So, like, Tavern Brawls will still happen, but basically, like, Brawls are supposed to be, like, a slightly more risky sparring session. But the issue with them was, instead of sparring, which is going for non-lethal hits, they were going for lethal hits. So they were going for, like, the throat instead of, like, you know, bruising. Well, I mean, you do need the brawls. Like, the brawls are an intended mechanic, right? The brawls are supposed to happen. What wasn't supposed to happen was they weren't supposed to get, like, insta-gibbed. Okay, let's actually just do this before I completely forget. Oops, nope, not that one. Just all the way around the edges. I might not have any open... bins, but yeah. This isn't supposed to have bins in it, excuse me. Excuse me. Also, you're not supposed to have bars or blocks. Get rid of those. I should actually just delete this stockpile and just move... Yeah, let's just move everything inside. Okay, let's expand this. And, go to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping. They can now handle outdoor refuse. So I'm not sure where that... Oh, there are the dead coyotes. Those should get moved into here. But let's also just allow corpses. Give them time. They'll get moved. The inn had piles of dead elves in it. I mean, that can still happen. Like, don't go pretending that just because tavern brawls are less lethal, you're not going to have piles of bodies. Like, that's still going to happen. It's just going to be slightly harder for it to happen. Seems like every single cop in the city or a fire truck is going by. Every cop in the city. 1, 2, 3. I didn't do it. They drove past my door. They didn't catch me, chat. We're safe. He says there's another police car goes by. That's 4. Nope, that was an ambulance. Probably a car accident if I were to bet. They're around here too. Well, they're definitely not coming for me because they drove past. So we're safe. It's like a mosh pit. Yeah. Well, I mean, mosh pits are supposed to be non-lethal. I guess every now and again they are, but just like a mosh pit, dwarven tavern brawls are supposed to be non-lethal. I'm just going to queue up bed. And I'm going to do this where the amount of beds is less than 10. Make 20. We'll just have plenty of beds around. Or they don't know where I am. Then why would they have their sirens on? I don't know. The fact that there's an ambulance in the mix makes me think that it's probably a car accident. And I didn't see a fire truck, but they usually take a different route. Silver Warhammer. Let's do 5 of those. Let's do copper bolts. And we'll do 10 of those. Yeet, yeet, whoop, whoop. Why are you playing around? That's all I got from that. You're going to have to make up the rest. Lovely. Use silk rope so that the person who does crimes ends up with a happier person when they leave. I mean, as long as it's a well-crafted item, they're not too bothered by it, really. So, like, this is sort of a higher value one. Like, silk could be a higher value and are often higher value because often dwarves that end up making clothing end up very good at weaving and whatnot, so you end up with high quality silk if you have access to silk, which usually ends up with happier dwarves. So I do agree. I'm kind of the same. I'm using copper because it's one of the higher value materials that I have access to at the minute. So I'm not trying to make them upset by using copper chains. I usually try to give them beds and access to meals as well. And access to drinks. Something that I've done before too is in the past I've assigned my dungeons to what's the word I'm looking for here? In the past I've assigned my dungeons to be assigned as taverns. So the tavern goers will spend time in the dungeons and like make merry and sing and perform and do all the do all the tavern things that they do, but also in the dungeon. Tavern keepers will then also serve drinks to the dwarves in the dungeon, and the dwarves in the dungeon can then make friends and socialize and stuff, which also really helps. The problem is all you need is one really, really fucked up dwarf to ruin it for everybody. Like, all you need is one dwarf to just be like, I'm gonna go berserk and fucking kill 3 people, and then the world just ends, and then there's like a big fight usually. But like if the dwarves are all in prison because they committed white collar crime in general, or like they value the law so they don't like tantrum immediately when you put them in prison. It's actually like a pretty effective way to, you know, deal with dwarves who have done the crimes. Look at that. Those are some high quality Warhammers we're making. Because Tekkit knows his stuff. Knows what he's doing. But yeah, I'm very happy that Kit Fox decided to spotlight that interview. Partially because like YouTube didn't promote it much, and I got a lot of very legitimate feedback that a lot of people just aren't interested in that kind of content, and it's like, it kind of hurts, but you know, it is what it is, right? If you make very specific types of things for very specific people, you have to market it accordingly. So that's what I've tried to do, and pointing Kit Fox at him, being like, hey, if you could do it, if there's any way that you could help this video out, that'd be nice. But like, you know, it's certainly having a bit of an effect. You know, some more people are seeing it that wouldn't have seen it otherwise, and I hope that they enjoy it. Because like, you know, there's two types of content you kind of have to make as a YouTuber. There's the stuff that pays the bills, and then the stuff that like you make because you just want people to see it, and that's the second one. But it's difficult. So shout outs to Kit Fox for supporting their community with stuff like that, and also supporting the community by shouting out mods, because those are both things that are very difficult to market. Yeah, I figured this out. So YouTube chat, Spice Octopus says, Kit Fox is also a company that makes really cool aircraft. Yeah, I figured this out because like when Kit Fox games first started existing, or rather not existing, but promoting Dwarf Fortress, I remember like looking up Kit Fox a couple of times and then being very perplexed as to why all I was getting was videos of airplanes. It's like, that's not what I wanted, YouTube. But thanks, I guess. So Chad, how's your Wednesday going? All things considered. I'm very happy that like we get to get rid of daylight savings time. Ugh, can't wait. So that means technically my schedule won't be changing starting next week. It's gonna, because I'm gonna shift for the time change, but after that, no more time changing. Which also probably means that some of you, or most of you, are probably still gonna go through the time change, except I'm gonna be an hour earlier or an hour later. So I'm sorry, but I ain't changing my clocks for you guys. Let's get the chief medical dwarf in a bed. That dwarf is married, so I can get two of them in one. Get you in there. I keep this window open and do these manually so that I can see how many more dwarves still need beds. That's the main reason I do it that way. You can't wait to be able to take the dogs for a walk when you get home and the sun is still up? Yeah. I hope it helps with seasonal depression. That's like my biggest hope. Like if this like makes me slightly more seasonally stable, that'll be huge. Huge for me anyway. And to those of you who don't get to not those of you who still have to change your time, I'm sorry for bragging profusely, but I'm gonna take this win because I stated a couple months ago I need a few months of good news, and we're not getting that. So I'm gonna take the good news that I can get when I get it, and that's a piece of good news. So damn it, I'm gonna run with it. This up here is going to be our inn/tavern. Where am I microcline? $215. Yeah, that's probably still. I think what I'm going to do, I'm currently leaning the end of year 214. So we'll retire the fortress basically fall year 214. So either the end of today or the beginning of tomorrow. I mean, who doesn't like a little dungeon now and again? You know what I'm saying, 409? It's true. Also, thanks for clipping that. I didn't get a single clip yesterday, so that's the first of the week, I think. At least one that was posted. Ark the Armorer has been possessed. Ooh. And literally dropped his propelled dog intestine stew on the floor. Somebody quick get that before it goes bad. That needs to be put back into the fridge. I mean, the barrel. I think that the food patch worked. What's he going for? Grabs some radiant cut gems. Copper bars. Okay. So he's got copper bars and some radiant cut gems. I wonder if that means that I could make a armorer's shop. Although I'd need to make another anvil. We'll queue up an iron anvil. I gotta make that. So that's a temple. And I need a guild hall. What if we put the guild hall up here? Just redirect them over there. Meanwhile, Mimir over here is just, you know, managing the work orders. Wants to be around family. Yeah, we really need to get that tavern up and running. Really need to get that tavern up and running. Go to a load train, low-level tanning bed once per week in the winter month might be a placebo effect. That definitely would not help me. No, thank you. No, thank you. Absolutely not. No, for me, it's mostly like I need vitamin D. Thanks for the advice, though, but no, absolutely no interest in trying that. No, for me, it's mostly vitamin deficiencies and also just the fact that, like, for like full clarity here, I'm bipolar, so I swing anyway, like mentally. So there are months where I'm okay, and there are months where I'm kaput. Weeks rather, more so than months. But the winter just makes it more pronounced, should we say. And this year specifically, I think it was mostly because I had a broken foot. So I had 5 broken bones in my foot. They're healed now, but like there was a good chunk of time there where I was just extremely bored and desperately wanting to do literally anything and kind of couldn't because I was extremely bored. So it's supposed to be a stoneworker's guild. I'm just going to approve that now. And it seems that Anuk, our armorer, has created Loth Zotulon, a copper helm, and offers it to the momentous... Why do I keep saying momentous? It's because I've been reading Room Carnage, which is momentous. The mountainous Vale. This is a copper helm. All craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of copper. On the item is an image of Urvad Mansion Twinkles, the native gold mug in pyrite. Isn't that artifact in the last fort? It's the only time in your life you crave chocolate? Yeah. I think I'm going to give that to 409, the sheriff. And I'm going to go to the sheriff's uniform. Under headwear. Oopsies. Under headwear. I'm going to give them a specific helmet. It'll be that one. And I'm going to call this Captain. And I'm not going to save it, I'm just going to confirm it. So that's your specific custom uniform. And I'm going to set you as on duty, but like, you can still do other tasks. Could you get a dwarf with a beard, Narc? Sure. Just poking around. There's one. How's that work? It's Thursday in your country. Your stream's going well. It's good company. Cheers, man. I take I take vitamin D almost year round, with the exception of the middle of the summer. But like, I don't know. This winter was just particularly bad. Like I swing anyways, but like I tend to just mute it with like weed. But wait, there's an E there. Your last name is Tender Basements. If you want to look yourself up. He is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to hang on to grievances and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He often feels lustful and tries to keep his things orderly. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally doesn't see cooperation as valuable. He likes calcite, brass, and red beryl, cow hoof, naff fabric, and the color red-purple. Crosses, dogs for their loyalty, and the sound of the songs of glossing. And when possible, of course, he prefers to consume harp seal and rhubarbs and river spirits, and absolutely hates mussels. He's a member of the Free Coven, who does worship the most popular god in the fort, but it's a different religion. He's a vengeful quarreler with high willpower who's lustful but orderly and intolerant. Not intelligent. Intolerant. Very different words. I know the ad break literally just ended, but I'm going to let you guys follow our potential nameable dwarf. Our potential vampire dwarf, and I'm gonna go use the washroom. I need a toilet break. I'll be right back. Let me know if anything bad happens. I've made it back. In one piece, I think. Tender basement? I mean, sometimes you need to be a basement tender. Sure, there's an innuendo you can come up with there. Start a family? Well... I like that he does not value the truth and he doesn't feel strongly about the law. So maybe he's lying. Do we really know? Oh, I also need an Engraver's Guild. Might as well queue that up too. We're waiting for Tosa to do a sick wheelbarrow trick. What, do a loop-de-loop? You know... the thing that I'm just going to keep saying about daylight savings is since BC isn't changing, hopefully is changing, hopefully it's going to help push the other areas of the West Coast to adopt this much more logical form of... A goose is fighting with a giant rat? How did the goose get over there? Well, that's interesting. There's a giant hole. I should probably build up this wall. I should probably build up this wall. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I kind of like exhausted all of my Babel topics at the start of today, and I don't want to just complain about my bed not getting delivered all day. Like, I just kind of realized, like, shit, I ran out of stuff to talk about. That new Resident Evil's good, apparently, which is cool. I talked about that yesterday. I know that it might sound silly, but honestly, one of the hardest parts of this job is trying to figure out new things to talk about all day. That isn't just, like, the news. 'Cause nobody wants to talk about that. That sucks. That's no fun. That's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. We change the time on Sunday, and then we don't change again. So we gain an hour on Sunday, and then it never changes again. Conspiracy theories are good topics? I disagree. Conspiracy theories were good topics when they were still silly. You know? Like, something that I did around New Year's, not on New Year's specifically, but there's a podcast feed, which is just old episodes of Coast to Coast. And going to, like, year 1999 Coast to Coast, which I was 6, right? Or 5. So, like, I don't remember 1999 really. I mean, I do, but I don't. And just listening to them talking about Y2K, like old, that kind of conspiracy theories, those are fun. Or, like, aliens to a degree. That stuff's fun. But, like, a lot of shit's just, it's not fun anymore. Like, it moves too fast, and it's not just like, it's not like you can't just like brush it off and be like, okay, grandma, you know, like you used to be able to. Back in my day, conspiracy theories were fun. They're no longer fun. Now they're just depressing. Yeah, like, can we go back to talking about how the moon is made of cheese? Like, you know, the important stuff? The dinosaurs left to colonize other planets. You know? Then why are there still so many dead ones? I mean, I guess we bury our dead too, right? Right? Clearly this moon is made of butter. I can't believe it's not. And before somebody says the moon is made of whole milk. Or raw milk, rather, sorry. See, this is why I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I can't even keep my jokes accurate. To what the nut jobs are saying. Okay, that certainly sounds like a conspiracy theory. I think like the reason I liked old Coast to Coast is they used to challenge the people that they were talking to. So like somebody would come on and they'd be like, "You sure about that?" Like I don't quite buy that. Like there used to be some pushback, and now it's just like, "Yep, keep going." I mean, they still used to do that back then, but like instead of like trying to pretend that they're pushing back, now like they just kind of don't. It's like, come on. You should at least like make them bring receipts at least, you know? Like if we're gonna acknowledge like absurdity and stupidity, let's at least acknowledge how absurd and stupid it is. Art Bell was great at being a skeptic, says Roy Handy. Yes, no, I agree. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot what his name was for a hot second there, which is why I didn't say it. Literally just forgot what his name was. Look at this guy making the lens flare as a solid object and imagining believing in the moon. Yeah, I don't know. I like there's a subtle art of trolling where like there is a subtle art of trolling which I think that the internet has kind of perfected, surpassed, and has now ruined, where you give somebody the time of day to make their argument and don't disagree them, but talk them backwards into disproving themselves. That I think makes conspiracy theories really fun. Which is the, like, kind of, I think, for lack of a better term, the conspiracy theory era that I remember laughing about and joking about with my friends. And then with the, the advent of YouTube and, more specifically, your Alex Joneses of the world, I think that subtle art kind of died. We should hang out, Idiocracy. Yes, I mean, Idiocracy is a very easy thing to think of, and I really like that subtle art of trolling. One, because you give the person who's saying the wild thing that most people can just point at and be like, like, give them pause. But if you do it well, then it will help them step away from the deep end a little bit, which I think is actually very useful when it comes to conspiracy theories. Because as long as humans exist, there's going to be conspiracy theories. Like, that's just going to continue existing. And whether or not they are plausible, they will continue existing. They want to buy rings from me, which is why I made a bunch of rings and why there's a bunch of rings in my hallway. On someone's job box the other day. Yeah, it's, hey. And, like, I think the problem that I have with modern conspiracy like that, such as the Alex Joneses of the world that Q and Green Tea just mentioned, is they should be doing a lap and saying we were right now about, certain billionaires and certain islands and weird crime rings and international spies and that sort of fun stuff. Like, they should be doing a victory lap because in some senses they were right? But now they're going, I don't think I believe it. Like, this is just the official, like, it's like, it's not conspiracy theory. That is literally just naysayer for the point of, like, money. So, and that to me just ruins it. It's just a grift instead of, like, actual conspiracy theory. You know, like the right now actual conspiracy theories that I can float very easily and feel okay about is dead internet theory for large portions of the internet, and like the unobtainium level that personal computing is going to be in a decade. Like, they're taking away our computers just by buying everything and making it like, I do this for a living, and I'm genuinely looking at, like, maybe upgrading a computer in a year and going, like, I might do that now and panic buy it because I'm scared I won't be able to afford a computer to do my job in 5 years if something doesn't change. So that's the conspiracy theory that I'm staring at right now and going, like, yep. You don't know dead internet theory, but you can tell you that you think AI think is the AI think is killing the hosting for old sites. No, I mean, dead internet theory is that there's more bots on the internet than humans. But, you know, like, that's the thing though, Baystorm. From the perspective of conspiracy theorists 5 to 10 years ago, that is just reality, right? So from our perspective, it's reality, but I've talked to people in person who don't follow tech and aren't on websites like Twitch, and are outside of the normal realms when it comes to the internet, or what I would consider, I guess, normal realms when it comes to the internet. And it turns out that, like, a lot of people don't realize how much of a frog in boiling water we are right now. Like, a lot of people don't realize it. You know, actually, I'm just going to say no seeds. I'm going to put those into a separate stockpile. Like, you know, because to a degree, a conspiracy theorist is somebody who, you guys can argue against this definition if you disagree, that's fine. But from my perspective, a conspiracy theorist is somebody who sees something coming, predicts it, and warns people, right? If it's working as it should be, which often it doesn't. Bastet, thanks for the raid. How was the stream today? What were you playing? I will say, buffering, dead internet theory has been around, at least in my sphere of knowledge of the internet, for about 10 years, maybe a bit longer. Like, chat, when did you, for those of you who've, like, heard of internet theory before, dead internet theory, when was the first time you heard of dead internet theory? And did you believe it? For me, I probably around 2015 or 16 on Reddit, and kinda. Because that was around the time that there was, like, subreddit simulator was popping up, you know, like the subreddit that nobody was allowed to post on that was just bots interacting with bots. And like Reddit was starting to get that stuff, and Facebook was like broadly unusable by that point. You wrote a paper on it for school, that's pretty dope. 2010 when you played Eve. You goddamn conspiracy theorist. You were wearing a tinfoil hat back when it was in style, man. Our liaison from the Mountain Homes has arrived, and they say, let's discuss your situation. They've given us news about the surrounding lands. And I imported wood. I'm going to do that again. And they would like figurines. All right. Oops, I just spit on my microphone. That's gross. Blech. Eve is dying? I mean, the last time I had an install of Eve that I looked at the login page, it said that there was like 60,000 people online. That was pretty okay back then, but although Eve players are botting that game themselves, we're gonna go here and say rock figurine 80. Let's make it out of nice because that's what I got a bunch of. What's dead internet theory anyway? There is no... the vast majority of the content created on the internet isn't made by humans and is actually made by bots. And most of the big platforms on the internet are empty and nobody uses them. Basically, it's just... At this point, I think it is straight up just true. It's like, what, 96% of written text is written by AI on the internet? But yeah, like that is one of the few conspiracy theories that I look at and I go, yeah, yep, sure, I buy it. I buy that for $1. So these are just stone rings, which aren't worth much normally, but they requested them specifically, so I get a higher payout for them. I'm gonna buy everything except for the helmet snake venom for the barrels. Buy an extra pickaxe because it's handy. Buy some wool for artifacts. And I will buy some plump helmets. I know that sounds lazy, but I actually kind of have a low supply and I could use a catch-up. And maybe some fish for meals. Let's see if they'll trade. No, okay. So I will remove one thing so that it's green again, then they'll trade. I've got a very crappy broker because this is only my second time trading. And our broker gets to learn some skilled appraisal skills. We still have to make an engraver's guild upstairs. Wait, that's... Let's make our own internet with blackjack and hookers and sentience. Mate, that's just the internet. Like, that is the internet. The internet was made for blackjack and hookers. I mean, the modern years have, like, proven this. Also, apparently the patch this morning fixes guild halls so that they no longer cause workshops to infinitely work on artifacts, which is a bit of a bummer, but I get it. Wait, we're gonna build a better internet with Spock? Okay, never mind, I'm back in. We're already there. It's already pretty crazy. It seems like most people who've heard of dead internet theory first heard of it about 10-ish years ago. I guess we were all on Reddit at about the same time. Which is, you know, pretty likely conclusion here. I'm gonna go into the middle of these stairs here. I'm just gonna... Ooh, let's do Alunite. I just realized that I think I dug this one too far off. That's fine. You're starting to get a headache, so you raided? But what were you playing? I'm sure you said. Past that. Still playing Digimon? Gotcha. I mean, that's just anybody with a low enough income where Facebook ad revenue... That's just anywhere in the world where it's a low enough average income that Facebook ad revenue is enough to make a bit of money on in regards to trolling our grandparents with bots. Which, then this down here needs 88 blocks. Okay, this is the one problem with having a lot of very different colors in a fortress, is it takes kind of a long-ass time to pave anything. Gonna go up to here. Maybe not right there. This is just going to be an ammo bin, but it's just gonna be for bolts. And I'm gonna go to you, and I'm gonna skim and say, what do we have here? Okay, you. No, we're out of fuel. You make charcoal, and I will just say do that when the amount of refined coal is less than 10, and let's just make 40. Let's smelt hematite. So I can get another anvil. And I'll say 4 of each. And you're already making bolts. Let's do silver bolts as well. I mean, to me, like, the reason dead internet theory is believable to me right now, more than ever, Blackwinds in YouTube chat, is that AI agent that put in a pull request on a Python GitHub repo was denied, and then went and wrote a hit piece about the, like, maintainer of that repo. Like,
Crypt soon.
between that and just Facebook, just go on Facebook and look around for a bit. Like, or maybe don't actually, but go to somebody's house who you know who has a Facebook account and use their Facebook account and look around for a bit. Like, it's hard to not just be like, yep, yeah, no, it's real. Or like talk to anybody who edits on Wikipedia. Ig the Viking, can I get a round of beers chat for 8 months? Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people keeping the channel funded like you. And as a reminder, if you want to help keep the channel funded directly, the best way to do that is by typing an ! support in the Twitch chat or in the YouTube stream. There is a link in the description. It takes you to my website. The link is blindirl.com/support. If you go to that URL, you'll just find a list of all the different places where you can theoretically support me and which one's the most efficient. And alongside of that, right now on my website itself, I have a self-funding option. It's sort of like Patreon, but I keep almost all of it. And for $3.50 for the first month, you can get access to some sound commands here on Twitch in the Twitch chat, as well as the ability to skip the dwarf naming queue. That's something I've had for a while. It's just on sale right now, so I'm babbling about it. Also, I think we ran out of meals. That or we didn't run out of meals, and they're eating plump helmets. Maybe they like plump helmets. And we are getting a microwave. Oil saved. Who's an expert? Marksdorf. Fascinating. It's 2. I'm actually curious as to what route they're using to get into the fort. Let's see. Okay, hacker man. Queuing green tea. I actually, there are a few local breweries and such that have Instagrams that market new beers and stuff using Instagrams. So I use one of the few Instagram or Instagram viewers that let you view Instagram without actually opening Instagram. They're quite useful. Dwarf's cousin already lives here. It seems like they've been here for a bit. So the value of this is high enough, it looks like. The Guild of Coal, which is the Stoneworkers Guild, has been satisfied. And this is the next one. But we're about to get hit by some ads, so I will pause the game when the ads hit, and I will unpause it when the ads have completed. But big thanks to those of you who've tuned in today. Trying to do interesting patterns on the floors. The last few forts that we've done, we've had very mono color schemes available. Like, not a lot of different colors available. It's just been like, well, it's a whole lot of one type of stones, so I'm doing my best to vary it up in this fort due to the variation in colors available. Because they only put it on Insta. Yeah, it kind of bugs me. I think that's the diff. Actually, chat, here's a topic that some of you might find interesting, that I find interesting, which is the difficulty of being a person who knows too much about how the internet works. And like, it's hard to say that without sounding like a shitty flex. You know, I know what I'm doing, but like, it's difficult to talk to some people because they don't see the value in having ownership of anything that you do online. Or when they don't see the value of having ownership in anything that you do online. You know, like pointing out the fact that it might not be a bad idea to buy a domain that's associated with a business you run. Or like starting a blog as well as an Instagram in case like the Instagram gets yet less useful. Like if all of your marketing is one thing, if that thing starts to suck suddenly, because that's happened so many times on the internet, it's frustrating when you're talking to somebody who hasn't experienced that before, because it's like you can completely avoid this problem. Yeah, it may or may not happen today. It depends on how far we get. Because I'm thinking we'll retire this fortress at the end of year 214. So we are in year 213. So we'll start in year 215. So that 220, just so that it's a nice round number, basically. So I'm trying to get as much done by then as possible. People are too meta-pilled? You know, it's really funny because, like, something I don't know. I don't like using the term pilled. That just makes it sound incurable. It makes it sound worse than it is, in my opinion. But what I think is really funny are the people are like, oh, I don't have a Facebook account. Oh, it's like, well then, so what are you using? It's like, oh, I'm on, I use Messenger and I use Instagram. It's like, well then you have a Facebook account. It's like, I don't have a Facebook account. It's like, have you tried logging in recently? Because you have a Facebook account. I do like the fact that the city of Victoria, where I live, stopped using their Twitter account and made a Blue Sky account. That warms my heart. It warms my heart to see that. It's like, aw. Meanwhile, Twitter, apparently you need to put a phone number in to tweet now. It's like, what? How are people accepting that? You never had a Facebook account? I did because everybody in school did, but I deleted it in I deleted it around the time where they were like, hey, if you need to like put a ID into your account, or if your account gets compromised, we can't give it back to you. Like when Facebook at some point just decided that like their accounts are valuable enough that I would be willing to do that. And no, it was 2019 because me and my ex had just split. Like, I'd stopped using it around that point, but then me and my ex split, and I was like, I don't have a reason to have this anymore because the only friends that are active on it are friends with my ex. So I'm just gonna get rid of this. And I did. You didn't have enough friends to warrant participating in that? I mean, the thing that happened for me, and the reason I made a Facebook account back in the day, was because there was a point, which was admittedly pretty sudden, where, and I still run into this as a problem today, making friends, where people roughly my age wouldn't communicate with you if you didn't have a Facebook account. And like, what that actually means is if you didn't have a Facebook account, people wouldn't give you their number. And like that suddenly happened. And it was a pretty rapid thing where it's like, well, I won't give you my phone number, but I'll give you, we can exchange Facebook. You should delete it. If you're talking about Facebook. Is it bad, Garfield fan, that my response to that is okay, Grandpa? I was always a Twitter defender, back when Twitter was still called Twitter, to be clear. Because I used Twitter in a way that was extremely helpful for work. Now I don't understand how anybody could defend Twitter, just purely because of like some of the stuff that happens on that platform that like they're not getting punished for at all, which is hysterical because like if similar amounts of like, you know, just declothing of random users of a platform like that happened like a decade ago, they would have been like unexisted from the internet. It's kind of wild to witness. Like, it's crazy to see that happening and nobody being held accountable whatsoever. Like, unfortunately, it's not surprising given the state of the world right now, but it's still weird. I will say this, Gory Pause. After deleting my Facebook account, I haven't been invited to a birthday party. Period. The, like, only family-related event that I got invited to post-deleting my Facebook account was my cousin's baby shower and Christmas and New Year's and Christmas-related things, New Year's-related things, and Thanksgiving. And that's because my parents would invite me. Even though they all have my phone number. It's because, like, basically everything is organized through that platform. And there were people that I used to know, that I used to hang out with, that I just stopped communicating with post that. And at this point, it's not quite Facebook, but, like, the way that still impacts now is, like, I don't have an Instagram account. And I also don't use WhatsApp, mostly just because I don't want to install another app. Like, that's just kind of me being me. Like, I just don't want to install another app. So because of that, I don't have a WhatsApp account. And this isn't life critical or anything, but I have missed out on multiple dates just because I've refused to, like, make a WhatsApp account. Which I think is petty and also really fucking funny. Like, that one more just amuses me than anything. Because it's true. Like, I straight up haven't... I've matched with people on dating apps, and they're not willing to give you their phone number, and it's too complicated to communicate through that app, so they just unmatch. It's happened 4 times now. There's actually a lot of signups still, well, maybe not a lot, but there's still quite a few signups that don't need your email. When it comes to my blog, like, the only thing that you need to give is your email, and it should make sense to you why I would need your email, because I do have a newsletter which requires an email. But, like, that's it. I don't even keep your password. Like, that's a code that's sent to you that you use in your browser. Like, I literally take none of your data. And if you use something like Fastmail or a masked email address, like I don't even see that. Where are my miners at the minute? Okay, I might actually just delete this for the moment. I need to get those bedrooms done, so let's just lower the priority down on this, because this is pretty low priority at the moment. I have free global texting with my phone plan. But if I do need to use an app like WhatsApp, I'll use Signal. I won't use WhatsApp. Like, Signal is a weird one because I do actually like Signal just as a platform. It also has a very simplistic variant of like Instagram stories in it, which is interesting. I never use it. I don't know anybody that uses it, but you know, there's a few people I talk to on Signal. But it's funny because Signal kind of feels like, I mean, we were joking about this earlier, having a pager in the early 2000s. Like, everybody just assumes that you're trying to sell them drugs. Like, instantly. Like, that is the assumption when you're like, I have Signal. Like, what are you doing to break the law? I'm like, I don't know. I just don't want Mark Zuckerberg staring at it. Do people still have birthday parties? At this point, I don't know. People still did things and organized a lot of stuff through Facebook when I still used it. Like, it was like a frequent thing. I would get invited to something like once or twice a month. Although, to quote Jesse Cox of several podcasts that I listened to, I'm kind of similar to him in that I have no interest in going to your orgy, but I want to be invited. Like, I kind of feel the same way about any kind of like social gathering events. It's very rare that I actually want to go, but like, I want to be invited. Just makes me feel included, you know? It's like, do I want to go to your like loud fucking shindig? No, not really. But I don't know. At this point, I've accepted it. But it doesn't change the fact that it is still kind of a fact. I just need to get these dwarves into beds. Beds badly. Let's just get rid of this. Let's get rid of this and just go here and say rock blocks. Let's say 300 actually. These dwarves are all leading stone cutting demonstrations. You love Jesse? I mean, that might be one of my favorite quotes from a person on the internet in the last decade. Just in general. Just because I truly think there's a lot of truth to it, and also I find it a really funny way to describe it. If only you could get rid of your WhatsApp. Yeah. I know a lot of people who use WhatsApp groups for work, too. Or rather, I don't currently know anybody, but I've known people in the past who've used WhatsApp groups for work. And you're 31 now? I don't know when I first found Jesse Cox. But I've listened to every single episode of Cox and Crendor, and I remember listening to the Game Station podcast before it was the Co-optional podcast, and hearing them say, we should make a podcast. And then, like, the next episode, Jesse mentioning that they made a podcast and then going and subscribing to it. And I've listened. There was one period there where I missed episodes for a few months, and then realized that I was missing episodes because I wasn't subscribed, and then went and resubscribed. So yeah, one of us. It's okay. TB gets the last laugh. Gets the last laugh. I was streaming the day that he passed away, and I literally stood up, walked across my living room, grabbed a beer, Came back, sat back down, and streamed for another 4 hours. It was a long day. I like the were skink. Let's do that. Let's do the skink down here. And this can be the Engraver's Guild, which is the pointy finger Engraver's Guild. Saw his name and Googled it and went down the Jesse rabbit hole. The real important question is, how deep are you in the Jesse rabbit hole, and do you listen to Chilluminati? Speaking of conspiracies, I have a personal solo quest or side quest in my life where I want to get onto an episode of Chilluminati. It'll happen. Gonna make it happen one of these years. I just need to raid Mathis like 4 or 5 more times. Just gonna do these outer walls with engravings. These inner bits right here. And these ones I can replace with better, higher value things in the future. It's an image of 2 forgotten beasts. An image of Gory Paws and Vabok, who are laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf. Vabok in Aftercasket in the mid-autumn of 212. There we go. Value high enough. So we're going to accept that guild. And I've got news, chat. The Communion of Gods has many worshippers in Aftercasket and now require a temple complex and a priest. Once again, this is the most popular god in this fortress, and it is the god of war and death. And we've already got a temple to them, so now I need to increase the value of the temple. This to me seems like a pretty pivotal story touchstone. Because this is that temple. The name of that god is Urrith. I'm sorry, Blood Buff? Urrith Blood Buff was a troll. What a good name. It takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with war and death. So we're going to make 6 copper statues of that. And I'm going to make 6 copper statues of Tosid, this dwarf. Guilt Monk. Oopsies. Because we have accepted that petition for the Communion of Gods, which I'm sure he just pushed forward himself. I do, speaking of silly internet conspiracy theories, Twitch chat, there was a period of time there where the theory was that Jesse Cox's videos were getting hidden in the YouTube algorithm because at the end of all of his videos, he would scream, "You've got Cox." Eventually, that was confirmed to not be the case, but it was a funny couple months. And also, like, come on, it's his last name. Like, come on, you can't hate a man for just saying his name. Like, it's literally just his name. Like, talk about absurdity. For eons, it was hilarious. Oh, man. Dude, I'm, like, not quite at that threshold, but... I mean, what's the exact number that I have at the minute on YouTube? Like, right now at the moment, I'm at 90,776. Things have slowed down quite a bit because I haven't had a video do super well in a while. For a good chunk of time there, I was getting about 1,000 subscribers a month. But I'm now down to about 350 a month, just due to me not releasing any majorly successful videos in a while. And so, like, I'm just kind of sitting here right now going like, man, I hope that doesn't happen to me. I really hope that I'm able to pull out of that a little bit and get back to a number where I'm growing a little bit quicker. Because I really want a silver play button before the world ends again. Although I think my favorite excuse ever for wanting a play button is this one YouTube channel that I watch who just cleans, like, hoarder houses. And his reasoning for wanting a play button was so that he can make his grandkids, or it was so that he can make his kids jealous. He's like, what's the point of having a play button if you can't be like, what, do you have a play button to your kids? Sitting there going like, yeah, I would do that. You're gonna go binge watch Chilluminati? Have you never seen Chilluminati? Oh my god. I will say the audio quality fucking sucks in the early episodes. I took them a little bit, but they got there. He was 6'3", and everyone just called him Dick, and every new kid would see him and look at him, and the person showing them around would just say, hey, Dick, this is like... And he'd look at you like you had a death wish. Oh. I feel bad for that person, for that kid. Like that. Well, one, that's how you get every new kid in the class beaten up, right? I'm not sure I saw it. I must have missed it. YouTube chatter. What's the best way to manage jobs without DFHack? You often end up with 20 extra custom work details. Well, that's your problem. Specific dwarves become highly skilled, and I just feel that there must be a better way. Don't. That's how I manage them. I don't ever do custom job orders, or almost never do custom job orders. Unless I have a humongous fortress and I'm trying to specify only specific dwarves to build or haul. But I almost never do specific job orders. What I do is I do specific work orders and assign dwarves to specific workshops. So this is just one dwarf who's working at this shop, but he doesn't have any specific work orders. I might remove this and then give him some of the default ones back. But I do specific jobs at specific workshops, and then we'll just have a bunch of general ones. So anything that like is a general thing, like furniture. Any metalsmith can go work on furniture. Weapons I will do at specific workshops and assign specific dwarves to it. Gems, often I will assign a specific dwarf to it and assign workshops. Don't overthink it. Otherwise, you're just going to end with like a mess, in my experience. But that's how I do it. But your mileage may vary, and neither way is wrong necessarily. But that is how I do it. I got more tetrahedrite. Don't he grow up and became a cop? Maybe that's why. Like, the trauma from school is what drove him to cause trauma for others. I don't know, would check out. Also, on its surface, I don't think there's necessarily much wrong with going off and just being a cop. I mean, my uncle's a cop and he's a lovely person, but I do understand the disdain and general distrust. It's completely warranted and fair. Dick the cop? Yeah, that honestly, that does sound like a late 90s, like, cop serial show with a funny dog. I'll stick to Columbo, but I'm sure it would be somewhat watchable. Columbo is my go-to show of that variety. Although I think I like more like detective shows versus just cop shows. I find cop shows just be kind of insufferable generally. And then right here, looks good. We'll roll with that. Columbo is why you want a basset hound. I got drooled on by a basset hound once. I'm good. But that dog is adorable in that show. But Columbo is my favorite cop stereotype. Or like caricature, maybe, is a better way of putting it. I should just connect these two, shouldn't I? I also should make more bins. Let's make 20 copper bins. Dwarf down here going to be busy. This is all day site. I've got to have more day site blocks, right? Columbo was so loved in Belarus when it ended. The Soviet authorities had Peter Falk record an address. So I feel like I've heard about this. Yeah. Peter Falk recorded an address so that the show had recently ended, and it wasn't current tensions. I want somebody to license all of the Columbo episodes and use them to make a, like, how do I put this? An FMV, a series of FMV games, or like one big FMV game. I don't know how you would do that, but I want somebody to do that, because I feel like Columbo should have been an FMV game. A one-person dumbwaiter? I mean, throw something over an edge is the equivalent of something going down. It's going up that's harder. They already move real fast in stairs. I've made so many systems over the years where I just put something into a minecart and push it one tile, and then it falls all the way down to ground zero. Make it like that Black Mirror thing? Sure, but like not exclusive to Netflix. Also, speaking of that Black Mirror thing, apparently within a couple weeks of it getting deleted off of Netflix, there is a piece of software that you can download, but you have to like get all the video files separately because otherwise they get taken off of GitHub. That lets you play that Black Mirror thing without needing a Netflix account. Just waiting until the ads are done because we are in an ad break. You only want it for flavor? It can be janky as hell. I feel like that could happen, but you'd need to power them with something. I feel like if Tarn does that thing that... So a while ago on one of the interviews that Tarn did on this stream, he mentioned that they have the art for wagon-size cage traps for catching dragons and mega beasts. Basically, in order to like catch a larger creature, in theory, you would need a bigger cage to catch them. And in my mind, that's a really cool idea. But to me, like an elevator in Dwarf Fortress would be something that's like a similar size to a trade depot. That something would go on and then park and then lift for specific use cases. But you would need to have like several layers of open space beneath it. I feel like that would be really awkward to build. What about the other 64? C's, that is. If I catch your drift, I don't know, the sails are open wide. I refer to it as the Swedish Public Library, but I mean, whatever floats your boat, if you know what I'm saying. Not that I even do that. It's actually like kind of funny. It's like I can't actually remember the last time I partook in the Swedish Public Library. At this point, if something isn't available for me to reasonably watch it for less than $10, I just don't. As like a personal protest. Yeah, but that's not even like a controlled chaos. I think we need like a controlled chaos, Ilmirin. Yeah, I mean that's how I do it, me Kladjik, because like the few times I've tried to manually assign individual tasks, it's just ended up being significantly more tedious than valuable. And also, I do have to say a huge thank you to those of you who've tuned in today, because it's been a slow couple of months over here since like December ended, and so I really appreciate those of you who are tuning in and hanging out, because genuinely, I don't know. It's been a slow couple of months and a kind of a tough winter for me personally. So, thanks to those of you who are hanging out today and chilling. You know, it means a lot. I wouldn't be able to do this job if people didn't tune in and watch, and everything has been slow since late December-ish. So thank you. Fine getting a carry from chat. I mean, there's still only about half the people here that there were back in December, and about 50 to 60 less than what I would describe as channel average. So it has been a slow few months. So thanks to those of you. I mean, I literally, this wouldn't be here if you weren't. So thanks for being here. It sounds dramatic, but, you know, I'd still be here. It just wouldn't be here anywhere near as much. Bruh. I mean, you could crypt burr, because you don't have a sub. Can you get a miner? We've got Rakust. We've got Cog. Although Cog's in the military. We've got Justuth or Numal. Which one stands out to you? Tier. is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. He is currently less private and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and enjoys the company of others. He is slow to anger and he generally acts impartially. He's also rarely moved to mercy and he tends to be passive in discussions. He is quick to form negative views about things and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, isn't particularly ambitious, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors but only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally doesn't particularly value loyalty. And he likes andesite and iron and goshenite and harp seal, as well as the color light blue, cubes and earrings, and the words of the skirts of embracing and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics. So impossible, prefers to consume apricot wine and absolutely hates oysters. Your last name is Friendly Mirror. Is there anything noticeable about you? You worship the fish god, do you? Yeah, the glacial faith. Kenis, the fish god. Looks like we need to get clothing up and running soon because your clothes are getting a little tattered. Satisfied remembering work and teaching engraving. I'm trying to think, where do I want to do the clothing industry? And I think maybe just like down here. Bezos Bucks you can throw at me on the 6th. No, I get it. I get it. I mean, it's why, I don't know if any of you guys are noticing this a lot, but I'm seeing it a lot in, like, the Formula 1, like, YouTube scene, where I'm seeing a lot of people doing, like, specifically people who are on Patreons doing 90% off the first month. I'm seeing that a lot right now. It very much reads to me like a lot of people are not getting new memberships for things, and I can tell you that, you know, it's a bit of a, certainly something you kind of need to push for on the subscription side of things. I think it's because, like, you know, it goes to prove that at the end of the day, the most valuable, well, rather, the first thing that people will drop when there is times of crisis, and I do think that this is genuinely a good thing, is optional entertainment subscription platforms. And I absolutely fall into that. Like, you do not need to support me at all for me to mostly stick around generally. And I think people realize this and know that. And so when the world gets weird, well, people may keep watching. They drop subscriptions. But the sad part about it, for me anyway, is that, well, I do agree that that's cool. You probably should. They also tend to stop watching when they drop a subscription. Because if someone's had a subscription for a really long time, and I've seen this enough that, like, it's like a repeatable stat where people will, oh shit, wow, we actually already qualified for Temple Complex. That's kind of surprising to me. So Toasted is now the Exalted Blade. Ooh. How about the Bard? I'm going to appoint the Bard. Because the Bard, sits. So our Bard is 22 years old. I'm actually going to take her off of other tasks. She's 22 years old. She wants to be extravagant. Her temple was completed. And she likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. She tends to hang on to grievances and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Doesn't focus on material goods and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. And dreams of raising a family. I like this dwarf. The apprentice. So now I'm going to give her a bedroom back here. She may already have one, but if she does, I will just move it. This turns into one of your only forms of entertainment. I'm kind of like that too, but there is definitely a thing that I've seen over the years where there's people who will subscribe, and then shit'll get weird or their life will get weird and they'll unsubscribe. And then they'll tune in like 2 years later and resubscribe and be like, yeah, no, I couldn't afford to stay subbed. And there's probably more going on than that, realistically. Like, I shouldn't kid myself, but it seems that there is a certain type of person who they will feel bad enough that they'll just not tune in, and that makes me sad. But that certainly does seem to be the case. I'm just going to go to miners and just give those 2 picks because I think I've purchased some more picks. Although, actually, no, not you, because you're also in the military. So let's go to maybe one of the... like you or something. But I don't know. I'm just glad that it seems like I'm one of the, for the most part, stable ones. And I do have enough overhead that I should be fine. Like, some really kind of crazy things would need to happen for me to not be fine. So we'll weather this. I've been doing this for 10 years. I've already survived one minor recession. Take a bit more than a recession to stop me. I've already streamed long enough. It would be crazy for me to stop now. Kind of vibes. But yeah, I don't know. At this point, the thing that I can ask for the most chat is because in the last 10 minutes, it's more or less been like 2 people talking. If you just help keep the chat moving, that would be appreciated. That's my biggest hope for today. To pay for the new bed? Jesus, man. I don't know. At this rate, maybe I'll get a refund. We'll find out. Actually, now that you say that, I'm going to just pop open my email client here and take a peek and see if they've sent me an email. Although it does cost money, but I will say I've been using Fastmail for the past few weeks. Very happy with it so far. Has there been an update of any kind? Nope. Just awaiting scheduled delivery, whatever that means. Hopefully the scheduled delivery means yelling at the guy who was too lazy to hit my buzzer number yesterday. Is the thing that, one of the things that upsets you in DF is the stones. Do you want me to show you how to fix that? Or how I fix that? I do have to pause a bunch of jobs to do that, though. Okay, so first off, you pause a bunch of jobs, yeah? Which you should probably just do occasionally anyways, because it's helpful for dwarves. Actually, there's 2 ways you can fix it. The first one is click this eyeball, and then it disappears. You can make any object invisible. So you could just, like, if it really bothers you, they'll still haul them and whatnot. You could just go to boulders and just be like, go away. And they'll just go away. Well, I mean, the ones that I selected will go away. I don't like doing that, because I like to know where they are. You know what's funny is there actually used to be more of them. It's a setting that you can adjust to make there be more boulders or less boulders, and they actually turn down the numbers slightly for a lot of boulders when premium released. But what I do is I have this infinite stockpile that's loading them all right there. I'm just gonna go here and turn off wheelbarrows. and just increase the size of this. So essentially what's going to happen now is basically every job, because all their jobs just got canceled, is going to go haul boulders. Ig the Viking! Those are the first gifted subs of the Twitch stream. I mean, there was some gifted memberships earlier, but those are the first gifted subscriptions of the Twitch stream. Thanks a ton. Seriously. Can I get a round of beers? Means a lot, man. What's up, new shaver? What are you mooing at? Or are you just milking the peace and quiet? Now, I will note that it's going to take them a lot longer because they're all running out here to get rid of these. So I'm just going to forbid all these ones down here because they're less of a big deal. And instead, just work on the ones that are primarily inside. Just get those all stacked up. Cheesy. I think it's a very good strategy, frankly. Honestly, I'm pretty convinced that they are, in fact, prioritizing better food, which is great. I love it. Stonecrafter Dodok has been taken by a Femud. I mean, I do it pretty frequently because it actually speeds up. This is something that I do pretty frequently to speed up unrelated construction jobs. Where'd you claim? Must have bones. I might need to butcher something. I'm gonna butcher the water buffalo. But no, it's fine. Oh no, you want raw green glass. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying, because I probably don't have any bags with sand in them. But no, I do this pretty frequently on my own, just to get like hauling jobs completed, especially with these lower population forts, because hauling jobs often clog up the rest of your production. And it's not that they make things inefficient, but things are more efficient if you do this once a year-ish, especially when you have these smaller forts. And then it also deals with a bunch of unrelated like hauling jobs and stuff that will clog up tasks and cancel jobs and stuff. So it's actually a pretty convenient thing to do, because like you do not have the ability to do this. Oh, well, maybe we do have an empty bag. Would you look at that? That would be crazy if that's the case. Nope. Do not have an empty bag. Okay, well, I will have to do some micromanagement for this. But yeah, it'll also speed up a lot of these tasks, and I can use this as an opportunity as well to go down here and work on this, get this stuff logged off a bit. Okay, fine. If you insist, game. Deconstruct them after the fact anyway. Can you please explain to me in one sentence what the heck a Pokemon Pokopia is? Also, chat, would you believe me if I said that we are on getting close to the 3rd year of this fortress and I haven't made a tavern yet? Which is actually kind of interesting. Like, most of these dwarves haven't started getting annoyed at me yet. Animal Crossing meets Pokemon meets Dungeon Quest Builders. Okay. Got it. Got it. Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy it. No tombs needed yet? Nope. We're still in the pre-casket era of Aftercasket. But yeah, it looks like we'll be doing the Nintendo Power World. They put guns in Pokemon? I have a feeling that we're going to have to get to... We'll probably be doing the adventure mode stuff tomorrow. Because we're currently early winter 213. Can you explain to me how those are working? I have a video that shows how they work, but I can set up another one. Actually, can I? Just looking around. Looking around, is there something that where I could set up another one to show you? See, wood's there, marble's there, stone's there. Where could I make one? Outside of, like, furniture. Sacred Slaughter, you go there. You go here. Where's your other bedroom? Meager gets assigned to somebody else. Humph. How about I make a separate one for... Oh, actually, no, I see one I can make. Duh. Can make one right here for ore. So the way these work, I do have videos on how to make these, but pick a direction. Devil Dawn! Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Not joking. So thank you. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Devil Dawn with the 10-pack? You pick a direction that you want it to unload to. You select what you want to make it out of. That doesn't matter so much. Then you make a secondary stockpile that's one tile. If you're making it for any kind of stones, remove wheelbarrows. For anything else, remove bins. In this case, it's just going to be for ore, so remove wheelbarrows. You could also click this, but it doesn't really matter all that much. Then create a minecart route. Click this button, the first button. Click on where your stop's going to go. I like to name it so that I keep them straight. He says after only naming one of them. Metal ore. Then you go to the minecart button and you select what you want to load it with. In this case, metal ores. You click on the what's it called? Stockpile button, and then you click on the middle one, which is take from items. You could also use the give command, but I like to use the take one. And then you click this, and then you delete these three, and then you assign a minecart to it. That's it. F14M3Z. I'm sure that those are supposed to be letters. I'm trying to figure out what they are. But thanks for being around to be gifted a sub. Appreciate you, mate. And shoutouts, Devil Dawn. You're the real one. After all these years. And they just have to finish building it, and boom, there you go. And then all of these just get picked up and dumped over there. And you got 2. And you got 3. I don't usually use it for furniture stockpiles or stockpiles that, like, items can go into bins or barrels. And I don't always use them that prolifically. Sometimes I just make big stockpiles. But for certain types of items, it's super handy. Just for storing stuff in smaller places. Flames! Oh! Yeah, duh. I should have been able to figure that one out. So that's how they're all working. Let's see how our Exalted Blade is doing. Oh, he's a little upset. You gotta keep track of his happiness levels for a wee bit. He's wants to be near friends. I'm actually going to remove his jobs and maybe let him work at a clothes shop. Also gonna go down here, and I'm just gonna go yarn, bag, yarn, gab, bag, and yarn, bag. 3 of those. Maybe I'll assign our master clother to these. So you can go make a yarn bag. Nope. Everything that you see me doing in game can be done in vanilla. You think that you need to level up to Quantum? Something that's fun to do, Ventina Slotza, or however you say your name, is still do that, still make giant stockpiles for stones, but maybe use Quantum stockpiles to sort out specific types of stone. You know, like you could have like a 30 by 30 like general stone stockpile, but then use the fancy what's it called? But then use the fancy Quantum stockpiles to filter out the mica, you know, or use it to filter out the like the flux stone that you want to use for different kind of crafting, making steel, you know. I do quite like using them for that as well. Oopsies. Like using them as stockpile filters is quite useful, especially then especially if you're the kind of person who likes to, like, say this could just be for mica, and then this one could just be for marble, which it's not. This is just for flux, and this is for general. But then if I say had an artifact that I wanted to use mica but not flux, I could then just forbid all these, and then they would use it because everything else is forbidden. So it lets you like micromanage artifacts and stuff very easily. But this dwarf is just going to make a bag, and then I'm going to get another dwarf to make some glass. So you... Also, I think I need to set a glass shop, which now I feel kind of dumb about, but oh well. Okay, someone's gonna go sand. Nomal goes and grabs that. Yeah, I don't know. I like to try and show people like what's possible in Vanilla Dwarf Fort because I do think it's actually one of the cool things about this game is how flexible the game actually is. So Marathon apparently is out in 24 hours. I don't know what you need to do with that information, chat. I just wanted to say that Marathon is out in 2 hours. So now that you've made a sandbag, I can go back to here, and I'm going to go green, raw. Wait for that to get picked up, and go raw. Got a singular planter. Hammer drummed. Time to drum on that hammer. You like to use it so you can hover over and see what's in the stockpiles as opposed to the stocks? Well, I mean, with large stockpiles, you can just, like, look. But when it's stones and they're all in separate tiles, like, I don't know, it's kind of the same use case to me, but they're both useful. They both work. They're both legitimate methods, I would say. Come on, dwarves. Let's do it. I have a question, chat. This is kind of a general question that might seem a little silly in the current year, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. What keeps you watching my stream? And what keeps you watching the YouTube channel? Or which one do you watch more of? Because something that's actually a little bit difficult to discern from the perspective of somebody who does this is why people watch you. Because I know why I think my stuff is entertaining, but that's rarely why people actually watch it. Okay, so... Strange mood, we're gonna give you a follow. And you go grab your glass. Now I can just get rid of this fucking green glass furnace. Although watch them need 2. No, they don't. Whew. The sass. Because I had somebody recently say that it's for the behind the scenes of my bigger videos. I looked down and saw a comment in the YouTube stream, and then it immediately got deleted. I guess they typoed something. I like having an overview on the big one. I feel like it's punishing on the dwarves having to walk, to move, to drop stones off in a massive room. It really doesn't matter for the dwarves themselves, but you use it for background noise. Yeah, you've been around for a while though, DOSpace. I do things that give you ideas. I mean, in an era when like shit's getting more and more expensive, I feel like games like Dwarf Fortress and also like RimWorld and a lot of the other like very replayable indie games are becoming more valuable. To you, it's a podcast? Yeah. I mean, I listen to Jeff Gerstmann natter on for 3 hours a week, so. Because I'm entertaining. Yeah, that's fair. You've been here for 10 trillion years, though, Bastet, let's be fair. I mean, when did you even follow me? 2017. Jesus Christ, yes, you have been here for 10 trillion years. Yeah, that's fair, Tank. Gotcha. It's really funny though. Like I do figure out really quickly like who can handle sass and who reads sass and who has a hard time reading sass, because I think sometimes I overdo the sass a little bit too much, and I end up like upsetting some people, which kind of bums me out. But you pop into the stream because it's nice to hear commentary of Dwarf Fortress ambience while you work on things. While you work on Dwarf Fortress things, or just whatever things. Ferret. I grow on you. I'm like a mold. I just keep popping up and I get everywhere and I slowly start growing on you, and then eventually you just accept it once the brain poison starts to set in. How's this dwarf doing? How are you doing here? Works furiously. Excellent. Nice raw green glass and stray water buffalo cow bone. I'm gonna start building a bridge. Someone said bridge, and I think that's a good idea. It's okay though. Honestly, as far as the that at first I didn't like you, but then you grew on me kind of thing, it's okay. That goes for me too. That's been me most of my life. It's like at first I didn't like me very much, but then eventually I realized I didn't really have a choice. So you're telling me that you like it when a plan comes together? I'm actually going to deconstruct and reconstruct these, because this to me seems like the easiest way to just go all the way along. You're not allowed to say that without a cigar? But that's Ocean's 11. Does he smoke cigars when he says that? I guess so. Oh, I don't know. I was thinking of Ocean's. I don't smoke cigars, though, so I guess I'm not allowed to say that then anymore if we're going with the A-Team variant. I have seen the A-Team, but much more of the Ocean's 11. Although, I've seen the original show, but I've also seen that more recent movie with like Liam Neeson and whatnot in it. And that movie with Liam Neeson, there's a scene when they're scaling a building, and they're supposed to be in New York, I think, in that movie. And there's a scene where you just see like this direct, I think it's the Sears building. I'm actually not sure which building it is in Vancouver, but there's just a direct reflection of the spinning, rotating restaurant in Vancouver off the side of the building. And I'm like, I know exactly what building they're scaling and also what building that reflection is of. Why didn't they get rid of it? This is like a pretty high budget movie from like a modern era. Ocean's A-Team. I would watch that crossover. Dodak Kadolorust, the Stonecrafter, has created Ole Rob, a nice earring, and offers it to the Mountainous Vale. A fancy earring. Ooh. This is a nice earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of square-cut green glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of water buffalo bone, and on the item is an image of Urvad. Mansion Twinkles. The native gold mug. Nice. Everybody really likes that mug. Like, they love that mug. That was a mug from my last fortress, too. I think that there's people outside of America who watch my stream. Also, they literally filmed it in Canada. Do they not know where they are? I don't know. I think it's fun. It's for the same reason that I think it's funny that, like, both that Archie show, which I'm blanking on the name of now, and the show, what's it called? Altered Carbon, are virtually unwatchable for me because they're just like downtown Surrey. It's like, I know where that is. I know where that street is. I know where that street is. I used to live near that street. Like, I know where that bar is. And the first Deadpool when they're in the nightclub is really funny to me because that is, how did you get up there? Toasted, where are you going? I guess I need to watch you go back. Also, why is there a turkey in that tree? Did you climb this? Riverdale, yeah, that was it. Mind, thank you very much for the 72nd month. Check, can I get a round of beers for Mind, keeping that subscription alive for a goddamn long ass time. Holy shit. You know, I didn't realize how much power Twitch was going to draw even on audio only. I see how they got in there. There are several channels that I watch pretty exclusively on Twitch that I've watched for kind of a long time. Like why don't I just open this up? That I've watched for kind of a really long time. And I'm still subscribed, even though I haven't tuned into them in a very long time as well. And the reason for it is because when I worked nights, like, they were the channels that were online, that were on all night, and fit perfectly with my schedule. And I just kind of feel like I owe it to them, because it's like, well, it's just a Twitch sub. I write those off on my taxes anyway, and I pop it once a month, but, like you got me through 4 years of my life. 5 days a week. It's like, I feel like I kind of owe them that, you know? U of T. I don't know what that is, but fair. Which is used for every movie set in every Ivy League movie, and in every Ivy League, you know, like whenever there's like a fancy university in a movie, like they use that as a set. Yeah, I getcha. I getcha. When they scaled the City Hall in Toronto, the second one? It's like one of the worst movies in it, but yeah, that movie is just Toronto. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. I never went to university, so I don't, like, process that. Acronyms are my hell. Just like I will say forever that no, the DS is not Dark Souls. It's a Nintendo handheld system. You cannot claim that, Dark Souls fans. Sorry, Nintendo's more important than your silly video game. And the only reason I say that is because I think it's kind of funny, because they get upset. Anything significant happened in the past few hours? Nothing really, aside from this has been a pretty slow start of a fort. But migrant waves have been pretty small. Oh, hey, we finally found the yeah. Oh, shit, I've got a ghost. Well, so this was a monster hunter who joined the fortress. I let them join the fortress purely because their last name was Ransacked Clobber. And presumably then they ran off into the caverns, and I locked the door. And I guess he died of starvation? I think the dwarves have already gone to put it in the corpse pile. I kind of want to just leave him here. Yeah, I feel bad. But I'm gonna throw it down here. I'm gonna put his coffin where he died. I like that all of my miners are too busy going to a demonstration to go dig. Dark Souls Infinity? You mean the Dark Souls mobile game that definitely exists? Or Dark Souls Infinite, the Dark Souls MMO? I'm glad we stopped doing that and just calling everything Infinite. Especially because in a world where they just get shut down eventually, they're decidedly not infinite. Oh, right, okay. This is a well-known fact. I don't know what a Roman numeral is. They will all cause issues, but that's the short version, is all ghosts will scare the ever-living shit out of dwarves. But, if you go to their description, it'll say, a restless haunt, generally troubling past acquaintances and relatives. This spirit has not been properly memorialized or buried. So this one will follow around anybody that it knew and terrorize them. Also, this dwarf looks so grumpy. Holy shit, look at his face. It looks like somebody kicked Hagrid in the balls. Like, look at him. That is incredible looking. Bearded dwarf, dealer's choice. Sure. Lanix, you had a dwarf in the last fort. How can I modify your name so that it stands out? Question mark, question mark, question mark. What question marks are you looking for, Garfield fan? Also, I'm the thing in the YouTube chat. Question: do you put both cabinets and chests in your dwarves' bedrooms? Yes, I'm just being lazy because I've had a small population up until now, and I'm trying to get things rolling. I do, and I've noticed that they only have been putting their clothes in cabinets and nothing in the chests. They put food in chests, and they will put rings and bracelets in chests, but it's and crowns and amulets in chests. But usually, because I'm actually not positive if there's a limit to the number of those things that they can wear, they will just put all of their items on instead of putting them in chests. I give them both because on the rare occasion they do use them. But, like, it's not common. Military dwarves will store their jewelry in their bedroom chests while they're on duty. This is true, Jornelius. And if you put chests in a barracks and tell them to store their gear, Marksters will store ammunition in chests, and soldiers will put their, like, vials and flasks and, what are they called? Water skins in there. Anti-Lanix? Sure. Not anti-Lanix? Anti-Lanix. Clasped age. He is obsessed with order and structure in his life, everything kept in its proper place. He's prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He generally tends to think before acting and lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. He generally acts impartially but is rarely moved to mercy, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Which means he cannot possibly be living on this planet right now. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and is a little tight with resources when working on projects. He does not often feel lustful, but is often nervous and has an active imagination. He does not easily love and develops positive feelings. That voice was getting tiring. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments and works to square this... And he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. With his respect of martial prowling. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is quite polite. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and begins to talk in a monotone when he chews his lips. When he's bored, he talks in a monotone and he chews his lips when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for time, presumably. Oops. Don't close it. Where'd you go? Oh god, I lost him. Where's Lanix? I'm scared. Okay. He personally finds friendship burdensome and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes conglomerate and truffle pewter, as well as blue jade and crystal glass and the color brass. So the reason I keep losing my spot is the sun just came up, and there's like a beam of sunshine going right across my monitor. It's hard to see. I'm gonna go close it in a sec. He likes the color brass, moons and helms and anvils and manta rays for their majesty, the pepper plants for their fruit, and the words of the puddle of sprays, and when possible prefers to consume foxtail mullet beer and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. And his dry hair is extremely long, his ears have nearly fused lobes, he has a deeply recessed chin, and his head is broad, his eyelashes are short, and his hair is copper, his skin is brown, and his eyes are aquamarine. He's married to Dastot, who's an engraver, and has no bedroom, which is probably also why he's mad. Or not the happiest. You could go look yourself up if you like. You do have some family, meaning you probably have some history in the area, and you're a member of the Free Coven, which is a less popular of the religions in the world. Brown recluse almost killed your dad. Yikes. Yeah, brown recluse are spooky. Not a fan. And it looks like all the boulders have been put away, so I can go down into here and... Oopsies. I just canceled a bunch of jobs. Oh well. Let me just queue up some stuff down here. Well, that's still being waited on. How about I do this? Because I think that's the problem. And I'm going to go back up to here, down to here. There's the skeleton. So this is probably going to get put into the tomb in a minute. I'm just going to go close those blinds. All right. How goes the fort event here? Pretty good. How goes the day? And why aren't they burying the corpse? The hell? Oh, because I didn't put a tomb in here. I'm a genius. Did you know that, chat? Well, if you didn't, you've now just learned that I am in fact a genius. I am the smartest person to sit in this chair in the last 90 minutes. But I'd say that the fort goes pretty good. I learned this morning that my province is getting rid of daylight savings after the time change on Sunday, and I am ecstatic about this. So, yeah. Best news I've had in months is, yay, I don't have to do a thing I don't like anymore. Well, I'm not much of a horse guy, so I don't need to worry too much about the stable time, but I'm glad that the time is going to be stabilized. Well, hey, someone needs to do it first, you know? Dadrick, so... I mean, my big hope is that BC doing this will make California do it. And if California does it, then everybody will do it. Because there's enough people in California. Like, they're too busy passing stupid laws right now. You think that they could pass something that would make people happy, you know? Like, enact something that's, like, not stupid. Like getting rid of daylight savings. Which I would even go so far as to say is probably a good idea. Imagine doing something that's a good idea. Challenge is almost impossible. God, this human had such a good last name. Ransacked Clobber. Such a good name. Too bad they're going the wrong direction. I mean, that's the reason so many people haven't cared. I actually think this is the right direction, personally. I think this is the right direction, because the sun being up later, but also like, how do I put this? Like going down earlier in the winter. It's already dark in the winter. In the winter, the sun isn't going to rise until like 10 a.m., which is going to be brutal. I don't agree with that being brutal, like at all. Because like to me, it's more valuable to have a chance after work to do stuff. I think like the only people it's gonna be brutal for is like afternoon shift workers, but even then. Like the people who will be like in an office before the sun is up and then be off before like as the sun goes down sucks, but like that was just, you know, it sucked before. So I disagree. I disagree. This is better. And so here's the thing, Fred, and this is why I think that what you're saying is a bit of a fallacy. You're saying it's gonna be hard for anyone with a dog who needs to walk them. Okay, so previously what we had was the sun would change and everybody on Earth who owned a cat, the cat would hate them for 3 months because you'd have to retrain the cat to wake up at a different time. You would have to retrain your dog to go for a walk at a different time. Now it's going to be consistent. So if you are in the very narrow window of people that get home within an hour of the sun going down and aren't able to walk your dog at the same time, I'm sorry, but I don't feel bad for you because I don't own a dog and my sleep has been ruined twice a year for my entire life. So I'm sorry. Sucks to suck. I'm gonna take this good mood and run with it because it's the only thing I got right now. You don't want your kids walking to school in the dark? Okay, well then petition your town to start school at a different time. I don't have kids and this doesn't bother me. It's very rare that I get to just be like, this doesn't affect me, so I don't care, and this is one of those times where I'm gonna do that. Won't somebody think of the doggos? I don't know. I thought that's why we're, like, doing this in the first place. I think that, like, there isn't an argument against this, in my opinion, that's, like, a big enough, a legitimate enough thing that I care. Like, kind of genuinely. I mean, that is a known thing, yes. Glass half empty. Also, like, you know, they're as Zach says in the YouTube chat. I'm up north. It's just dark all the time. The change does not. The time change does all the time change does is piss people off. I tend to agree with this. Like in the winter here, like the sun is up from like 9 a.m. until like 3 p.m. Like all the time change is really doing is being annoying. Like it's fucking dark at 4 o'clock anyway. Well, that's on them for not changing, right? Like, I don't see any of these as being, like, a logical enough thing to actually do it, Fred Durst. You are, in fact, pointing out every single one of the old school arguments against why they shouldn't change the time. So you can't really state, for the record, I'm not arguing against them. You just don't think that they chose the right time, which is the reason why nobody has stopped doing daylight savings time as long as I've been here. This is the right one. And I'm not gonna stray away from that. Light later in the day is the right one. About the food changes, it's a bug fix. On your food trading economy, then forbid them. Also, you can make so many meals that, like, you shouldn't have problems with your food trading economy. Unless you're making, like, the minimum number, like, you should not be running into issues with food availability. This is just one of those argumentative dwarves. Holy shit. It's basically useless. Yeah, no. I mean, that's the same for northern BC. All I know is that when I was a kid, not only did I walk the dog late at night, but also went for bike rides late at night in the middle of a forest with bears around. I think that advocating for more streetlights is maybe the thing that you want to argue in favor of. Like, if your concern is, like, kids, like, walking home from school, okay, cool. You should be advocating for safer sidewalks with better lighting. Not fucking up everybody's sleep once a year. Twice a year. I mean, it doesn't to me, broad shoulder Lloyd, but it's a solution. It's a vestigial from the olden times when, like, propaganda was king. Wait a second, it's just like right now. Wait, are you saying that we should be only half hour? Because I don't think that would help anybody. Come here. God, that's like the worst outcome. At least put it on a 0. Good lord. Actually, a double 0, not just a 0. My right nostril is itchy. Like, I keep on feeling like there's a hair touching it. It's driving me nuts. Me when you're a 0? I feel like a statistic, man. If they want to keep ruining their sleep schedule, fuck them. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not going to cause so many dollars in damage that some people seem to think it is. It's the same conservative line of thinking that, like, bricks progress everywhere. It's like, oh no, traffic is going to be so bad when there's bike lanes. Same line of thinking. It's like, no, actually, it gets rid of a lot of the traffic in reality. So I could not disagree more with a lot of those arguments. I have a stuck sheriff, by the way. Got him, boys. Oops, that's not the thing I wanted to do. And also, farmers, like, not wanting to get rid of daylight savings is literally false. Like, that is not a legitimate argument. If you care about farmers, then you should be advocating against, like, business magnates buying out every farm and not, like, them not being able, like, having to get up at a certain time. That's been an illogical argument since the, like, invention of electric lights. Yeah, I mean, there's a time zone in North America that's a half hour. I don't know about quarter hours. Isn't it mountain time that's half? I think it's mountain time. Wait, hold up. Gory pause. You said something that I cannot believe is true. From the bottom of my heart. You like the time change? You're like, I think I like the time change because tradition. You like the time change? The fuck's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Have you ever thought about going to therapy? That's the most fucked up thing I've heard all day. Dude, no, seriously, that's messed up. It's Newfoundland that's happening? Okay, yeah. I'm joking, but I refuse to acknowledge or believe that anybody likes the time change. Like, people accept it, sure, but, like, likes it? Let's not be hasty. That's ridiculous. I think also, like, Kelowna. Like, there's a few places in BC that run on mountain time. No, it's true. It does. Because of people losing an hour. I'm still trying to drink Phantom coffee. Go for the water bottle, you moron. The daylight savings time does kill people. It's like the worst day of the year to drive. That or the one day a year that it rains in Los Angeles. Phantom coffee? I mean, phantom coffee is the effect that you have when there's an empty mug. It's like having the Tetris effect where you see Tetris pieces everywhere. After playing too much Tetris, it's like you see a full mug and you're like, must have. You see a mug on your counter and you're like, must have coffee, but then it never does. That's the phantom coffee effect. Wait, you still have clocks that need to be changed? What year is it? I do too. I have to. I actually. So I have one clock in my apartment that I have to change. I could do that. I could use my my microwave clock as well, but it's just been set to 0 because I've never bothered enabling the clock on it. Because it was like that when I moved in and I've just never bothered. But my stove has a clock that I need to manually update and I haven't actually updated it yet. But like, you know. So to me, like the farm schedule thing is kind of dumb because I turn my stream on at 9 a.m., right? And you could say that like I have to turn my stream on when the sun comes up at the same time every day. But the reality is like, no, I just need to turn my stream on when I wake up every day. Like as long as I get around the same amount of sleep and I slept okay, I could just turn the stream on at the same time every day. It's about the same as like the cows need to be fed. I mean, cows are like as smart as dogs, if not smarter. So when they get annoyed, like getting milked at a different time suddenly out of nowhere, think of the cows, man. It was sold as a green and energy saving policy and it turned out to be worse in all ways and far less efficient and can't wait for it to go now. Yeah. I don't know. There are very few traditions that I care about except for like I will drink what's it called? Rum and apple cider and eggnog once a year. That's a tradition that I can get behind that I'll stick to. The rest of most other traditions can just get fucked. Frankly. It's small enough to play with you. Yeah, no, I've seen lap cows. No, it wasn't, because it pissed off every single retail worker. So it just made, like, service worse. The only thing the DST switching was good for was retail shopping. People are more likely to go shopping and out for dinner if it's light out. No. Once again, no. Maybe if you live in a dark place that has no outdoor sidewalks. Because I'm thinking about it in the inverse. Like I don't see how it makes that better. People are gonna go do that regardless if it's light out or dark out. Just like look at Finland. No beer on Big Dwarf Fortress updates? I mean, there was like an update this morning. What? Bratchel Lloyd? I don't get it. What do you mean? What do you mean by no beer? That's like most of northern US? Okay, so fix that problem. It's possible you can do it. I know I say that like it's just like a non-starter, but like, I don't know. There is not an argument against getting rid of daylight savings that I've genuinely seen as like a way to make things better. Like just getting rid of it is the only positive thing. Tinfoil hat time? I'm out of tinfoil actually, so. You've never had to change your cat's internal clock before? No, it just changes yours and ruins your sleep even worse for a few weeks. Also, your name is Gory Paws. My tinfoil hat here is you are the cat and you killed your owner 5 years ago after a time change and it refused to feed you after the time change. I'm just saying. So, we lost a life, potentially, chat, that would still be with us, potentially, if we hadn't gotten rid of daylight savings. New cat food? I think you mean no cat food. I mean, what can I say? Bustin' makes me feel good. Also, there's that, Mark Hammock. You either live somewhere where it's dark already by the time school starts, regardless of if you're doing a time change, or school shouldn't start until like 11 a.m. And homework should be illegal. And you should actually teach people useful skills. And no, trigonometry isn't useful. But I just don't like trigonometry. I know some people did. Whenever people type here, I just want to read like, sorry, what? I can't hear you. I think that's just an admittance of guilt, Gory. Okay, so what you're saying is schools do homework. So you agree with me then? Then high schools shouldn't do homework either. So I stand by what I said. Oh no, that poor cat. Wait, hold up. Cat adopted a second cat? That's crazy, man. The plot keeps getting thicker. I can smell the cat litter. Okay, that's gone. That's gone. It's so hot that I had to, like, put on gloves before I took it out of the microwave. Quippy's Revenge in YouTube chat. Open line dance. Okay, you went to a different school than I did. New Shaver. New Shaver's like, hey, can you teach me how to do my taxes? Followed by, no, shut up and line dance. Like, we went to different schools, man. Jesus Christ. Although I will state that, like, there were points in my life where I would rather learn to line dance than, like, having to do track and field. No, cats adopt their owners. Sometimes they refuse to. All of this silliness aside, where are we at? I need more bedrooms. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, I'm very excited to be getting rid of daylight savings. And if y'all are like, well, we should keep it, then all I have to say is, heh, you're jealous. There's very few things right now that I feel okay about lording over people, but this is one of them. What am I doing? There we go. Geometry is useful, yeah. Same with division. Like, you know, I'm not saying that all math is useless. I personally have personal beef with trigonometry because Math was a weird subject for me because I was good at it, but fucking hated it. Like, I think that if I hated it less, I probably would have done better at it, but because I hated it so much, I just kind of rejected, like, retaining any of it to a point where it was useful. Well, it's not even that. Like, I do understand, like, the logic behind, like, teaching someone how to do the logic behind the problem, if that makes sense. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you should learn how to do, even though you can do it on a calculator, because, like, you know, it's important to, like, use your brain once in a while. But there's, like, a point with math where it's, like, yeah, where you need it for specialization, right? Like, you don't need to know calculus unless you're specializing in math. But, I don't know. I also didn't like calculus very much. But I think you can do that without also learning obtuse math that you will never use again in 95% of jobs. You took an AP Calc exam in high school and passed, so I got 5 college credits of math for $70 USD. Oh, you just went and paid and took the exam? Yeah. I mean, that's how I graduated high school, because I technically didn't. I graduated early. I kind of want to say by fudging the numbers, but that's not totally true. I graduated early, and then about, I don't know, 5 years later, just went and took the exams after taking a, like, 3-week-long study course where it was just, like, study this shit, which was a lot of just, like, sitting on the bus and, like, staring at my phone and reading, and then, and filling stuff out on a calculator, and then went in and did the stuff and got my certs and was done. Because I just went and got a job, which is actually one of the reasons why, like, I'm a massive proponent of not mandatory military service, but mandatory retail service. Because it sucks, but my God, it makes you a more understanding person. Like, I can, whenever I hang out with somebody and they've never worked in any kind of customer service job, you can tell. Like, they just act so fucking different. It is wild to me, like, the way people treat people. You took a non-college math class and it was more life-based math, like budgeting and taxes. See, that's useful! That's useful! Although I should also note that I don't have kids. I'm not a parent. I don't actually have much of a say when it comes to parenting and kids, and I don't know shit about shit. So I'm just sitting here rambling because that's my job. I'm not an expert. I'm not an authority. Please refer to your experts who know what they're talking about. I'm just a guy who doesn't like having to change the clocks twice a year, and I'm very happy that I don't have to do that. It's been a while since I've said I'm very happy about something. In a while, so I'm very happy about that, and that's good. Lack a lot of common sense and decency. Yeah, it's why we have the stereotype called Karens. Which, like, isn't that a problematic thing to say now? Anyway, I just remember a brewery had to stop making Karen IPA. The Karen IPA called I Would Like to See the Manager. Although it is really funny that they had to stop making it because too many people complained about it. That is, like, maybe my favorite part of that whole story. I apologize, sort of, to the nice Karens in my chat. I'm outrage baited. Yeah. Although it wasn't the best name I've ever seen for a beer. That is, I Need a 187 on a motherfucking hop, or closely followed up by Stolen Bike Lager. Which just every bottle had a different picture of a stolen bike on it. Like lost bikes. Uh-oh, I'm screwing up. Is tech advanced? Is tech advanced math is good? You're super optimistic about the future of science and engineering, and more people who are good at it, the better, assuming we survive the... I agree with you. However, I think that people who go into fields like science and engineering, Fat Tubist in YouTube chat, also I love your name, by the way, but I think people that go into science and engineering should go into science and engineering because it interests them and it's a legitimate career path. But I think that the reality is it doesn't interest everybody, and it's not a legitimate career path for a lot of people, because you need people to do things that are not science and engineering. You need science and engineers, absolutely, just like you need doctors, but you also need people that cook. You know, you need blue-collar jobs. You need jobs that require those types of math, but lower levels of it, or a proficiency in mechanics. You need a well-rounded society of everything, and baseline schooling should be that. Baseline schooling. I think it's like less wild, or just about as, or maybe actually more wild than in shitification, Sherlock Jones. But like, to me, it's like, if you're interested in, like, I don't know, astrophysics, you should be able to go towards that career path, right? And that should be something that's accessible to you, and that's something that should be covered by the country that you live in and doesn't cost you anything, because you are a valuable asset to the country, because that is something that you value and are interested in. But you shouldn't have to learn that to work at Starbucks. Right now, I think we overvalue schooling as a resume builder. And also, like, our, you know, I could start babbling about, like, you know, having to use robots to apply for jobs, but I think we all know the state of that. And that is a large portion of society. Lost Bike Logger is like John Soda, but depressing. Stolen Bike Logger, yeah. I used to live in the car theft capital of Canada, which is thankfully no longer the car theft capital of Canada, which then right after becoming the car theft capital of Canada and stopping being the car theft capital of Canada, became the bike theft capital of Canada. Shoutouts to Surrey, British Columbia. So that's why Stolen Bike Logger came to be. I mean, to me, like, being a barista is an art, you know? But I don't know, this is also a very idealist thing, right? Like, I see a lot of people that are fortunate enough to pursue that kind, like, art or self-owned business / artistic business pretty frequently where I live. But that is purely because I live on an island in a pretty small population city that is pretty accepting of just supporting people who want to just do the thing that they want to do. And it happens to have cheap enough, like, business space rent that is an achievable thing for a more normal person. But that is an anomaly, right? Like, that very much is not the case everywhere, and I'm aware of that. What, Surrey? Yeah, well, Surrey's improved a lot. That the era of Surrey that I like to make fun of was around when I moved to Surrey, and I moved there because the rent was really cheap, not because it was nice. It wasn't nice. It was really not nice. The joke was always want to get stabbed and move to Surrey. It was a very not nice place to live. But the rent was cheap, and the reputation kept the rent cheap, and so I could afford it. Would I ever be willing to post images of my forts for layout ideas? I mean, my VODs go on, like, YouTube. Why would I need to post images? Just skim the VODs until I zoom out like this. I don't think that my forts are particularly well laid out, but I like the way they look, but... Happiest bearded dwarf, says Snail. So I can't give you that one because he's off limits. Oops, that's okay. Snail, did you have a dwarf in the last fort? I'm just seeing if they're still alive. How would you like to modify your name? Yeah, Snail's still alive. 41 years old. Like, this is your previous dwarf who's in the North Guild. Obviously still there, most likely, I bet. In fact, you got married. That's actually going to be really interesting, is being able to look at what dwarves have done after I retire the fortress with this. Snail Jr. Just add the SD. Okay. Snail SD. Super determined. He has an overinflated sense of self-snail. Worth. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. He is sloppy with his living space and is confident under pressure. He is grounded in reality and doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and is quite ambitious and often acts with compassion. He often feels envious of others and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally is a firm believer in the value of tradition. Must drink every single day. Likes petrified wood and fine pewter. Likes violet sespertine and giant warthog hoof. White-browed gibbon parchment. Quivers, floodgates, and horses for their strength. Nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, in the words of the Goldenrod of Smiles, and the sound of these songs of glass sing, and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics. When possible, prefers to consume giant grouper, which is a fish, and lettuces, as well as tomatillo wine, and hates purring maggots. His hair is dry, and his very long beard is neatly combed. He worships Yurith, the skeletal god of death, and is a member of the Assaulted Communion. Okay, that's a new one. And the usual guilds. Welcome to the fort. While I continue making bedrooms. We're about to get hit by some ads in about 20 seconds. So when those ads start, I will pause the game so you guys don't miss much. Did you just say purring maggots? Purring maggots are a vermin that live in caverns, and they can be milked to make dwarven milk, and the milk can be made into cheese, which is called dwarven cheese. But they finally fixed the vampire not eating bug long ass time ago. But they won't drink because they don't have the need to drink. But you can get around that by simply, what's the word? Having a tavern keeper. And it's not a bug. Like, that's how they're supposed to work. Got married as well? There you go. Yeah, it's looking like, based on the time today, we will do the adventure mode bring in either at the start of tomorrow or, like, early tomorrow in the day. It'll probably be a pretty short adventure. I don't see it taking more than an hour and a half to 2 hours. I'm just going to make a human adventurer probably and then just go punch statues until we become a vampire and then just wander over here and bite somebody and then, I don't know, walk away. Surprise Cthulhu? Gory pause? Or, I mean, it was mentioned, so Cthulhu mentioned? So chat, what do you think? Am I gonna get my mattress delivered today? I don't know. It still just says awaiting scheduled delivery, which sitting next to my phone. Also, my mom's texting me. What's going on? There's a comedian that my mom likes who's coming to Vancouver in October. And I'm asking my parents if they want to go. Just gonna forward them the email. Do I need to call them and ask? No. I don't think so. I mean, worst case scenario, they'll sell out, but I mean, there's 3 shows, so. Magic Ball says 70% chance of mattress delivery today. Man, that's a blast from the past. If anybody's curious, it's Josh Johnson. You can tell somebody's popular when, like, he did a show in Vancouver last year in a very small venue, and there was only 1. Now he's doing 3 in Vancouver, and it's at a bigger venue. Let's get that poor upset ranger in there. Let's get some doors up here. Some more beds. More bedrooms. Okay. Is this the vanilla soundtrack? Yep. Yeah, it's just the game. Although I do have the adventure mode soundtrack, so it does... If you purchase the DLC on Steam for the adventure mode soundtrack, it adds that soundtrack into Fortress mode. I'm getting light reflecting off of a piece of glass. 1 second. Just getting blasted in the eye with a deadly laser. You saw him in Chicago? I wonder if I watched that set on YouTube. I watch most of his sets on YouTube. It's a nice way to spend a Wednesday. And that, and also, like, you know, I don't live in town with my parents anymore, so more so recently I've been trying to, like, find shit that I could go do with my parents where I used to live, just so that I have an excuse to visit. Oh, also, kind of a funny thing. My brother-in-law is an opera singer, right? So he sings opera as, like, I would call it a side gig. It's not something he does, like, in a full-time capacity, really, but he sings opera. And because of that, well, because he sings opera, like he ends up in a lot of really interesting performances, but they almost always seem to either land on a day that I'm going to an unrelated concert and can't go, because I go to a lot of local indie metal shows, or it's like way out of my way to go to. And then the one time that I was available to go to one, I was sick, so I didn't end up going. But there's one that's happening that's like really convenient, and I got a ping from my mom when I was at a place getting burgers with my friend Kevin, who's the person who I go to most concerts with. And my mom's like, hey, so there's this opera happening on this day, and like my brother-in-law is singing. She's like, would you like to go? It's this day, and this day. And then I literally responded with, is there a dress code? And my mom responds with, no. And I look up at my friend, I'm like, hey, do you want to go see an opera? And he goes, what? Like, I told him he was singing, and he goes, is there a dress code? And I'm like, no. So I'm going to go see an opera. And me and my friend Kevin are debating as to whether or not we should wear our metal vests, but probably won't. That's going to be fun. Because they had early bird tickets that were like less than $20, so it's like, you know what? Fuck it. Why not? Do something silly. Go troll my brother-in-law a little bit. Be a good time. And then he had the logical question response, which is, are we going to pre-drink? I like operas. I've been to operas before. It's been a long time. I saw Don Giovanni like a billion years ago. I've seen the Magic Flute twice. Don Giovanni's pretty metal at the end, though. I do have to say that. I'm not a huge fan of opera, but like, I like it. It's fine. It's not something I go out of my way to see. But like, if the opportunity presents itself and it's cheap, and it's when I know that I'll be in town, then I'm like, nah, sure. Why not? It'll be fun. Tiny Hippo, the gem setter, withdraws from society. Tiny Hippo was out in the caverns. It might be time for us to open up the tavern. I'm seeing a lot of dwarves that want to make merry and don't have any friends. Metal opera is a thing? Well, this isn't a metal opera. This is a local Vancouver-based composer writing an independent opera at a tiny venue. Okay, not that tiny, but relatively small venue for an opera. It's an opportunity. I respect it. I do very much respect YouTube chat's Magic 8-Ball, though, claiming that there's a 70% chance that I will get my bed delivered today, because I don't think my odds are that good, but I will gladly take the finger cross at the very least. Some more migrants have arrived. Oh. I think we're about to get a mayor, chat. So we're up to 47 dwarves. I'm sorry, why is there teeth everywhere? Rattlesnake. Hopefully none of you got bit by a rattlesnake. Hmm. 49 and 50. There we go. There's so many cool niche contemporary operas. Yeah. Like I said, it's still not the type of music that I gravitate towards generally, but to 59 dwarves all of a sudden. Damn. That's a good population to be at. I mostly, like, my preferred form for opera is when opera is used as part of something that isn't normally opera. If that makes any sense. Like, I really like when unrelated styles or musical acts utilize that type of lyric or performance for something else. The issue that I tend to have with operas is they're very long, and it's just kind of a non-stop thing with like a intermission usually, and then just a very long thing. And it's pretty consistent when I've seen operas in the past that there isn't enough variety outside of that. But like I said, once in a while is entertaining. Although, speaking of genre bending, I think the coolest genre bending, well, maybe one of the coolest performances of music I ever saw was I got to see Philip Glass play Koyaanisqatsi. That might actually be one of the coolest things I've ever seen performed live. How you doing today, Devilish? Until you get a seat sore listening to Wagner. Opera's all fun and games until you get a seat sore listening to Wagner. Yeah, they need standing room for Wagner. And also, like, a gym. And, like, assigned sleeping areas. That or, like, make it a 3-day thing. You know, like, Wagner is like a festival instead of... Fat Tubist in YouTube chat is commenting about Wagner because Wagner operas are really fucking long. Like, you want, like, an 11-hour opera? It's like being asked to sit down and watch the extended editions of Lord of the Rings with the whole trilogy back to back. Also, similar topic, so checks out. The Tiny Hippo, the gem setter, has created Sid Sinsot Evatu Fresh, a turquoise blood. Oh, that's cool. And offers it to the Mountainous Vale. I need to find something to use that for. Let's go down to this cavern layer down here. I'm trying to think. Because I would like to do power down here, and I want to use this, basically. So if I do like that, I could just build bridges over it. Yeah, it's probably the way to do it. I'm actually just going to go up to here and go... set these sections to blueprints. And I'm going to go to nice... so I got a bunch of it. It's going to take a minute for us to get a mayor elected, but it'll happen. It's wet and cold, lots of rain. That was me yesterday. Yesterday we got, it was like 20-something millimeters of rain, and today we got like another 11. So it's been a lot of rain the past 2 days, but it's suddenly sunny now, so I ain't complaining. So you got the job then, I guess, Devilish? That's good. It was just like likely that you would get job last time you were here, so that's good to hear. Round of beers to that, I say. People getting jobs and being employed is always good news. I'm just my biggest good news right now is I get to get rid of daylight savings, and I'm fucking stoked, man. So excited. Can't wait. We get to stop changing these goddamn clocks twice a year. Is it this weekend? Sunday, yeah. Sunday is the last time change. Heck yes. Or at least for BC. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody else can be like, if you want to try and convince your local lawmakers to change it, you can just be like, well, Canada did it. That's a valid reason, I think. Well, BC did it, I guess. Wish Ontario would follow. Now the only one that we won't be able to get, I guarantee it, is everybody in Canada could change it, but Quebec won't unless the people who've already changed it agree to give them some sort of tax benefit if they change it in like the next, major election cycle. But yeah, here's hoping that Ontario follows. Shark, jumping, walrus. You jumped the shark, walrus, and you were the first person to cheer bits today. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm going to start off with the drawbridge, though. I use drawbridge for security reasons. Because drawbridges will close even if there's, like, even if there is a, what's the word? Boulders in it, whereas floodgates won't. Oh, that looks dope. Actually, why don't I... throw those in there. Go rock, floodgate. Let's just say 4. I'll make those out of... oh, man, I just want to make them out of allanite. We'll do 3 then. No mold, thanks for the 2nd month. That means that first one wasn't an oopsie, so thank you. Appreciate you. Welcome back, dude. The other nice thing is it's going from state to state government positions, so even though this job laid you off for at 9 years and 8 months to the minimum of 10 years pension vesting, this new job will continue that clock. Oh, that's good. I have a question. How long would you have to lose the job to lose that clock? Or is it like a, you could leave for 10 years and you'd still have it? But that's good. Glad you're saving your pension. That's good news. You don't lose it? Okay, that's good. I have no hope of ever getting any kind of pension. So, aside from like, the general retirement stuff that Canada does. So I'm just, sitting here going, I'm an independent contractor and kind of fucked in a lot of ways, but it's fine. Rock block. Nope. Rock mechanisms. I wish I could just use obsidian. Do I actually have enough quartzite for that? I don't even. Your monitor survived the move. Is that worth a round of beers? I mean, anything's worth a round of beers within reason. Unless you don't drink, in which case then it's apple juice. It's definitely apple juice. So true story. When I used to work in fast food, we used to go to Denny's every payday. And the entire reason the only reason we went to Denny's on payday was they were the only place that we could find that would service alcohol at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Thanks for the dwarf distraction from work, smiley face.
Happy to help, Umbrella Alderman. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the second month Prime sub? All I know is that our rocks are not lava safe, but are there any ones that aren't water safe? I guess ice. But that's more like temperature. So like if there's water in the area, then they'll melt. I don't think so. Rolf, thanks for checking out a gift sub. That is the first type train of the stream. To implode command. It's a little hype train. Tier 2. Appreciate you. But that is melting, not dissolving. Yeah. So kind of like not actually the answer that like the thing that they're asking. So I don't know. That's interesting. It'd be real cool if there was like some magic substance or something that like melted in water. But or like a rock salt wall. I feel like sand would be more likely to dissolve, but you can't get sand blocks. Back when you could get soap, soap would have made sense for that. When you could make soap walls, when they were a constructible material. I wonder about like something like chalk, you know, like really, really, really soft rock, where that would make sense. Or clay boulders, yeah. Clay boulders could dissolve. That would make sense. That's the sort of thing that would make sense as a mod. I don't know if that's something that would ever get implemented into the vanilla game though. But it'd be pretty useless if added to the game. I mean, I think it's just one of those things that Tarn would be like, oh, that would require the map rewrite, right? But let's look at this artifact. This is a turquoise floodgate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut turquoise and rectangular nice cabochons, and decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of single-cut turquoises. This object menaces with spikes of turquoise, and the item is an image of lead Wildhalls, the dwarf in alpaca wool. And the item is an image of a giant ibex in cobaltite. That's pretty cool. Hey, Astro. Welcome back. In the YouTube chat. I'm going to fly up here real quick. Go up here. Because I've got a lot of dwarves standing around all of a sudden. And I'm going to fill this up with tavern flooring. I need to use some of that alunite to make a fun pattern, I think. I really like the color variety, just in stone colors, that this fort has. Like, it's been a long time since I've had a fort that's had this many different colors. And then let's just do nice, maybe? Yeah, I can do nice for the rest of it. It's time to open up the tavern, because I still don't have a tavern. Happiest bald. Is that like bald specifically, or is that beard agnostic? Bald. Okay, so bald. So this dwarf is bald, but has a beard. So I could go with Onul or Doren. There's 24 seconds left on that hype train. Chat, I just want to say a real quick thank you to those of you who took part. It needs 4 subscriptions to level up our $18 in bits, but at the same time, thanks, chat, for hanging out and help and support the stream. Beard good. Okay, so you want Onul. Helm's channel. Heki OS, the best operating system for Heki. Apparently he revels in chaoses and discords. He encourages, and he encourages it wherever possible. He does not trust others and is very curious, and sometimes to his detriment. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth, just like that bouncy ball in the corner, and likes a little excitement now and then. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and has little interest in joking around. He has an active imagination and occasionally overindulges and has a greedy streak and often feels lustful. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important he finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. He dreams of mastering a skill. He likes native platinum, sterling silver, clear garnet, and the color apple green, as well as circles, donkeys for their stubbornness, and slugmen for their slime trails. And when possible, he prefers to consume giant elephant, seal, and perry, and absolutely hates slugs. Why did I click out of that? Because you are broad and fat and has a very long beard, which is combed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His ears have nearly fused lobes. He has 2 lovers, and neither of them live here, but your cousin does, who's Vokar the Engraver. You're a member of the Snarling Cult. Previously, you're a member of the Cradled Minds, and your last name is Helm's Channel, so you could look yourself up if you like. Which Necrontyr already did on your behalf. Who I'm sure we'll mention if there was something interesting that happened. But welcome to the fort. Mayor's office is getting trimmed out. This up here is getting built slowly. Fish worshipper and thief? Wait, you were a thief? Did they steal something notable? Or do they worship thief worshippers? Or is it this kind of thief?
Over here, he has a sword!
I like to think it's the over here he has a sword type of thief. Stole a book and a sword. Ooh. Scandalous. Also, chat, if anybody can think of a good name for this tavern, I'm open to ideas. Also, we're about to get hit by some ads. Do I have any instruments? I don't think so. I do have an alpaca that needs to be et. The Bloody Goblet. Called the Bloody Cup. Crimson Chalice. I'm sensing a theme. The Muggy Wombat. The Cake of Eating. Tale of the Mountain. Not the Call of the Mountain. Which is a pretty good song, actually. Actually, that's Call of the Mountains. The Call of the Mountains. For the people out there who've listened to, you know, folk metal. Select a stockpile where this will take items. Boop, down there. You can take meals and twink and twink. That is true. Calls doesn't have ale in the name. Inn and Tavern. The Oat of Puddles is the default name. Goblet. Oh. Mug. Cup. The Cup of Paddles. I have a question. What does the word cog mean in Dwarven? What is that? Where's cog? I feel like calling it something cog would be a fun callback. I saw Nog. Where's stone when I need them? Let me actually go open up the wiki and look. Boot? You beat me to it. Cup of boots? How about the boot of ale? What do you think, chat? Also, I feel like every Aussie on Earth should appreciate this one, you know? It's just doing a shoey. Those fucking pint boots. Oh, no, absolutely. And the boot of grog. I don't think grog is a Dwarven word, is it? And then I'm also going to assign the tiny little dining hall in the middle to it. This is also the opportunity to start making lavish meals. Which, 15. How frequently am I doing those? Monthly? Let's do these monthly too. Also going to make a copper crossbow. Just gonna make 4 of them. And I'm gonna go down to here and make a leatherworker's shop. Just gonna plop 1 down there. Make a leather quiver. Maybe not 10 of them though, let's do 6. And I'm gonna make a second still. Okay, so then over here, I'm gonna clear these, clear those, and then in the middle, I'll do those. More burr for dwarfs? Always. I really like the look of this tavern. But now they can go watch performances, which is good. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to unpause that. I'm going to keep those unpaused. And I'm going to pause you. Pause all these. I do actually think I'm a little bit out. Nope, not out of tetrahedrite. Am I out of copper? Yes. I think they already ate all the good meals. Yep. They most certainly did. Someone left the hammer. Yeah, that hammer's been there a while. I think I just need some additional dwarves in the military, actually. Is the actual issue. Seems to actually be the issue, yeah. So they're already performing and singing and dancing. What a beautiful time. And I'll go make friends now. Yeah, I want to say that hammer's been there a while. I need to give them a place where they can put it, is actually the issue. What do you think of my tavern, chat? It sort of looks like a mug. Or like a stein. You know, like this is kind of the handle, and this is like a frothy beverage. Candle, and then that wasn't really intentional, but wood drink there? Yeah. Needs a kitchen. Actually, you know what I need? I need some goblets. That's something that I need. We need some goblets. Also, thank you for the follows, by the way. I do see those. Just done any kind of notification for them. Honestly, the tavern's opening could be a fantastic time to go to adventure mode. How about fall? After trading, because we need word to get out, right? I don't disagree, but I would like it to be a little bit closer to the 15th, to year 215. And based on timing and how busy today's been, it is likely that that'll probably be how we start the stream tomorrow. Are the altars in the hall deliberate? There are no altars in the hall. Oh, you mean like in the hallway? Yeah, no, they just ended up there. I don't have a furniture stockpile at the moment. Because, like, word gets out about things in the fall, right? Like, that's when new people find out that they're there. Also going to do more bedrooms up here, but I'm going to do them a little bit more... do them a little differently. These could be more affluent bedrooms, perhaps. I don't know what kinds of bedrooms these are going to be used for, but could even be like, I don't know. Maybe we'll do some micromanagey stuff with these, but we'll see. Like easy access to this upper area up here. That's way too big. There we go, it's a little better. This is like the arts district. So I have kind of two ideas as far as where the adventurer will start. So we're like right here, right? There's this elven faction down here that we're at war with. So I think it would be neat if we were affiliated with the elves, but maybe not part of that faction. So I'm thinking as a human, start over here, travel down there, talk to them, and then travel up to here. Because if we play as the humans, we could be neutral with them, and then it would give us somewhere to go afterwards. So we could work with, like, we could basically go via this elven fortress of Boltfisher, and then travel along these roads up to here, and then go that way. I think that would be kind of a fun route to take, especially because, like, you know, there's all these towns along the coast, and also these are like stone roads, so those would be nice to follow. And then we get a little bit of wilderness down here, through some jungles, and then back up that way. So that's something that I've been thinking about a little bit, but that's about as far as I've made it. Like, I'm not, nothing is too chiseled in stone at the moment. It's very much kind of a little bit of going with the flow, more or less. Or cut in stone, maybe is a better way to put it. Trying to say set in stone and overthinking it. Okay, so what dance is this? They're performing a dance. Also got dwarves that are simulating a kurul. So if I go here... Needs a case, a keyboard, and strings. Case, keyboard, out of copper, and strings, out of silver. We'll assemble it. Whenever you see an instrument that you see dwarves mimicking, you can try and make it. Also, the district is of the highest craftsmanship, the mountainy region. This is I really like it. My favorite worlds that Dwarf Fortress generates are ones that are like believable fantasy settings. Like just this mountain range like this. Like you could imagine like this coastal kind of peninsula where the elves are in disagreement as to whether or not they should exterminate the dwarves, and some of them are at war with them, but some of them are not. And there's these little humans kind of unaware of everything that's going on over here, and then there's just these humans living in this secluded area with an army of goblins in the north who are actively at war with the elves and invading the elves and murdering the elves up there. Like, I don't know. It's a very believable setting. I'm just gonna get you to smelt 20 tetrahedrite. So we've got case. Strings. You do like to look at the maps and think about the drama that would arise. Yeah. I mean, I've said this before, but one of the coolest parts about Dwarf Oh shit! We've got an extra statue sitting down here, which I forgot to put away. About Guilt Monk, which I should probably put away. One of my favorite things is how Dwarf Fortress is so good at just making your imagination go burr. It's like if that's something that you value, this is such a neat game in that way. Okay, so we've got strings and cases. Strings over there. We're making a keyboard. Once we've made a keyboard, there should be an assemble one task. Looks like I've got a metal instrument that we can just mass produce, chat. That the dwarves seem to know how to play, which is cool. Could also make a door and a whatchamacallit. But that should pop up here pretty quick. The elves live in Forest Shark. Is that really the name of it? The Forest of Sharks? I mean, it's the jungle of strangling, which, sure. So where are you gonna get put? So you're gonna go assemble it. Pulley Practice is her name. Grabs the case. I mean, a heavy fucking instrument. I wonder what kind of instrument this is. Although I'm always most curious to see if it's like... Uh-oh. What's this? We've got a human lasher visiting. Oh. That does check out as to why a stray human would visit. Got more coral strings. So it's keyboard, case, and strings. I wonder if it's more of a piano type thing, like a stand-up keyboard thing, or if it's more of a handheld thing. It could be either, but it is made of metal. Yep. It is a piano type thing. We'll be able to make several of them. It's a, it is a huge stationary metal instrument, which houses 70, yeah, it's a piano. It houses 74 metal strings. The musician uses the keyboard in which, to select which strings on a nearly 8-octave range. So now when they dance and they play that song, they should potentially play on this. We've also got a, so if anybody wants to look up this human, we've got Ethel Hedgefire. Well, I know who torched my neighbor's yard now. But they've got Yushav Master Begun, their spouse, her husband or wife, and she has a child named Lucky Bluecooks. Dwarf play Shaman Sticks. Play Freebird! No, not the rock! Ah! Do you have any artifacts? Oh. First off, this human has an obsession for clothing. I do have to say, this human has a pretty big obsession for clothing. Because... that's a lot of shirts. We got a dress, a tunic, and a shirt, as well as a skirt and a skirt. But I see a dwarf hair earring, a dwarf nail amulet. Play us a song there, piano man. Is that where we're going with this, Hakios? I don't think I trust this human very much. I don't feel that I do. And then once we get another one of these Kurals assembled, which is happening down here, I'll plop her over here. Suspicious amount of dwarven clothing, right? That uses a lot of metal to make one of those. The Goblin Within Reason was stolen from the Ashen Tombs in Canyon Steel by Ethel. So they stole a book. The Crossbones, the Socketed Glimmer was stolen. Ooh. I have a question. What's Crossbones, the Socketed Glimmer? Do we know? What's the value of this? 300? Nice, 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 nice. What about you? 1,000. Ooh. Chat, do enjoy the dances. Streamer's gonna go take a toilet break and top off his water and put away the mugs so that he no longer, you know, drinks phantom coffee. If the human leaves your site, let me know as soon as I get back so that I can lock her up. Is Thief still in screen? Oh, it's fine. Hey, we've got a mayor. Shit, where did the thief go? Gremlin for mayor. This ain't no gremlin, but where did the thief go? Madame. Oh, there she is. Chat, she worships OLED monitors. I don't know if we can trust her. She also has 2 lovers. I wonder if she's like formed a false friendship with one of them. I feel like since this is such a high-level engravings fortress right now, I'm going to only permit great and above engravers to do engravings. I'm going to go here and I'm going to go whoop, 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 whoop. Mayor immediately making moves to keep the fortress safe. Yeah. Although I do have open artifacts, and I kind of have that intentionally. All I'm saying is that chaos is going to happen in this fort, and there's nothing I'm going to intentionally do about it. Look at that. Everybody just vamoosing. I mean, okay, so she is a noted preserver of the knowledge because it belongs in a museum. Typical human. And is a noted treasure hunter for the Council of Mist and a noted treasure hunter of the Virtuous Band. So, and the Society of Urges and the Society of Urges. She's a protector of the knowledge there as well as noted treasure hunter. So yeah, no, she's a, I mean, she has a whip, so it literally is an Indiana Jones stuff. She's got the right kind of hat, And she's got a whip. So yeah, Indiana Jones type. The dwarves are arriving. More migrants have appeared to rumble in. I do like their last name, though. I like her last name, Hedgefire. What poem are we telling? I haven't really listened or looked at much of their arts in this faction yet. The sport of power, probably boxing, right? Is a reflective poetic form composing war. Oh, wow. Or concerning war. Originating in the dipped volcano, the form guides poets during improvised performances. The poem is a single couplet. Use of connaissance and metaphor is characteristic of the form. Each line has 4 feet with a tone pattern of even, even, even. I know nothing about poetry, so this means nothing to me. But it reads cool. It is intended to express grief over the subject of the poem. The first rhyme is intended to maintain the phrasing, so it's and it has ambiguity and grief, and yeah, sounds about right. Cattle for the hungry, burgers. I don't know. That's what my brain goes to, but burgers. I get my squad's training down here. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go rock table and rock throne. I'm going to make more tables and chairs. Could use nice. But I don't actually have that much. Good news is they'll have them done real quick. Get this area up here smooth. And I think I'm going to go over here and I'm going to throw in some statues. Or by some, I mean the 2 that we have. Throw in some gems. This is a very gaudy fort already. We're still early days and it's already super gaudy. What you doing there, Dwarf? Training war dog? Let's just check bars real quick. We got 16 iron and some copper. Let's do iron shield, iron helm. I'll just do 6 of each. Chat, what you playing today? What's your game of choice if you have one? I think that this accidentally might be one of the coolest looking forts I've built in this, at least at the start of a fort in a while. I wasn't quite happy with the last one. Like the water stuff we were doing was cool, but like the actual fort itself was like kind of whelming. But I do really like the layout that this is slowly developing. And we are in an ad break, so I will wait to unpause until the ads is done. New season started in Fallout Shelter. For some reason, Fallout Shelter is consistently a game that I'm surprised exists whenever people mention it. I don't know why, but that was not a game that if you asked me when that game was announced, that I would say that it was still around in as long as it has been. It's kind of crazy to me. Like, it's clearly been successful, but it's just always a game that I forget about. Doesn't loom very large in my head. Europa Universalis. How is that? Is that a Paradox hit or a Paradox meh? Playing WoW again after 2 years away. I mean, I also think about taking up heroin once in a while, but that doesn't make it a good idea. I can't say that I've ever been like, I need that. We have a human who's very suspect, probably a thief hanging out, who I'm following and keeping a sharp eye on. We elected a mayor, and we are very close to the point where I'm going to swap to adventure mode. Very close, but that'll likely be a thing that we do tomorrow. But we'll see. Depends on how much my enthusiasm rumbles. It's been a pretty vibey fort, though. Pretty calm. I just got my military training, which is, I guess, a new thing for this fort. You know, you got several dwarves in the military. Nothing too cray-cray, though. Just some dwarves in the position of holding hammers and, like, doing a little bit of basic training. So they've got a ways to go before they become great, if you will. $239 hours since launch. Did you play the previous one? Well, that's good to hear. It's always nice to hear people enjoying video games. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a ton of games that I'm super enthusiastic about, aside from a few that might come out this year. I don't know. I'm still, like, I think one of 10 people that's excited to play the new game from Kit Fox whenever that goes into beta, but that thing seems like it's pretty early, and, like, they announced that closed, like, alpha thing. And they're like, yeah, we'll periodically let people in. And they basically told me, they're like, yeah, we'll let you in as soon as it's ready to be streamed. And this is a naked child. Willem is running around naked. I need to make clothing. This is 2 forts in a row this has happened. You've played since the 3rd one? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty keen to play that new Kit Fox game, but, like, I'm also wondering as to when it's gonna be publicly playable. Because I've kind of heard nothing. I don't know if chat's heard anything. I also don't know anybody who got into that closed play session either, so I kind of haven't heard anything. It's just been quiet. Well, that's good to know that it met your expectations. I feel like if there's a lot of franchises in video games out there where, like, I could hear nothing about it, and that's a terrible thing. It means that it failed, nobody likes it, probably has mostly negative reviews, everybody hated it. But sometimes when a game comes out and I don't hear anything, that could be very good. like that's either, like, absolutely awful and terrible news, or it's good news and they succeeded. This might also be the most peasants I've ever gotten in a fortress. Like, holy crap. Like, look at this, chat. Look at how many peasants there are. That's insane. Streets of Fortuna. You got the right last letter. And the R is correct. There's also an R in that name. The one that what looks like in Istanbul if it was Kenchi. Or Middle East Kenshi, I guess. Which in some ways, I guess, is just like not as apocalyptic Kenshi. But yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see that thing. That's one of the few games I'm like kind of keen on playing once it sees some kind of playable state. Keep on thinking I'm going to run out, but I didn't run out of quartzite. That's crazy. What other blocks do I have? Let's use as much of this microcline as I can for this last one. A little bit of variety. Put some microcline up there. Dang it, ran out. Okay, fine. Quartzite for the last 2 spots, and quartzite for those spots that I missed down there. You're right about marathon lore. Bungie's pretty well. First off, they're running with something that pre-exists, right? So they have an advantage there. But Bungie's just pretty good at creating interesting universes that I always want to know more about, even if I don't necessarily want to play the games. Like I really enjoyed Halo, that first one. Halo Combat Evolved, you know, it's weird that they never made any sequels. But like Halo always had a very convincing world, if nothing else. Same with Destiny. It's like I've never had any interest in really playing Destiny, but Destiny was able to convincingly and consistently create an interesting universe. And I feel very similarly about Marathon. Like I would like to see whatever comes out of that, because like it just seems neat, and people just seem so ready to fucking hate it. Like it kind of bums me out a little bit. Like I feel like there's a lot of like it's obviously doesn't go for everything. Like there's a lot of cases where like people legitimately don't want something, but there's definitely a kind of attitude amongst games right now where people will go in with the pre-assumed notion that they're going to hate something and then hate something regardless of if it's bad or not. And often it's like kind of just mid or like underdeveloped, or like maybe could have had another like 8 months in the oven, like of polish is like often what happens. And I'm kind of worried that that's going to happen to Marathon, and that is preemptively bumming me out, I guess. That's going to be my mayor's office, and this is going to be my mayor's dining hall. And then that is going to be my mayor's bedroom. They may already have a bedroom. Yes, they do. Meager quarters and modest quarters. These are the meager quarters, so those can be swapped to somebody else. All right, sussy McSuspect. Human. You do like performing. Maybe they just wanted to be they just really, really, really wanted to be a bard. For dueling out a story? I mean, I don't disagree with that necessarily, but I will say this. I fucking loved Titanfall. And that first Titanfall was a real strange loop for dealing out a story. But I really fucking loved that game. And I played a lot of it. I never did play Titanfall 2, so I guess I'm part of the problem. But I was kind of falling out of that type of game around that time. So I think it was almost more me, not Titanfall 2. But I don't disagree. I mean, that's certainly a fair take. That it's a weird style of game to hand out a story. But at the same time, I don't know. I've seen in some ways, weirder examples that have also been good. The first Titanfall was literally like, if you went into the campaign mode, it would give you a cutscene and then a mission, which was just a normal match of Titanfall in normal matchmaking, but you'd get audio logs. That was Titanfall 1. Titanfall 2 had like a full campaign and everything, but like Titanfall 1 was literally just, you would get audio logs and that was it. It wasn't ideal, but it was interesting. Although I would argue that like a extraction shooter is actually a better way to do story, because depending on how populated you make those maps, like, okay, so hear me out. I'm gonna have a bold take here for a second. How, in some ways, someone's going to crucify me for this. In some ways, Dark Souls games have a lot in common with extraction shooters, because you can enable PvP in FromSoft games. And when you enable PvP, it's just the normal game, except sometimes a dude shows up and fucking kills you. Or helps you. And I do think that in some ways, extraction shooters have some similarity to that. Obviously, it's not the exact same thing in any way, shape, or form. But I do think that they share some DNA in the way the PvP just kind of happens mid-game. So if there is, like, I literally couldn't play it if I wanted to, because it's a PvP game with kernel-level anti-cheat, and I play on Linux. So, like, unfortunately, even if I wanted to, I couldn't play it. So, but at the same time, I look at that and I go, I do actually see a world where, like, that's interesting because of the structure of how those work. I think that people, I think the biggest problem with extraction shooters is Escape from Tarkov. And that's probably the least controversial thing that I've said in the last 10 seconds. Because Escape from Tarkov is, like, mean, but it's mean on a level that, you know, it's like the difference between playing WoW and WoW on a PvP server. Like, MMOs have story in a similar way that extraction shooters can have story. And that doesn't delegitimize their story or their ability to tell stories. It just simply is a different format of storytelling. And I think that you can, in theory, appeal to a wider audience in a game that allows for open world PvP. That being said, I think when you can't turn off the open world PvP, you kind of limit your audience just from the get-go. You know? Like, if you could have a PvE queue for a game like that, I think that's also an interesting thing, but I don't think, as far as I know, they're not doing that, and that does bum me out. The no real lore reason for people to fight. For some games like Arc Raiders, definitely it's up to the players if they want to help or just be dicks. Yeah, well, I want to say that, like, there's... So I haven't played Arc Raiders, but I was reading something that Arc Raiders was testing, like, having two hidden, like, queues where people who tend to shoot at other players will get queued with people who tend to shoot at other players, and people who tend to not shoot at other players will get queued with people who tend to not shoot at other players, which I think is an interesting thing. It reminds me of when... Oh, fuck. What game was that? There was a game ages ago that just, like, pit people who cheated against other people who cheated. Like, if you had, like, ridiculous kill-to-death ratios in every game, to the point where you were... And, like, accuracy ratios where you were obviously cheating, they would just put you against other people like that. I want to say it was Hyperscape. It's like a game that doesn't exist anymore. Was it GTA 5? Oh, that's funny. But I want to say Hyperscape did that as well, but nobody played that. Titanfall had cheater-only lobbies? Gotcha. Speaking of games that don't exist anymore. You're playing Kenshi right now, make more Kenshi likes. Yeah, no, I agree. YouTube chatter. I think also there's the thing with Tarkov where the scavs or the AI in Tarkov are not the biggest threat if you are even remotely decent at Tarkov, whereas other players are the bigger threat. I think making the AI the bigger threat is much more interesting. Like, and then occasionally give you a reason to want to kill the other player, you know? But I don't know. I think that, in my humble opinion, I feel that extraction shooters get written off by people who don't like PvP games, and as somebody who doesn't like a PvP game, I think I'm also at fault at this. But I do think that there is storytelling capabilities and interesting things that can be done with the genre that is not just a, we hate our player base and hate everybody who plays this game, and you're going to suffer, damn it, and you're going to pay for it, and you're going to like it, which is like the Escape from Tarkov methodology of doing things. And honestly, like, that's a fair way to make those types of games, but I do think that that isn't sustainable at a large scale, if that makes sense. Whereas I do actually think that there is a reality where, you know, games with that structure could be more than the sum of their parts that they are usually at the minute. I mean, like, the Dark Zones, or like fucking RuneScape's Wilderness. You know, it's kind of like, obviously not an extraction shooter zone, but it's the area where you die and you drop all your stuff if you've killed somebody, right? Like, if you've killed a player, you lose all your stuff. If you don't kill another player, you keep your most valuable things. Where the game was designed so well that you could fight back against the most aggressive cheaters with unimaginable sufficient skill. I fucking hated Quake. Well, rather, I fucking hated playing real Quake. I liked playing modded Quake with friends on a LAN, but actually playing Quake sucks, man. Max Payne 3? I never played Max Payne 3. I played Max Payne and Max Payne 2. YouTube chat. Are mostly just roguelites. Let's not call them that, please. Just as an actual fan of roguelikes, can we not fucking call them that? Can we just not do that? Just make me want to hurl, man. There's nothing sacred anymore. There's a bunch of troglodytes down there. Like, I see what you're saying, but ugh. But they are a run-based game, that I will give you. Basically, like, a term that referred to a genre that I love is, like, so watered down to the point where even the term that's an offshoot of the term of the genre I love that has almost nothing in common with the genre I loved has now no meaning. Because, yes, I've been arguing for years that if everything is a roguelite, then fucking Fortnite's a roguelite. So no, it's not. It's just a game with permadeath. It's further to deter the term roguelike, yes. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Caves of Cud, the extraction shooter. Sigh. I refuse to believe that the term roguelite is an easier thing to say than run-based because they're the same number of syllables. A game where you go on a run is like an arcade game, any kind of game that starts you over when you die, any kind of loop-based game, any kind of extraction-based game, any kind of like strategy game that kills you and you start over, like, you know, like an Iron Man mode or something. That's a run-based game, you know, like just call it that. Fortnite is a roguelite? Yeah. When you die in real life because I shot you with a Nerf gun and said, die, because you called it a roguelike. Caves of Cud is awesome, yes. I do agree. I've been getting a little bit of that itch, but not quite. I think whenever they put out that DLC thing that they've blubbered about a couple times recently, I could be convinced. Uh-oh. Human thief left. I wonder if they stole my food. Oh, I was gonna put farmer shops down here, but I never did. That is not the tool I needed. To be considered a roguelite? Roguelite is a false term that doesn't exist or matter. That's my criteria. Because the only thing that roguelite has in common with rogue is you go on a run. And it's such a generic bullshit catch-all term that it is pointless and useless. That's my opinion of the term roguelite. I have very, very stiff criteria for what is a roguelike. Anything that people call a roguelite could just simply be referred to as a run-based game, and the terminology works just as effectively, if not more effectively, in my opinion. So, that's all. It's like you are describing one mechanic, which is you generally a pretty hard game, generally a pretty skill-based game, often a meta progression-based game, so you've suddenly removed everything that considers it a rogue-like because you've added in meta progression. It can have any mechanics, it can be any genre of game, it is just simply the name of a mechanic. So if starting over when you die is a roguelite, then like 80% of video games that release on Steam these days are a fucking roguelike or roguelite. And it's so close that even I Freudian slip it into calling it roguelike. Like if it's a turn-based game with permadeath that starts you over with no meta progression, then it's a roguelike. Otherwise, it's just a run-based game. Because that's one mechanic among many. It's like referring to every turn-based game ever made a chess-like. It's like, well, it's got nothing in common with chess. So, like, outside of maybe checkers, like, you've lost me. Or Go, but isn't Go older than chess? Solon the Peasant has created Shikedros, Kizat Itast, a marble bracelet. But then again, I'm also the guy that will specify the difference between tech death, hyper thrash, blackened thrash, black metal, and death metal. So, I don't know, I'm not to be trusted. I personally really like proper roguelikes, and it is gonna make me cry forever. Yeah, literally every fucking video game in existence is a roguelite. I like genres that have meaning to them. But then again, I'm also a person who kind of doesn't like the term Metroidvania, because that's just two games in a genre that existed before both of those games called search action. Like, they're like action-adventure games or search action games, which is like a game where you adventure around an environment to search for things to then go have action. Like, as far as I'm concerned, there's adventure games and there's search action games, and Metroidvanias don't exist. Like, it's a made-up genre. But then again, you could also be that person who's like, all genres are made up and no words have meaning. And you know what? To that I say, well played. Solon has created this marble bracelet, so let's go take a peek. This is a marble bracelet. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of tower cap. On the item is an image of the first clearings, the frilly giant cave spider silk sock in marble. On the item is an image of sand pear trees and copper. It's what they call Metroidvanias in Japan. Like it's the straight translation. Which also, like, makes sense, right? But, like, you know, when most, like, basically, if we named genres and stuck with naming genres the way that people refer to roguelites, Call of Duty is either a Quake-like or a Doom-like. Probably a Quake-like because Call of Duty ran on the Doom engine until, was it Ghosts? Or was Ghosts the first one that didn't run? It was around that era was the first time they stopped using like a weirdly modified version of the Quake engine. Like Battlefield would probably be a Quake-like, I guess. Civ would be every 4X game would be a Civ-like. There's a point where like you have to stop calling a thing that is a thing like, because if it's nothing like that thing anymore, then your statement has no meaning. Like, it's almost funny to me. Like, I think to me the point when I just kind of put my foot down, cried profusely, and gave up was when people started calling every single deck builder a roguelike. Because I'm sorry, card games have existed longer than fucking roguelikes, and we just call them card games. And solitaire card games have existed since, like, before we had the concept of computers. So, like, motherfucker, it's just solitaire. Like, Slay the Spire is a great game. It's solitaire. Anyway. You mean a badminton-like? Or a pickleball-like? No. Anyways, this is a marble bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. And I've said like so many times in the last 10 minutes, I sound like a fucking valley girl. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap. On the item is an image of the first clearings, the frilly giant cave spider, silk sock, and marble. On the item is an image, I can't even keep a straight face. On the item is an image of sandpear trees in copper. So it's 4:30. 6 p.m. is the latest that delivery company delivers. My odds are falling. All right, so silk shirt, silk trousers, silk gloves, silk sock, silk shoe, and rock cabinet, rock coffer. 80, 80. Our exalted blade here, who's thrilled with his life. I don't actually have a delivery window today. I did yesterday. Made you nearly spit out your drink? Like. Sounds like all of the people running around in, like, Death Stranding. Like. There you go. Goes off to go make a shirt. Might be time to tell them that you're tired of sleeping on the floor. I'm not sleeping on the floor. I do have a bed. It just hurts my back. And I would like a new one, which I purchased. Curry bush leaf stew, which is a curry bush leaf stew. The ingredients are curry bush leaf, and curry bush leaf. And presumably some stew? Like some broth? Of some sort? Angry after getting in an argument. Empathy. Angry after getting into it. The dwarves in this world are very argumentative. This dwarf doesn't feel anything after... Oh, you're telling a story. What story are you telling? How Domas worked spots became the barrenest of the dipped volcano. In the year 143... They become the stew. True. Maybe they just have a lot of moisture in them. I made hummus last night It's very tasty. I know I've like, I put a bunch of hummus in the freezer because I was like, I have too much hummus now. But yesterday I had chickpeas soaking on my stove all day, so now I have hummus. What's happening with the food? I just have been lazy about farming. Not much, in reality. Gonna need to tell them to go down there and harvest a bunch more stuff, but yeah, not much is going on with the food. He says he goes and opens his email and checks to see if there's a shipping update on the goddamn thing that he spent money on. Nope. How about on their website? Which I keep closing because I don't want to show it. Because I don't want to completely dox myself. It just says awaiting scheduled delivery. That's funny. That is funny. Probably spit, right? You know, you spitting it a bunch and then you get a stew. But, telling stories of a previous baron. Let's see them dance. Reciting poetry. This dwarf's upset about something, dwelling upon getting into an argument once. It's just describing my life with chat. Alright, let's jump back down to the caverns and just do this. This'll fix the food problem. Workshops. Can never remember where screw presses are. I literally never make them. Needs 2 mechanisms. Do I not? I guess I don't. I'm just sitting here going like, wait, hold on. Do I not have a mechanic shop? I guess I don't. That would explain why they were never making those. Yeah, I think that the plan will be tomorrow we will start the stream by retiring the forts and immediately making an adventurer. Roasting beets and putting hummus on them. I made bread on a few days ago, and I will show you on our Fluxer server that you could join. It's sort of like Discord, but slightly different. Although, actually, now that I'm looking at it, it looks like the other 2 photos didn't get posted, so I will have to show you on Discord. But I got this. There's that. And then the end result looks like this. So I made that. So I had that with hummus, with some cheese, and some homemade pickles. Very tasty. Being, like, unnecessarily fancy as of late. A fucking hummus and cheese platter for dinner. Basically, like, don't tell anybody, but that loaf of bread, Hekios, is basically just everything that I put in smoothies, but like on the outside of the bread. It's like flax seeds. I put hemp hearts in it, and sesame seeds in it, and sunflower seeds in it. The only things I don't put in my smoothie is the sesame. Actually, don't need those in these two. Just that one. Got all these dabbling hammer derfs. Except for you. You got a spear. I guess this dwarf got that spear from the human that died. We'll get that done eventually. And also, we've got a bunch of dogs. Sorry to these dogs, but I gotta butcher some of them. We need the additional food. It's just good for us. Is anybody here actually looking forward to that adventure mode chunk tomorrow? I'm actually curious. I don't really realize how many people sometimes look forward to adventure mode stuff because when I tend to stream it, it tends to be pretty quiet. Oh yeah, also we have gold. Should smell some gold. I think that adventure mode, if you go into it with a goal in mind and do your best to achieve that goal quickly, I think it's quite good. I think the problem is if you don't go into it with a goal, it's very samey and not the most exciting. But because I'm going into it with a goal and like a thing I want to do, I think it'll be fun. I also think it'll be especially fun if I like get polymorphed into a sheep when I'm trying to become a vampire, which could also, you know, happen. Not sure how busy you will be, though. Yeah, I gotcha. Who are you? We've got Gilly Shore Boats, the 106-year-old human crossbowman, who's got an artifact steel battle axe. The trees would be happy to be cut down by that. Okay, this human I'm kind of curious about. There's no way that you are anything but a thief. I do appreciate all the goblin hair crap he's got on, but like, I want that axe. Should I kill him, chat? Would you judge me if I killed him? Might be a vampire. That I doubt. I mean, you guys can legends check him if you want. But, like, no, that's just... That's a peach, actually. It's a butt-like. Just take the axe. It ain't that simple, bud. If you guys want to invent or Legends mode, check him. He's shore boats. The Militia Commander bashes him. The lower arm with a silver warhammer, which bruises the skin through the gauntlet. He almost immediately drops the axe. Not that... Actually, I don't think I can tell him to not fight now, so... And they kill him. As for the human, well, there's also some dogs outside doing war with a honey badger, which honestly I think checks out. As for the human here... bashed the human crossbowman, or the wrestler bashed the human crossbowman in the head with a silver warhammer, bruising the skull and jamming it through the brain and tearing the brain. Okay, who's a wrestler? Asob? There you go. We'll just call you Axe. And I don't know what we do with the body. But I am going to melt down all of their stuff. And you melt a metal object on repeat, please. Now, what do I do with the axe? Has seen some action? Let's see. All right, so this is the axe. Oh, I see. So, current holder, not anymore. It was created by a dwarf. Mathel Brass Metals, who was at one point the Baron of the Elevated Labors and was killed by a goblin. The Noble Dread of Greed. So, I mean, it is a proper dwarven artifact. But it was made as a family heirloom. It fought as part of the Angry War twice. It was fought as part of the War of Torment. It fought against a goblin. It was stored in Trot Profane during the first conquest of Riddled Bronze of the Searing Onslaught during the War of Torment. Because a human was struck down by a goblin with it. And then it eventually was offered to the Considerate Fellowship by the goblin. And was looted in Riddled Bonds by some goblin. And was stolen by Gili. I gotta say that as much of a shame as it is that we had to end this human's family, kill this grandpa, I think that honestly, we were legitimate in stealing that. Now let's see if it pisses my dwarves off. You know, normal war. The Angry War. I think the dogs also won their Angry War against the Angry Badger. So that's good. And the corpse is going to be moved away. So chat, what should I do with this battle axe? I could give it to my militia. I could store it here as a trophy. Why don't we store it here as a trophy? We'll call it Thief Bait. Unless Jack can think of something better to do with it. I literally can't interrogate him. There hasn't been any crimes. Interrogations can't be done until a crime has been committed once in the fortress, and because no crimes have been committed, I literally can't interrogate him. I would, but I literally can't. Game doesn't work that way, unfortunately. As busted as I think that is, the game doesn't work that way. And as much as I hope that that changes. I don't need to say game doesn't work that way once again, so. Otherwise, I probably would have. Thief Bait. It's like Thief Bane, but instead bait. All right, well, I do have to say, chat, round of beers to the glorious success, because we have gained this steel battle axe, which all craftsmanship is of the, craftsmanship. Crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality, which is decorated with maple. Gain magical properties. That's literally a planned feature, as far as I know. Like, that is like one of the intended goals. I have a video that I'm working on, which is still a ways from being done. Which is just going to be, like, what actually even the fuck is Myths and Magic, and what's it going to do, and, like, what should we expect from it, and what's already in the game. Is literally a video that I've, like, started the process of editing this past weekend, which is why I'm not going to stream on Friday this week. I'm going to get that video done and see if I can make some progress on whatever my next video is. Because my YouTube channel right now is completely out of the algorithm. If you don't have a video hit on YouTube for a while, you kind of get booted out of the algorithm And currently I'm completely out of the algorithm, so... because I haven't had anything hit for a while, so I'm... Basically, that just means that my money gets halved income-wise on YouTube. So I need that to recover, so the priority at the minute is, you know, pay the bills with the stream, but at the same time... get out a video that does well. F the algorithm? Sure. I mean, you can say that, but that's not how this industry works. What's up, Corey? Had a long day? Hey! We just rightfully reunited the dwarven kind with a great dwarven artifact from history from some smelly old guy who was holding it. It was glorious. There was much rejoicing, naturally. Why wouldn't there be? Except for Valve's artifact. We don't really need that. That went away, and it was probably for the best. So we're very close to retiring the fort. Yeah, that'll probably happen tomorrow because we're almost at the 8-hour mark. So I will probably start the stream tomorrow by retiring the fort, I think is likely what we'll do. And I will spend this evening editing stuff. Speaking of the YouTube algorithm, there's another video that I've got in the works, which I've talked about a couple times. It's still very much in the works, which I do have a small update on, I guess, which is the full read-through of the story Room Carnage, which is some people's favorite Dwarf Fortress story. And Room Carnage is written by a friend of the channel, Zombie Giant Sponge, who also streams. But I got a progress report from my editor because I'm just slowly, periodically recording a chunk and then sending it to my editor, which means there's like no background continuity whatsoever. However, the update that I got recently was that, one, he needs more footage, so I need to record more, so I'll do some of that this weekend as well. But also, the current runtime of that video is 2 hours. And I would say we're about a fifth of the way done. For half an hour? That would be real short, because I actually yap for about an hour and 15 usually. But it's okay. I won't tell chat. Tiny Hush. The secret's safe with me. Oh, shit. Also, why is there a bunch of bards and dancers visiting? Children have corpse tours? In the fort at the moment, yeah. But there also hasn't been that many corpses. If there was a ton of corpses, I'll turn it off. Like if a siege comes in, I'll turn that off. It's a pretty dope front door, if I do say so myself. Time to bounce. Don't hit your head on the ceiling. I feel like that would hurt. But take care of yourself, Tiny. We'll be on tomorrow. With some of that adventure mooding. think for the minute. I'm just gonna use Gabbro. You're not doing a Necro Fort this time, but you have that info. Wait, what? Hold up. You just peeked at your Dwarfen Legends and he worships the Death Gun War God. Check the god you have. Locate. Oh, you've located it. I see. Basically, every dwarf in this fort worships that god. That's all I gotta say. It's also, we've got 73 dwarves. We have a formed religion. We have the bigger size of temple already. The Grand Temple Complex, and a religious leader elected. So, you know. You never see them use them. If you have military that have bracelets or rings assigned, they store their bracelets and rings and flasks and what are they called? Backpacks and those things in chests. In their chests when they're off duty. But it's one of those things where they need to take off jewelry to put on a uniform, and there are very few uniforms that make them take off jewelry. So you never see them use them because you need to give them a reason to take off jewelry, which most people don't. Or don't realize that, like, you can even do that. Also, you need them to claim jewelry, which a lot of people don't put them in situations where they would claim them. Thomas in YouTube chat. So, it is useful, but only for more blinged out forts and if you take soldiers off duty and stuff. Otherwise, they just like having them. It is certainly one of the more niche use cases, though. You saw one with a rather unfortunate name? It's good to see you, Stone. I feel like I haven't seen you all day, unless I've just been very bad at reading chat or you've been very quiet. But, what was the unfortunate name? I still think that Sack Swallowed might be the most unfortunate name I've seen recently, which was the name that Romanoid had. Oh, you took a nap? Well, I hope you had a good snooze.
This is madness!
Madness?
This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Chat, I'm not sure what's giving me this impression, but I have this, like, incredible urge to mention that I think that Stoned Hobo just got here. I'm not sure why I feel that way, but I think Stoned Hobo might be here right now. Let me know if you see him. Actually, I need Suited Giraffe to tune in because I fixed Suited Giraffe's sound command. I need him to use it, but I haven't seen him today. Also, just an FYI, if you'd like to buy a sound clip like the one that Hobo has, you can do that by going to my website. There's a tier available where you can get that. If you want the generic ones, they're currently 50% off for the first month, and it only costs you $7 after the discount goes away. Before the discount, currently with the discount, you can get the generic sound commands like bacon or make gobble sounds like a turkey for the low price of $3.50. That's not that unfortunate. You mean God knows the poetic auras of scholarship and travelers? I don't know. It's not that unfortunate. Unless we're just using the word truth as unfortunate these days, which I guess. I still think that my favorite, like, kind of funny god that I saw recently was the dwarf bee god of lust was pretty good. Now we just need a dwarven bird god of depravity, and we're like A+. We're all the way there. You making bacon over there, hobo? There's a town called Sloppy Lull. Oh. Yuck. Truth is in the eye of the orb gazer. I saw a place called Love Glaze once, which was pretty funny as well. Cheddar and cheese powder make cheese powder on nuts.com. What? Oh, okay. I understand why Hobo's adding me with cheese powder in the memes room on Discord. That makes sense all of a sudden. A nice stink room? I mean, the stink room is working as intended and it's nice and secluded, but I'm making my front door into a bridge thing. Someone left their sock in the hallway. Should go grab that. I feel like I'm gonna run out of blocks pretty soon. Any moment. Nope. And there it goes. What else do I have? Need to queue up some more blocks pretty soon here. And a caravan has arrived. That's a well-armed cog. Look at that dwarf. Fully steeled up. Actually kind of curious as to how they get into the fort. You gotta put the stink somewhere, yeah. Not sharing the stink in this economy? You were looking at bandits and criminals. You saw Bosun, Bosa Demon Slave, a goblin culture human, whose name is Demon Slave. Yeah. That's like naming a lawyer law professional. Or like naming a doctor wound fixer. Or a human face haver. They wanted figurines. So damn it, I got them figurines. Actually large. Socks. Llama wool socks. The boots I'll keep. Because those I can just melt. Skirt. 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 Plural. Ring. Crown. Bracelet. Not the one that's an artifact. Mr. Robert Wage Slave. Yeah, that's the guy that works at McDonald's. Mr. Manager Wage Slave. That's okay. I've never met someone named Farmer, but I do know some millers and stuff like that. I've never met somebody named Plower. But that's got to be like somebody on Pornhub, so I'm sure that exists. Died fighting the Union of Butter in war. Dude, the Union of Butter is so greasy, like, slipperiest fighter ever. My name is a derivative of Miller, but I'm not actually a Miller. Or like carpenter. A+ to the carpenters out there. Speaking of carpenters, not a carpenter, but Wanderbot, thanks for the raid. What were you playing? What were you messing about in? You just got in at the tail end of a ad break. I'm about to trade with some humans. We're building a purpose-built fort right now. This fortress is, well, it's on a very large mountain and kind of looks like a weird sword handle at an angle or something else if you have a dirty mind. Anyway, don't mind the puppies. They're not yet going to be used as livestock. This is a purpose-built fort. I'm building a fortress so that I can, very soon, tomorrow most likely, in real time, but very soon in game, I'm going to bring an adventurer to this fortress, and I'm going to make an adventurer, which is like the solo RPG mode in this game, and I'm going to turn that adventurer into a vampire, and then I'm going to bring that vampire to this fortress, and then I'm going to infect a pre-selected dwarf in this fort, which I have a pretty good idea of who it's going to be, and going to turn that dwarf into a vampire, and then I'm going to leave with the vampire. We're going to vamoose off into the wilds, maybe retire them somewhere, I don't know, and then the idea here is I will follow that vampire with some pretty restrictive, like, self-imposed restrictions as to, like, what I can do in game. Mostly just follow that vampire for the next 10 years. So I'm more or less, like, pre-building a fortress for Jack the Ripper is kind of what I'm doing. And we're going to see if I can convincingly start a criminal enterprise from within a fortress as a vampire and just be Dracula. Or witness Dracula become Dracula. Fellowship, it's an MMORPG dungeon raiding sim without the MMO fluff? Wait, is it an MMO or is it not an MMO? Like, is it an MMO simulator? I gotta look this up now. I'm curious. But thanks for the raid, mate. Appreciate it. Fellowship. Oh, it's the coffee stain game. Right. I feel like Coffee Stain and Java, as in the company, have something in common. Right, yeah, I remember seeing this. But I'm celebrating right now because I live in British Columbia, Canada, and this is our final daylight savings. As of this Sunday, we changed the clocks, and we're never changing them again. I'm so fucking excited. I'm also going to go close the door to my room because I'm about to get blasted with the sunbeam. But yeah, I'm so excited. I can't wait. But yeah, this looks neat, actually. Seems to be doing all right, too. Kind of reminds me of that game that looks like EVE Online, smells like EVE Online, and controls like EVE Online, but is not a multiplayer game. Which is always a game that I forget the name of. It's something Imperium. Empire something. Something Empire. That something... Hey, look, they're sparring. That means they're the same skill level. Look at that. Exhilarated after a sparring session. You're well fit for the job. Speaking of the job, the mayor, Dodok, meets with the outpost liaison, and they say, let's discuss your situation. There's much to share, they tell us. And I go and request more wood, because they want earrings and large gems next year. All right, so earrings, let's just queue up 200 earrings. Rock ear-ing. And they want a grand guild hall for my stoneworkers, which honestly checks out. No, it's not Avorian. Avorian doesn't look like Eve, though. Ah, found it. The game that I was thinking of was this. Astrox Imperium. It, like, if you punched me in the head and told me this was EVE Online footage, I would believe you. Like, it looked like, when you look at the UI, this is obviously like a cinematic trailer, but like, it's the camera perspective and like UI style of EVE. But like, it's just used, so it's like a fleet sandbox thing, and as far as I can tell, development's extremely slow because it's just one person. So it's one of those games that gets yelled at sometimes, but like, it's literally somebody's hobby project. So it's been in early access for 1 trillion years. They're like, abandoned! I don't actually think that's true, but... Like, let me see if I can find you a screenshot of it. It's also like $15. Can you trigger the vampire curse in Fortress mode? It can happen, but you need a really pissed off dwarf to get pissed off in the right way, at the right time, in the right place. Yeah, like, look at this. This is Eve. This just looks like Eve to me. So. What about the Necromancer tablet? It's not possible for a dwarf to read a tablet in adventure mode. Or in Fortress mode. They have to read it in adventure mode. Like, if you have... But also, you can't become a vampire from a Necromancer tablet, so what's the point? I would need to have one dwarf that's real pissed off, but I would have no control over who it is. I'm going to do it in adventure mode because I want to have control over who it is. Like, things can happen in Fortress mode that can also happen in adventure mode, but you have way less control. The entire purpose of me retiring the Fortress and doing it as an adventurer is so that I have complete control over who does it and how it happens. But no, you cannot get gifted a life and death tablet in Fortress mode. That is not a mechanic in the game. Because dwarves don't get gifted them. Demonic overlords do. And dwarves are, last I checked, the only demonic overlords in a dwarven fortress are the cats. And while there might be many of them, they are benign enough to not summon elder gods. No, I've never once done that in my entire career because that's not possible on IL. However, I have made many a fortress full of necromancers by finding books of necromancy, but I've never once made a fortress by finding a tablet in Fortress mode. I've found tablets in Fortress mode before, but I've never made a fortress of necromancers that way because that is not possible. It's not a mechanic in the game. It's a book that you use. Beard and super excited to see this plan of mine. Okay, so you're probably going to get murdered. Just a heads up. You can have this dwarf. Polytone. So long, Polytone. Viking. If this is not your first dwarf in this world, let me know and I'll make a little addition to your name so that you're easy to remember who it is. Viking Ball does not trust others. Same. Accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He can be very happy and optimistic. He is inconsiderate of property and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. I can't wait until somebody reads that their own dwarf got corrupted and became a monster, or it became like a thief who is going to steal my stuff, and the person in chat notices, but I don't notice. It's going to happen, right? He can be very happy and optimistic and is very impolite and inconsiderate of property and tends to be swayed by his emotions of others, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He is slow to anger and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and can have an active sense of humor. He likes a little excitement now and then and tends to not reveal personal information and needs alcohol to get through the working day. But he died? Okay, I'm going to change your name to just Viking. It's either that or Ball. It's up to you. He personally values honesty and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. It's just so that it's easier for us to search for you is my main thing. But if you want, I can keep it Viking Ball. He likes perclase and zinc, as well as pyrite and rope reed fabric, the color orange, low boots and amulets, and orangutans for their colorful hair. The words of the skirts of embracing, and the sight, I also like it when I get embraced by a skirt. And the veneration of luxuries, and when possible prefers to consume. Giant cougar, probably in the skirts of embracing, and the sweet potato plants, and cassava beer, and absolutely hates worms. Viking is fine, fair enough. And he has a short, broad body with a lot of fat on it. And a very long beard, which is braided. You're friends with a human dancer? Speaking of giant cougars. Human dancer, hey? Armed with a sword. Is the lady consort of the Band of Toes? Weird. She's 69 years old. Coincidence? I think not. She's cruel. Checks out. Herm. I think this might actually be a bard, though. Like, this one actually does kind of look like a bard. Unless you've literally got one of my artifacts in your inventory. Well, the thing is that that human who's also a dancer isn't wearing the normal dancer attire, so they're slightly suspect about whether or not they're being truthful about what their full-time job is. Like, the fact that they've got a literal scimitar, which is encrusted with cardinal bone, pretty, and is making friends with my dwarves, leads me to suspect that they're probably a thief here to steal my shit. But I don't have a way of punishing them or interrogating them, otherwise I would. I don't trust this human chat. I really don't. There's also a merchant visiting. Are you trying to blend in with the other merchants? Order Grubs. Order Grubs sounds like my Grubhub competitor. Okay, this person's lying about their identity. 100% this person's lying about their fucking identity. Nothing about this person is real. You want to know why I feel that way, chat? It's because they're legendary, but they have no skills. I guarantee you that Order Grubs doesn't exist. Legendary liar. I mean, dabbling, apparently, but... Does anybody want to go look up Order Grubs? Over in Legends? Same with, Inch Bends. Criminal of the Union of Butter. Uh-huh. Criminal of the League of Chocolate. Man, this faction is delicious. Or this crew is delicious. Former representative of the outcast group, the Mushrooms of Shade. And I guess he was cooked in the Fiery Doctrine. All we need is, like, I don't know, like a protein, and we've got, like, a full meal. We got mushrooms, we got butter. Got chocolate for dessert. Been visiting places for the last 12 years. Doing what? Stealing shit? Who do you work for? I don't trust it. So many suspect individuals here, let me tell you. I'm going to make these into dormitories. So these are now dormitories, meaning I'm just going to have my would-be criminals snoozing. I'm also going to assign that bracelet to my mayor. So I would have my would-be criminals just like snoozing in my prison. Just cutting out the middleman here. We'll see you later, Necrontier. I think I might actually do that too. Chat room, I ended early yesterday, or earlier than I have been yesterday as well, because what's the word? Because I've been working on a video behind the scenes that I would like to get done this weekend, which, as I mentioned earlier, is like a brief history of myths and magic and why it matters and what it is. But I think tomorrow's stream is going to start with me pausing and then retiring the fortress. But I think we've made good progress. I mean, we've got a lot of bedrooms. We've got a good fort. We've got a slowly building bridge. We've got enough dwarves that we could get attacked. I've got a somewhat dysfunctional military. I've got a couple bolt throwers with a few bolts. And yeah. Can't find the bard. Definitely a fake name. Got it. Makes sense. But, yeah. I'm going to, I think, do a quick save here and quit to Legends. And tomorrow, we will pick up here, where we left off. We'll do an adventure at the start, and then we will reclaim the fortress, which means I should probably make 2 thumbnails for the YouTube stream tomorrow. And, it'll probably be a long one, I would guess. And we will begin 10 years of following a vampire. I hope that you guys are excited for this. I hope this is going to live up, and hopefully it's something that becomes interesting enough. So if you have ideas for interesting plot points or story twists or things for a newly minted vampire to try and do in the early days of their time here in Fortress Aftercasket, start pondering them now, and let me know when we get to that point. But before you run off, don't. We are going to raid somebody. Just going to do a real quick export. And I think the sun decided to be sunny. It was behind a cloud, but there's still a little bit up there. It's because the door's open. It's been very rainy the past few days and cloudy. Also, YouTube chat, I missed this 10 minutes ago, but somebody said that they had a fort spun up with the name Raunched Lust. That's funny. Wish me luck on getting that mattress delivered. I kind of don't expect I'll get it today, so I'm a little bummed out, but life goes on. I will live. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid, somebody pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow, normal time, with the short adventure at the beginning, followed by the following of the dwarf. Thanks for hanging out, YouTube folks. And don't forget, actually, before you run off, if you want to support this channel, go to blindIRL.com/support for more information.